that be possible? But also, big respects to the EVOS fans.
Hello, good evening.
This is what they did last time with the Velodrome too. Is it
evening.
the same banner? Or is it a different one?
I think it should be not the same. Yeah, it looks a bit
Playoffs
different,
day
but
1
this is
na
exactly what we like
MPL
talking about.
Indo. Ay, malapit na sila mag-start.
I was very impressed that the
5
EVOS
minutes.
fans can bring in so much spirit here,
Nag-dinner
brings
na
the
ba kayo?
banner, and really
Kanina
they're almost
nalaglag na
outfusing
ang
opposition, support-wise.
Dewa
That is a
United.
huge banner. What is that, like
Kala ko makakapanalo sila ng game
15
3.
meters? 15 by 15?
Medyo maganda laro nila ng game 3 kaso
Rows of people's worth of length. I'm not
di
good
nila
at that,
natapos.
but that's a visible
Ninong
statement.
Mars, good morning.
Anyway,
Alam mo meron palaro.
I mean, this is what you
Yun
get,
na,
right? Like,
huli
you
magpalaro.
Well, sort of. We already discussed the goal lane matchup.
John Michael, good evening.
What kind of airline is going to show up here? Because Eman is going to be Eman. He's always been Eman, right? But for airline, it's a whole different situation. He's the victory here.
Bukas Onic Indo naman. Ay, tama naman. Indo to eh. Onic, tas DLID nasa upper bracket. First si Ninong Marv sa YT.
To pressure EVOS during the objective contest. When they do get that pressure, when they do have the good tools for setting up a neutral objectives, they've been able to do really, really well, right? They know when to move forward and backwards in that Lord dance. They can try and abuse how
Nainis sa'yo.
Nag-pitch siya tapos
Ah, binaba niya. Baka napindot mo.
Minababa is an overhype when, you know, in a winning position. They tend to do this sort of stuff in the regular season, which again, discipline, right, needs to be
Tawagan niya si
Cheska.
Cheska maghapon ka.
here for EVOS.
Giancarlo, hello.
For our opening game in this series, we will get
Ngayon
to
lang
see
present sa live, focus sa school. Okay lang yan.
side.
Mag-focus lang kayo sa school, guys. Walang problema. Pagbutihan yung super duper.
Oh, I don't know. Switching out your mid laner late in the season, maybe. That was something that caught everyone off guard. It worked out. They still did well with that substitution, but I'm not sure they want to be as bold with those maneuvers in the playoffs.
Charwin, hello. Ate Kleng, hello. Syempre maagang live dahil restream ng
They know they can do well in.
Indo
So
playoffs.
far, to really venture out too far out of that.
Yan, mag-i-start na sila. Daldalin niyo ako, guys.
Officially begins. The timer is out. And we're gonna see the first
Lalag
map
pa ah.
in our first game.
Medyo
in this best of
CPLDC.
5 series. And it's gonna be
Medyo
broken
malala, guys.
walls.
Is this the fourth
Pagkagabi.
broken walls of the day?
We've been seeing a lot of broken walls
Sa
today.
Friday na lang.
Let's
Sa
see if it
Friday
pays
na.
dividends to
Kasi
BTR
may
or
recharge
EVOS this first
event.
game, considering we're
Friday
heading
na.
into the drafts presented to you by the
Yes.
official gaming
Ate Kleng, wag na.
index.
Diretso na sa account ko yung kay Ate Kleng.
You mentioned the chip earlier on. The chip gets banned instantly here by BTR.
Yun na
so
sa
it's gonna
tingin
allow
yung
you to
mananalo.
utilize it this time
Laglagan
around.
to, guys.
Vector
Play-ins
gets
kasi.
banned out, Phobius gets banned out,
BTR
and it looks
or
like the White Tigers are going
EVOS.
to be respecting the Fanny
Next match
as
na
well
agad
as
din.
that Freya.
Yeah, again, the Zushin is
Wala,
so
ito
off
lang,
the board.
ito na lang yung natitirang
We talked
match
about it
for
here.
today's
EVOS,
video.
there is
Kanina
nothing
kasi sobrang aga ng unang match eh.
Though that Zushin,
Alas dos.
we're more about, we're worried more about the Baksha. It's more flexible, it's more tanky, durable, and let's see. Bigatron by Vitality. Will they give the Maestro, the Zushin?
Malayo din.
Not to.
Ang lakas naman ng motive.
These bands, though, you can't help but feel like there is some scrim knowledge motivating some of these bands because
Saan ba yan? Ano ba yan?
Baksha, you know, I didn't really expecting a first pick Baksha from Bigatron. Well, it's certainly a bit, a bit interesting. The Marcel, though, we haven't seen too frequently in the recent times. It can be countered, though. And Paquito Tsushin comes in for EVOS. I mean, so far, that seems like a bit of a win for EVOS.
I think they know that
BTR daw
Baksha
kay
is
John
for
Michael.
BTR, right? Because we've seen it in the roaming position for Finn, and we've also seen it in the jungler position. So
Sherwin
maybe that's
EVOS.
why they opted to go for the ban on the Baxia in the first phase. And you guys mentioned about
Si Few nandito sa ano
EVOS have
EVOS.
secured some of their own. But of course,
Pew, pew, pew,
we saw
pew,
the
pew,
Paquito being a
pew.
little
Doon kaya niya
lackluster
nakuha yung
against
idea
the
niya.
Phobias, and that's why I think BTR
Baka mahilig siya sa ano,
How do they counter this
sa mga
Well, seems
may
like they will
beng-beng
lock
eh. Pew, 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 pew.
the Claude here in the first layer phase. So, you know, speaking of mid-prio,
Andyan daw si Pitiu Piu. Yun nga, si Piu.
They neglected the mid, they neglected the jungler as well.
Sakto lang ba yung sounds ng yung volume ng live stream?
Prepared something.
Try ko yung magsasalita ako habang in-game. Tingnan natin kung may matitira sa live.
This is gonna be very interesting. EVOS, they can lock in a jungler themselves here. You know, having that
Nung dati naman, no, nag-rock naman ako sa
rotation.
laro habang naglalaro sila. Tapos yun yung may nagko-comment, tumahimik ka ate, ang ingay mo.
Duets well.
Eh, di ko na mag-stream. Eh, di wag ka sa stream ko man.
Prio, that's been the go-to combination. And now they're squeezing down on the mid lane options here for Bigatron. The Valentina as a
Buff na daw agad si Luke kay level. Uy, wag ganun. Chillax guys.
They are willing to leave it for the second phase of the drafting phase.
Ang mahirap lang dito sa ano, sa MPL Indo, sobrang tagal nilang mag-ad-lib. Ad-lib talaga. Sobrang tagal nilang ano, waiting time per match.
So like week 9, week 8.
BTR daw panalo, sabi ni Aldrin. Mahina na daw si Pew.
Against the Sushin, it's still going to be okay, but it depends on the roamer.
Ano lang, kanya-kanya namang opinion. Walang mag-aaway yan.
Still doesn't win out. So, I don't think that's a valid option for Bigatron
Match
right
now,
now. Unless they want to
BTR.
play without mid-prio, but that's a Valier ban from EVOS. Probably trying to stop any kind of
Saan panalo, doon ako, sabi ni ate. Doon ako sa mananalo.
Yeah, I think they're going for that angle, right? Going for a composition that will dive and likes to dive hard. Hence the Valier band. Bigatron by Vitality, they can definitely lock in another jungler band, but they're gonna suffer later on.
Nakita yung mga
their own
chats.
potential on Nile. Now, remember the keys to victory. You know, Nile given an assassin. I don't see an angle against this sort of composition to have an advantage with an assassin like pickup, but let's see Harley, so they will commit to another jungler ban.
Panay clash sila sa Indo kahit level 3 pa lang doon.
opting to ban another jungler? Suyo comes in
Whoa.
close.
Nasty mid trio, I gotta say.
Back then, at least,
Beng-beng
the
yan,
matchup was the Joy,
bossing.
but
Malakas
we
pa.
see
Ano yan?
the Joy
Malakas
being so
yan
too
sa-
popular in this region, so there must be some other option
Sakto lang ba yung
for
volume
Bigatron.
ng ano, ng live stream
What's the
nila?
answer to that? We mentioned, do you think Kadira could pop up here? Lilia is a safer option. Zetian.
I don't mind the Lilia, but before level 4, the Lilia is just a big
Ang kulit nung
target.
haircut kanina nung game 3 ng Dewa
I
versus
guess
Geek Fam.
fast clear though, right? The Lilia.
In a way, yes.
Kung
I mean,
napanood
Zetian
mo.
is a more rounded option.
Pinakawawa yung jungler. Pero nanalo pa rin yung Geek Fam.
The Gord
Nakabawi.
Marcel combo.
Not a lot of setup though here. It's just a Mystic Projectile, and I guess
Face
the,
reveal, wag na. Okay na
both of which
yan.
are very
Baka di na kayo manood sa live ko. Ano, pag nag-face
You
reveal.
mentioned the Gord earlier as well, right? The combo. It will
Hindi
be
na
popped
ba
off.
kayo?
Though the
Kumakain pa lang
position
ako.
needs to be aware of. 'Cause the
Eat well
Paquito
sa
can
akin.
definitely
Ako na
plant,
nag-eat well sa sarili ko.
at least force the spell out of you. That's already win for the Paquito now on the lock in the final answer.
Gold laner.
I think Harith,
Harith makes a lot of sense here.
they need burst. They need someone that can engage as well, and Harith Loki fits the bill. And there you go. They have locked in the 10 heroes that will be deployed to the Land of Dawn.
It's the beginning of the end for one of these teams, and to break things out, to witness everything that will unfold, we're going to throw it over to our casters.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, on to our second match here. Another one will bite the dust between EVOS versus BTR. A nightmare of a building for BTR fans
Napipick na
here.
din
A lot of
Gord,
bad
no?
memories
Sakit
for
kasi
Virgo.
ng
It's
skill.
always bad
Oo
memories,
ay!
but
Grabe
Harith
nung
was
ginamit
meant
ko
to
sa
be broken. I
Classic.
learned that from
Feeling ko ang lakas ko. Feeling ko lang. Siyempre, hindi ako malakas.
EVOS versus BTR.
Parang
The
hapdi
Drafted
niya.
crafted, quite a composition here. Still not much risk taken or a lot of crazy picks so far from each teams. Still want to play it a bit more standardly here. Just gonna feel out the whole series first before they want to go for the throat. But now, we are here. Jakarta International Velodrome will be another witness to the second team that will be eliminated from the contention of the MSC ticket. Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
It's the battle for
Welcome.
Paris. Who wants it more? The Red Robots or the White Tigers? Man, I was just sitting in the middle of the Bigatron fans, in the middle of the EVOS fans as well, and the atmosphere here for this second match is fantastic.
Yeah. EVOS fans definitely lost this building. Recorded one of the most electric crowd that this building has ever seen. Vindo just a drive-by smother, I would say, but Shogun just with some pokes. So far, not much happening. Both teams are getting their camps.
Yep.
But EVOS has been a bit more aggressive so far.
It's a pretty good take at the start of the game here for the Suyo. We know the Suyo and the Leomord matchup, they kind of forced it onto Bigatron. Not a lot of other junglers left open that could deal damage, and that's kind of the thing for Nile. We saw in the Keys to Victory as well. You need to put Nile on a damage-dealing pick. That's where he's the most clutch.
Yep.
And another point as to how he's the most clutch is usually when he's up against top teams. And let me tell you, I don't think there's a single team worse than BTR in the playoffs.
But does it outweigh the debuff of that playoff, though? We'll see here.
That's true.
On the mid lane again, both teams are just gonna feel out each other just a second here, and it's mostly just gonna be a non-lane for both lane as well. It's a Harith against a Claw, they want to just get their farms. The bottom lane as well, I don't think Shogun wants to trade damage with his Mosquito early in this game. As Nile.
Oh, great
Oh,
take by
wow.
Luke. Stops level 4 away from Nile, and it gets him to level 4. But he's going to be caught by the sun. Moreno goes into the mid lane, from the mid lane to the XP rather. Nile secures the XP crap, but Moreno is level 2. This is problematic.
Yeah, look at where Albert is right now, though. This is the EVOS way to victory. They know how to do this, but now look at that. First pick of the game.
Big fan of Steed into an all-in from Finn. Great neutral objective control so far, but like you mentioned, Albert straight into the enemy jungle. He can still contest for this. Moreno's trying to go for the zone. That's the retreat. Albert gonna be caught. That's gonna be thrown to ruin. Oh, it still catches him despite all of it. A flicker in from Shogun and the Mystic Gush from Moreno. Takes him out, but now it's gonna be Nile. Caught in the midst of it all. Great golden hour to put them in a tough spot, and that's a double Mystic projectile. Iman dives in with a blazing duet. Finds a kill, and it's a pure disengage. But Luke walks up. Now with a knockout strike as well. He goes straight into Nile. There's gonna be the rest of the team to try to help him out. Luke can try to go in. Not enough damage from the rest of the BTR boys, but now the Steed comes back around, and Nile gets on the horse, the Mystic projectile by the Maestro.
A glimpse of the brilliancy of BTR. When things are clicking, they are the best team in Indonesia.
That is not glaze. That is valid, I think.
And Albert went for the very risky play there. And I understand that he trusts his skill set, the resources that he has to be able to get him out of trouble, even if he didn't get the total. But BTR with a great punish.
Just want to say, this is why Arashi's my boy. Just want to say.
Oh, okay, I just realized that.
Yeah, realize it in here, but he probably poked Bigatron too.
Hey,
Oh, down below, they really don't like their ex-teammate Luke's getting tanked over and over and over again. Shogun tanking a turret. It's another kill over to Nile.
yeah, seems like this is the theme for current, the current meta. Just pummel down on the XP lane, make them lose as much advantage as possible in the early game. And against a Paquito, it's always will give you a lot of benefits. 3 kills already towards Luke. That's not good at all.
Yep. But it's just slow. Again, we have to remember that EVOS are known to play this style. They're very slow at the start of the game. They get going in the mid game, and then they pop off in late. It's been their style of play for the last 3 matches in the regular season, and it seems like it's going on and it's continuing to the playoffs here.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Albert cannot counter jungle from now on. The orange buff has already been taken, so like it or not, he has to test this or take his own purple buff, which is just kind of a waiting move for EVOS.
The poke onto Luke, who is still, despite all those ganks, even in levels compared to Shogun. Impressive. Come on. caught there. A lot of damage placed onto him. Mon's
Wait
taking
a
a beating,
minute.
but they go in on Luke again. They find the moment, and it's a killing spree through the Mystic Gush. Shogun has the Throne of Ruin. It's going to do a lot of zoning. That's going to be the free neutral objective over Erlan. And already flickered in. Now it's a Mile with Blazing Duet to the back line, and they burst through Erlan. The forgotten Tiger, forgotten no longer by the Red Robots.
Too good to be true. A dreamlike start for BTR in this first 5 minutes. They get everything. 2K gold lead. And Albert, despite Himanasuyo, usually you see him securing a 2-level lead from in this point, but now he's equal with Nile.
This might be Glaze again, but last time Finn played the Marcel, it was up against Na'Vi, if you remember. It was a comeback game as well. Game 1, it was fantastic. Game 2, Na'Vi came back. But in those 2 games, I saw Finn as maybe one of the best Marcel players we have in ID right now. He's so clean with it. The golden hours are perfectly timed. And mainly that screening of his is fantastic. Finn doing it again here, zoning so many members away from the structures. And Amounts is going to collect a free structure down below. No trades going on for EVOS.
Yeah, definitely not Glaze, definitely not bias caster here on the
my
desk.
goat, that's my goat.
But the itemization though from Shogun, he went on for a full physical defense build here. Warrior boots towards the Dreadnought armor. I like that a lot, especially if he wants to lane against Takedo. And most likely the one that's gonna rotate down below earlier is gonna be the Khalid and also the Suyo. So that solves 3 problems at once.
That was just crazy though, right? The fact that Megatron are kind of playing EVOS this game. Remember, I think it was EVOS against Na'Vi, or sorry, EVOS against TLID, where we saw Luke jump in, forcing 3 members back, and then it was Albert who took the turtle. It was just these small distractions to go for a pickoff or for a neutral objective. But in this game, it's Megatron who's doing that to EVOS.
There's also another problem that EVOS needs to solve. That is the lack of shred for Shogun. It's gonna be hard to get him down to 0 HP with his Harith if he does not have that penetration item just yet. It was not a problem in the Geek Fam match because they were up by a bajillion gold, but now EVOS, I don't think they can play it slow from this point. 3K
Oh
gold, they
my
Luke!
god! Luke caught in the bad spot again. Finn might actually want to go for a 1v1, but he'll let Luke recall. Now caught in the miss of it all. It's going to be the damage coming through in the red tree. Oh, Loretto actually stolen away. Erlan caught in the blazing duet. Finn again with the golden hour. Catches Fume as Finn walks up and Moreno gets a Sky Piercer stack on the gourd. Shogun in the back, zoning Few away. Now the rest of the team trying to collapse right there as the Purify gets used up and the Mystic Projectile gets thrown, but it does not land on anybody. Finn backs away, just gives some space to Shogun to escape.
Yeah, 1-2 on the kill count, but objective was taken by BTR once again, so they definitely won't take that any day of the week as Emon secured his second item on towards the second Trinity build. All that's left is that course inside, and he gets the outer tier turret. So far, BTR has been getting everything left, right, and center.
They've been phenomenal, but we have to remember again, it's never really safe for Bigatron. Even with a 10,000 gold lead, there's something they're very known to do.
Especially in the playoffs, you cannot spell comeback stronger without BTR.
MT, try next season. Basically all the Arsenal quotes you would use, you can use to Bigatron too.
It's gonna... Alright. It's his fault, buddy. It's not mine. Yeah. Looking at the kill count here, EVOS didn't really have a good time, especially with the fact that they are running this very early game-centric kind of composition here, Mirko. The Jushin, the Khalid, it's gonna still be a difference maker in the late game, but mostly they deal most of their damage in the early game.
Yeah, we're gonna dive again into the pack Few, forced to use the Crimson Beacon defensively. And it's yet another free structure to the hands of the Red Robots who are playing with such poise, which is weird.
Really is. EVOS, if they, I don't know if they want to, they even can play with boys at this point, because BTR so far, they're bringing the fight towards EVOS. Like it or not, they gotta take it. But at this time of the day, you gotta wait for Emma to pop up, no? You gotta wait for the item to stack up. Thankfully though, he can already spam his Chrono Dash in his Saman Force.
And we
With
have
that
to
item,
projectile. Oh, the Steed as well! Are they gonna go for the dive? He's gonna get dove on. Finn's caught in the bad spot, has to flicker away, but Airline's right there. And
Oh my lord!
Locks him down for the blazing duet. Nile caught, thrown back into a golden hour. Finn catches him, the Mystic Projectile is gonna land together with Shogun. He's waiting in the back. Luke's gonna be looking for a play as well. That's Shogun thrown away. That's gonna be Luke walking up. The Mystic Projectile lands again as Shogun will be taken out under turret. Luke finally showing signs of life.
Yeah, they find the loophole to kill the Alice. Well, you know, if you do not have the shred, We can still use the turn aggro, and what a chain CC coming in from Luke. Still not the greatest of game so far, 2-4-0 in a KDA as he secured the Queen's wings here. So you know that at this point, he is worried about his own safety instead of just going for a full glass cannon build. But now EVOS wants to blitz this.
Yep,
Just hold on.
Very good decision. Shogun's still down. They're gonna have to go for the gamble right now as Niall gets on the Steve. Luke trying to go zone him away. Eman has to flicker away now. And that should be free Albert with a Soul Sever and the Retribution. Now it's gonna be the all-out fight. As Finn tries to go for the big fight, but Niall's gonna be thrown back again by View. And he's gonna get taken out by Airline.
Oh my goodness. There were some questions about EVOS's playstyle coming to the playoffs. Are they too safe? Are they not risk takers? There you go.
That's why.
This is the risk-taking EVOS that we've been waiting for in the playoffs.
What a fantastic decision. No hesitation from EVOS. Shogun was down, the death timers were staggered, and they took the chance. They pulled the trigger, and now they have the Lord. 2 charges. One in the mid lane, tier 1, another into the tier 2. But look at how they manage the waves in the bottom lane and the top lane. The gold lead is completely gone, but one thing that stays true is the fact that Luke is still caught alone. Iman gets caught right there. He pops in the blazing wind in time, and Phil Ruin catches him, and now gets all in. As Iman is still able to survive, but Albert takes him out. Airlines of Monforce. He's going back and forth right now over on Finn. The golden hour's right there. Airlines is going for that. More damage over on Shogun, and that's the Sky Piercer as Niall dies as well. Albert is back.
And just like that, the pendulum swings towards EVOS's favor. They're hotter than a fish grease right now.
The classic Biggie choke begins to happen, and Erlan's the one who capitalizes. And man, did you see that positioning? He was trying to walk up, trying to chase Luke. He backs away to the BMI, but it's almost like he was teammates with this man. He knows his tendencies. He was just waiting on
Just
that BMI.
almost, not really teammates.
Key and Emma?
Yeah. Now I'm just joking.
Yeah.
900 goal lead for EVOS right now, going into the 13th minute. As the Lord about this one in about 2 minutes. EVOS having full control of the map here, especially with this Paquito, man.
Yep.
You can see the previous match how much this Paquito brings to the table in the late game. The damage is there, but the long lane presence is incredibly annoying, even without the chip.
One thing that's still all right for Bigatron is the fact that Moreno hasn't died. He has kept all of his Sky Piercer stacks, so those executions can still be very, very deadly. The thing is, do they have enough damage to get Erlan low? That's the question. To get Paquito low. Luke and Erlan. Once we get into that mid-game power spike, which it definitely hit, gold lead's completely gone, and now it's building towards a 2K for EVOS. Erlan's going to have 1 billion shields. Luke has the Queen's Wings, and you know that damage reduction from the patch.
Yeah, thankfully though, Airline, he's on a Harith, so any kind of CC, especially immobilization, it's pretty much the same thing as a stun. You know, you can't really stack up your shield when Zaman Force is there. Thankfully, the Throne of Ruin is just like the perfect counter towards a Harith. And with the anti-heal as well, surely that's gonna be trouble for Airline from now on. But he's also gonna be building his items, so at the same time, EVOS is getting deadlier and deadlier. The claws are getting sharper than ever. And this is the hero that brought them the M1 championship. Can it bring a victory here in Jakarta International Velodrome?
That's the thing about EVOS, man. Their mid to late is just so scary. It's almost like they start the game as Cubs, and then they continue to grow to the monsters they are. And look,
Yeah, and this is their jungle right now. BTR is doing what EVOS are doing. That's the previous exchange, but I don't know about this decision, bro.
that's showing the bottom lane is going to be massive. They're going to go all in onto Few. That's giving the key with the Reggie Sandstorm. And on the blade, blasting the wet. Flickers in, throwing a ruin as well. Airlock by Moreno. Now doing a good job chasing Few down. Albert's waiting in the midst of it all as the golden hour lands on Luke. And that's the projectile again who catches Albert. Finn doing a good job. Shogun with the chase. Moreno with the jump in forward, but the baby alien stays alive, but now he goes away. And he's looking for the outplay. The baby alien takes him down. The stacks on Moreno is down, but now it's Niall going into the mid lane. He goes over to chase instead onto Luke. Mid lane turret is going to be taken down by the minion waves, it seems, as Eman and Niall secures the Lord.
Both teams are taking risk so well. They know what's at stake.
Uh-oh.
And this time around, BTR execute that one much, much better than EVOS. And on cue miracle, that Throne of Ruin was so big against Harith, but now Luke is getting chased down by the horse team.
Yeah.
But he's still all fine and dandy.
Only an MLBB does a boxer run faster than a horse.
That is a good point.
It's okay though. You gotta get that fleet footwork, you know, as a boxer.
By the way, Moreno finally getting taken down. So Skypiercer stacks are resetted by 30%. So EVOS from now on, they can play a bit more aggressively, but I don't know if that's what they want to do against this much tankiness from BTR.
Now we have to talk about the wave clear. EVOS, the Paquito does really well, but it's gonna be very easy to catch. They still have waves, and they're actually managing the waves quite well here.
Oh,
The mid and the bottom lane, but as I said, the Paquito, if he's left alone, he can clear that wave forever. They're gonna try to go for the far lane instead, but they have to pay attention to Luke, who's still pushing in. He decides to recall, but all 5 show up. Luke, does he cancel the recalls? The Lord charges into the base. Luke's gonna go for the base turret up top. It's gonna be a trade. This is a very risky gamble to take, but he's taken it well. The turret will not fall, but just in case BTR decide to make the call to walk in, EVOS could have gone a favorable, or not really favorable, but an even trade.
love that from BTR. They're not taking any risk in that exchange earlier. Very disciplined. Just like what Beloski did in, I believe, the 3rd match with the chip, right? As long as the Lord hits the inhibitor turret, then it's all good. You get the turret, you back away, and now the long lane is yours. But the Paquito is gonna tip the scales here, Mirko, once again.
That's the thing. This time it's gonna be a lot more difficult for the Paquito, though. These are super minions that'll be clumping up in the bottom lane, and BTR will have way more to say. Because earlier I thought in that Lord fight, it should have been EVOS with the advantage. They were pushing in bot, they could have played the slow game. BTR forced the fight, and yet again, they are going to try to force this slow push to build towards EVOS. They do not want Luke to clear it out.
Yeah. By the way, I love the itemization coming in from Shogun with the Ice Queen wand. Not really something I usually see from an Alice, but in this case, they know who's the carry. Moreno has been popping off with this gourd, and he's going for a full damage build here with a single utility and that glowing one. So he is very much topped up. All that's left is to execute for this gourd.
17 seconds for the Lord to spawn.
By the way, the photo as well from Finn, so more survivability from the backliners of BTR. We've been questioning why the gourd has not been so prevalent in other MPLs, and that is, the dives are scary.
Look at this, wait. Eman might check into the wrong bush. But you saw, Eman! With a read of a century, what a reaction! BMI's out of there, doesn't even burn his flicker, and because of that, he will fall.
Inhuman reaction time from Eman. I don't know if that was a reaction time, or it's just instinct to happen. I'm not sure, but either way, they'll take that.
That's why we call him the Red Raider, man.
Robotic, if you will.
Finn, kind of zone in the back, and Man jumps in again, doing so much damage. Taking few to half HP. Finn caught, golden hour plays down, and now the missing projectile is gonna be timed as well with the Mystic Gush over on Erlon. The sun comes around, the purifies right there, but Man again goes over the blazing wind, even the flicker, even onto the baby alien. Luke will try to survive. That's Moreno, the maestro, caught in the tough spot. Throws out the missing projectile, but Luke's able to take him down, but now it's him with the flicker out as Man goes over to chase, and the Lord will be left. It's reset it, and Luke has bought enough time. This has given Albert the opportunity, but does he have what it takes? And Man with a jump in forward. That's a BMI back, but he pops with the crowd in time. The BMI's right there, and he can't find it. Shogun going in the back line as now gets the red tree, and Man will fall to the hands of Fuel. And now it's up to the robots to run away, but Albert comes in again, pops in his Soul Sever, and Key gets Finn down.
What a fight. Both teams duking it out against each other. You can see the micro display of literally each of every member of the teams there. Albert tried to do what he can, but he cannot get close to the Lord Bit because of Eman with the Winter Crown plays there.
Doesn't involve Lord. BTR won't be able to utilize it. This is a big contention point, brother man. It's the morale as well. EVOS, they've defended and they've outplayed a situation that looked unplayable, that looked outplayed. Oh, wait, hold on, Luke, whoa. Okay, he just takes a bit of damage. But yeah, Moreno, despite that death, still doing tons of damage.
By the way, BTR won the 50-50 in terms of the Lord spawning in the top lane. Now the long lane is theirs. Once again, we just want to remind you all that there is a Paquito, so it's not really that equal, isn't it? Luke has been doing a pretty good job despite the KDA that showed on your screen right now. Just buying enough time for Albert to at least make something out of that, you know, bad start to a team fight for EVOS.
Yep.
And economy-wise, it's all pretty much equal right now. Only 300 gold in, which is pretty much nothing at this point.
The one thing that is still an advantage is Pakito can clear in the side lane, and Bigatron's far lane base turret. It's been very unfortunate for EVOS that the Lord has just kept on spawning top side of the map, but this has been an issue that they've been able to deal with, which is crazy. Like, EVOS have actually dealt with the waves in the bottom lane and reacted to the Lord dance, or the Lord holds rather, by Bigatron very, very well.
BTR gonna play with the team fight, man. In terms of a 5v5 team fight, I feel like this composition from BTR is at least easier to execute from EVOS.
It just takes one mistake though, and again, the thing about Erlan on the flicker is, yes, you can try to dive. If you get a crazy dive, that works. The thing is, if you get caught by the golden hour, there's no way you can purify out of a Throne of Ruin and a Mystic projectile. Then that then will be combo with a Mystic Gush, then you're taking true damage to the face.
I mean, it's not even the golden hour, you know. Most of the time, it's Shogun being in his face. The Throne of Ruin can cover a lot of ground, pretty much the whole court for BTR. And Flicker cannot get him away from immobilization. And there's 2 immobilization from BTR's side.
Wait a second. The Leomord shows in the bottom lane. Albert controls the neutral objective. The Gorge stays in the bottom lane to try and clear it, but Albert is holding the Lord.
Yeah.
All right, he's gonna build a slow push, but look at Luke. This is so good. He's gonna try to clear it out. Finn walking up again, and Luke shows up one more time. They're gonna go for the reset.
Not just a strategical battle here, also mental battle. Eman!
With the ways into win the crown, chases them away. Now pops in his feet as well. Finn's gonna try to go in for the zone, but Luke is coming in as well, and that's gonna be a big mistake from the side of Bigatron. Luke has BTR clumped up. Finn with the golden hour over on the Lord. Moreno in the back line as well. They're gonna play the front to back as the Lord will be taken very low and down by Albert. It's a kill for Luke in trade for the neutral objective in the bottom lane. It seems like the turret's gonna go down, but will it? Oh, it barely survives.
Yeah, it didn't go down, but EVOS, they definitely will take that one any day of the week.
That's an evolved Lord, folks.
Eman, though, that was... He pulled the trigger way too early, man.
I think that was kind of... You had to do something there, because the wave in the bottom lane was fully shoved, Chepin. It doesn't matter if there's a super minion wave. It would have been a free base turret, so he decided to try to go in, but they just had no damage to burst the Lord after.
Yeah, but right now, EVOS got what they want. They got the Lord. EVOS or Luke is definitely a sacrificial pawn in that exchange earlier.
It's dangerous.
All that's left is to clear this one. Can they do they want to do it right here?
Yeah, that's why. I guess they're thinking there's a advantage that they have in individuals, but they have to remember that there is a lot of damage reduction that comes with this evolved Lord.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job.
Yeah, feels like a tied siege minigame in MLBB right now.
Luke's coming.
Already half HP. Luke already topped up and ready to go with the flicker as well. So gotta watch out all the backliners of BTR. The Lord, 1/3 of HP, so not much utilization here from EVOS.
Yeah. It's because of the bottom lane. Look, those super minions are keeping the waves at bay. Beats are gonna pull into the bottom lane. Evo's gonna be looking for a play here, but they just cannot. Simply, they cannot. The Lord was already poked down too much before it got into the base.
Back to equal position. This is a stalemate once again.
Wow.
But this time around, EVOS finally won the 50-50.
Oh.
BTR has to be a bit more desperate, and looks like they want to go for the desperate play here.
Yep. The wave in the bottom lane has built up. But the thing is now, this is finally the position where EVOs want to be. The far lane is the one without a base turret advantage. If the Pakito could do what he was doing earlier, Sheffin, with a super minion wave, imagine what he can do with a normal wave up top. Heck, not just a normal wave, there's a tier 2 that's still up and available.
Uh-huh. This is tough for BTR, man. And looks like they want to go for a more creative maneuver here. Nile will camp up top and maybe catch Luke off guard. But Luke, the man that he is...
Coach No!
Oh, Coach No!
I wonder who he's supporting.
Probably BTR.
Ex-BTR, by the way.
Uh-huh. What are your goats?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Stop that, Coach No.
Grown on man.
We're such a hater right now.
No, I'm joking. Luke, though. Oh, wait. They're trying to collapse on Luke. I don't know about this decision. They find the frozen moment. Mystic Gush as well. Luke! He tries to revive. He gets away. Niles able to go in. Now the rest of the team tries to collapse on him, though. What did he braid out? Oh my god, Finn's gonna go. Oh, he flickers out view. Uh-oh, gets caught by the golden hour. Both of them, wait a second. Mystic projectile. That's a purify out. Eman trying to do more damage. He goes in all the way, but doesn't even get anything. But Key into the back lane. That's gonna be the winner crown. Eman kites away Shogun. Make sure they escape quickly. What resources were burnt? Oh, a lot of flickers. That's 3 flickers for a purify and a flick.
Yeah, and the oohs and ahs, the claps from the crowd, seeing the macro displays of both teams.
That was well played by Luke. He got away.
I thought this is a MOBA game. It feels like it's a turn-based combat in the exchange earlier. Oh man.
Yep.
Now both teams. It's gonna reset again.
This is the thing though. Look at the Paquito. He's built the slow push.
That B can't?
Oh my god. Are those the boys? That's Eric Olim as well, is there?
Wait a minute.
The whole gang is here, bro.
Oh. A lot of controversy in a single camera shot.
That's true. Where's Robbie?
I don't know. He's somewhere in the dark.
Wait, and Man just showed top. Shogun's doing a good job.
He's rotating though.
Zoning, 20 seconds for the flicker on Moreno. They need to force a reset. Oh no, they're gonna go Key. Straight up. In the bush in the mid lane. He's getting the all in. And Man trying to go for the damage now. BMI back and Key falls! Great move by Airline, but now he's gonna be few caught without. Oh! Did he not?
Hold on. Oh. They're gonna spot him. There's no way they're not gonna spot him.
Jim opens up. Immortality already. 41 stacks on that Sky Piercer. Fuse Immortality was cracked earlier up top, I believe, and that's why he just fell straight up with no Purify. What a call by Bigatron. In the 26th minute of the game, they secure a neutral objective. Erlan, this is risky, my brother.
Yeah, and this is the biggest window that BTR has in this late part of the game. Already 26 minutes for the first game of this series, man.
We knew it was going to be close.
It's going to be a 3-2 or a close match, but we are in for a treat as Eman secured that Winter Crown once again. Watch out for those plays.
Oh, they gotta hold on now. There's a big wave, and they've already used a couple of big resources. I'm guessing they're thinking they wanted to go for a fight beforehand. There were 2 members down.
I think the idea is to burn out some resources.
But he didn't.
Yeah.
Luke.
Gotta try, man.
Luke in the mid lane. He's gonna try to cut. And he does. He actually baits out the Pan of Steed, and I think that's actually worth it. But now he's giving the Blazing Duet! And Moreno with a Mystic Gush! And Mon jumps away. Baits out the jump from Albert. The Blade Surge as well. Those resources have been burnt out. Now Few goes into the Crimson Beacon. Luke's gonna be taking a lot of damage. Jumps into the back line, but now gets caught in the midst of it all as that's between Sandstorm and the Flicker combo into the winning crown from Eman. He buys Immortality in time. That's a big wave in the bottom lane just for the Lord. But they're doing a good job clearing it out with no Airline. They've survived, but now it's the rest of the team coming in, and Moreno gets a Mystic Gush! That slays too!
Uy, nadali pa ang BTR.
Bigatron is winning. The fans are also winning with that.
Ang bias team ni Mirko, BTR.
Series. BTR strikes first. 1-0 against EVOS.
My vote for regular season MVP, the Maestro Moreno. #1 in the MVP standings. And he shows his class here today again. Sublime positioning. Yes,
Kabaligtad, Sherwin.
he walked straight into a Paquito. He walked straight into Albert. But he kept them there. And at the end of the
Abi,
day,
init.
those plays from the Maestro. My goodness gracious. It's in the Velodrome. It's up against EVOS. It should already be Bigatron going
BTR chill daw gusto.
Just
on paper.
beautiful.
Naka naman sila, nakapanalo naman.
The Maestro
Parang ang tahimik ng
out of-
crowd nung
and it was beautiful
yung
play.
audience ng
Music to my ears,
Indo, no?
music to Paul Edwin ears, especially after
Hindi
what
sila
happened in
ganong
MPL.
nagwawala.
And my goodness, was that
Best of
coach
5
Frida
to,
behind
Darren.
with the rest of the coaching
Best of
staff
5. Kung
right
sino
Korea
matalo, laglag na.
all the way here. That presence definitely
Wala
has
nang
been
bawi.
felt by
Walang
the
lower
players, but
bracket kasi. Bukas pa yung may lower bracket.
I still don't understand why
Oh, madaming nanonood, no?
Purify.
Maganda yung venue nila, yung malaki.
Is he underestimated the immobilization.
The stun
Yeah.
from the Mystic Projectile,
Not
the
just
combo. The thing is the combo.
Even the
Onyx Champ,
single
Kelra and
self-defense
Kyrie na daw, sabi ni
suffered
Evert.
for a single second, right? That's
Nakakambak
way more
na.
than enough.
Nakakambak pa.
And they are not showing damage, ladies and gentlemen. Too much damage, in fact.
This is the moment where Moreno tried to go in. A few mistakes here and there from Moreno. But I think it's safe to say he made up.
Ang tagal ng game nila, 27, 28 minutes yata yung game na. Parang 28. Or baka basta magta 30 minutes.
It was already burnt up top, and again, no purify. Only with a flicker. It was on cooldown anyways, but you know what I mean.
By the way, I think the second MVP is Finn.
Oh, yeah.
There's such a nuisance in the whole team. Right from the get-go, man.
He's like Marcel the player, only Marcel the hero.
Uh-huh. But we're gonna ask the panelists on what exactly happened in that game earlier.
Sana magganyan din na venue sa PH, no? Yung as in malaki. Di ko na ba't ang liit lang nung kinukuha nilang venue.
Thank you, casters. We'll try to break that down because after that game, the entire arena fell silent.
Mapupuno naman nila
Those
yon.
fans in the building will not be too happy with how this
Sure
best of
yan,
five
mapupuno
has
ng
started.
PH yung
But it
pag
went all
kumuha
the
ng
way to the
malaking venue.
27th minute of the game, one of the longer games that we've seen coming into the playoffs, and it's in the hands of BTR and EVOS. So, Arashi, first look at that game. What do you have to say about it?
Just FYI, man, on the panel.
May
guys,
next-
we were
may
so
next
caught
game
up on
pa.
the fact that
Oh,
it was
game
a
1 pa lang yan eh.
Sky-piercer gourd,
Kung
and
yung
now,
match tanong mo,
Bigatron, we're showing
wala na.
biblical levels of greed right there. Trying to
Ito
funnel
na yung
some of those kills to
pangalawang
Moreno.
match
He was trying to solo kill a
today
Pochino.
kasi
He was trying to
2
solo kill a
PM yung
Suyo.
unang
Dude,
match.
I don't know, man.
Bukas pa laro ng idol doon ni Jessie. O bukas pa, ano pa sila, 7:15. 7 o'clock pa sila. Unang laro yung ano eh, TLID versus Geek Fam. Baka ano din yan, alas 2. Or di ko din sure kasi may awardings kanina, baka ma-adjust. Eh, tingnan ko nga.
Talked about the composition being, where is this going, with the Leomord,
MPL
with the
ID.
Lord, with the Quad, and also with the Marcel. What are they going for? But then again, they're just greedy in the drafts. They're greedy in the
Same pa din,
execution.
2 PM. 2 PM tsaka 7:15. Grabe, ang tagal ng waiting time. Kung natatagalan na tayo sa PH, mas matagal yung waiting time nila dito. Biruin nyo yung isang match, 6 hours.
So again, back to the drawing boards for EVOS, but again, what a fight here. Unfortunately for Erlan, I think Mirko called it as well, that the no purify, the risk that Erlan was taking this game did not deliver.
Ano oras next game? Yun ang hindi ko sure.
Yeah, we're looking at the highlights as well from all the other moments, and it really
Pero
did,
baka-
and I think it really paid
Baka
dividends
20
as to
minutes
how
yung
things
chikahan
really
nila dito.
unraveled afterwards, but all in all, we're
Mamaya
seeing
nga, timer
exactly
natin.
the same shade, I would say, of both teams. Right, a BTR with a draft that's kind of weird. Like we really
Pwede
can't see
pa
the
lang,
strategy behind it.
pwede natin
But somehow
simulan
they're
ng
able to get that win, and I
ng
think it goes back to the
timer
point
ngayon.
of their individual mechanics. The fact that they're able to find that early game was because of their outplays, and one of which was by the MVP or the player of the game for game number 1, presented to you by the official gaming phone Infinix GT Pro 50 Pro, and that was Moreno. Sure thing, we did see a lot of moments where he made some greedy plays, like Arashi mentioned. He made those 1v1s, it really didn't work out for him. And those were moments that EVOS were able to capitalize over, but when Moreno performed, that's when EVOS are like, we can't find a loophole here, all we can do is look for mistakes and capitalize over it. Otherwise, it feels like it's just Moreno controlling the game.
This is one of those moments we were talking about right there. Costed him the shutdown and some of the stacks. But again, it really feels like for both teams, right? There is this feeling that you get watching them that there's a lot more ego involved right here. They're both trying to go for crazy outplays without really thinking too much. They are still planning ahead by all means. But
Maglalagay ako ng timer. Simulan natin ngayon.
The opposition
Para meron tayong idea kung gaano sila katagal magchikahan.
And to be doing so in the playoffs, I mean, for better or worse, it's impressive but also surprising.
Definitely bold movements were made here in this game, and this was.
Hindi marunong magharit.
This is where
Pag si Kelra yung nakaharit, ubos yan kanina.
didn't get the opening they wanted. They lose 2 members.
Baka
and
nagpanic.
this is just,
May award
members
si
of
Kelra,
Bigatron
MVP,
penetrating.
regular season MVP. Alam ko sa
This all unravel, and before things
sa
went really great for BTR.
Yung Team 1,
EVOS hit their power spike, and I like to
pagka
say
alam
power
ko lang.
spike is the first lord. Because I have to say, after watching them play throughout the entirety of the regular season, and I think a lot of people will agree with me, is the fact that EVOS are so notorious for their early game, and I mean this in the bad way.
Wow.
It feels like their early game is really not on par with the rest of the MPL ID teams, but as soon as the Lord hits, as soon as first Lord
first
hits,
team
that's
of
when
the
things kind of turn
season,
around.
tsaka
I'm not sure
regular season
why that
MVP.
happens, but it feels like that is still reflected in our first game. Because if we're looking at the drafts, they have a really strong mid trio. They have Suyo, they have
That's the thing.
Yushin, they have Khalid, and yet the expectation that we had for the early game just really didn't go to plan. So, unfortunately though, for EVOS, it seems like the Lord dances did favor them for a while, but BTR really stepped up after, you know, the blunders that they made.
And again, we did talk about how in the late game, the macros for both teams, they both have that the options for those crafty plays, the weird flanks.
Yeah.
the big
27
moments. We
minutes
saw that
pala yung
coming
laro
from
nila.
both, right? Yeah, I think for other teams, that curveball might be too
Tapos
big
puro
for
ganyan
some
daw
teams.
katagal yung
But I think
laro,
Vietnam
no?
also like doing that themselves.
Grabe.
Like how they were trying to trap that Paquito earlier. Now they burned 3 flickers in exchange for an immortal, if I recall correctly. But the fact that they're willing to try and make plays like that, it forces EVOS to always be on their toes. And I feel like the longer the game goes, the more the team that dares to make plays like that has a bit
You're
of an
welcome,
advantage, because they can get into
Jesse.
the opponent's heads.
Because of 50-50 though, right? It's
Yeah.
like, the risk is great if it works out. Like, you know, like Geek in game 3. And otherwise, sometimes it doesn't really do too well. But like, I get what you mean. It's entertaining. Peak
Sometimes-
entertainment.
At least for game 1, right? Definitely the Boulder team
Sana
won
mag-start
that game
agad,
was
no?
Bigatron, but what's even bolder, if you can, is you can download the GoPay app to have a more enjoyable life,
Obviously.
easier life,
Enjoyable,
Convenience.
easier life.
100%, especially for the EVOS fans, right? They lost game 1, you know, don't worry, because we do have something special for you. So, EVOS fans, assemble on the GoPay app because you can sign up for an exclusive EVOS fans membership with tons of rewards. You know, there's GoPay coins, we have the
Wala kaya redeem
vouchers,
code
EVOS
dito.
merch as
Pwede kaya
well,
natin
as
i-redeem
well
yan
as
if ever,
signed
no?
jerseys. And it's super easy.
yun,
I think
yun yung
Yasin
inaantay.
wants to
Wala ba redeem
break
code?
it down for you.
Redeem code naman dyan.
Okay, he's gonna
Oh,
open it up for
okay,
you.
this phone is
Ako
Okay,
mo.
is busy. The phone is busy. The
Uh,
phone is busy. So we have the GoPay app here with me.
you're more experienced than I am.
Honestly,
Time to open.
I honestly don't know where it
You
is.
go to the GoPay app,
Okay.
so you click
Sige,
see all-
Jessie. Ha?
see all features option.
Okay. Okay. See all features. Got it.
Look for fams.gg.
And then we write fam. Fam. Oh, fam's GG. There you go.
There you go.
It's up top. Fam GG. We press it.
Hey!
That is so cool.
Boom. Look at that.
That is super cool. You can watch party with EVOS.
You get updates as well.
Yeah.
So it's like a hub for
real?
all your EVOS fans' needs.
And there's a daily quiz streak that you guys can actually
I love
volunteer in.
streaks.
Interesting.
That's so cool. I want to be EVOS fans now. When's TLID's turn? When's the Cavalry's turn?
Don't know. Maybe in the
Hopefully
next
soon.
couple of days. Hey.
Hopefully.
Pwede i-redeem pag
So, if you
skin.
guys are
Adi,
interested, don't
hello.
forget to screenshot the
Tapos na yung
GG
first match.
fans,
Kanina pa
alright?
silang
And
2
let us
p.m.
know because
Nanalo
you guys get a
yung
chance to
Geek
win
Fam.
hundreds of MLBB diamonds. And while you're on your phone, you have GoPay downloaded. You got the EVOS fams.
Ayan o, ito yung score kanina.
Go ahead and use your infinite
Shallow eh, no? May
to
pagana.
and to support
Pindot ko kasi, nag-explain na lang ako.
MLBB Teamnas, or the national team for the
national
Asian
team.
Games.
It's alter ego. You know, again,
Yes, sir.
Professor X, Coach Zephyr is leading the pack, so finger crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Hey, we hope for the best for them, man. Because, come on, right? The expectations are so high for Altrico right now.
It really is. I think it was
Bigla ba ako
high ever
nag-end
since
live?
they
Wala.
top 2 in M7.
Kala ko bigla ako
Coming to the
nag-end
regular
live, bigla
season,
naman ay
everyone's like,
viewers
yeah,
ka na.
Alter Ego at least top
Sa
3,
Facebook.
top 2, but it didn't work out.
Kala ko
hopefully they have time
nagka-problema
now
yung
to
live.
do better in the Asian Games qualifier because, man, at least they have the best trip. Alright? At least they have the best
Nag-dinner
trip.
na
And
kayo,
you can
guys.
actually
Ano
see the
ulam niyo?
trip and pre-order it yourself because
Hey!
we are in collaboration. Yes, that's it. We are in collaboration
this
with
jacket.
Aircraft.
You can open it, you can wear it, Arashi. You know, since it's very cold here in the venue,
We're chilling. We're chilling.
You can definitely,
Check it out though.
oh my god, look at that.
Parang ang ganda nung jersey, nung jacket.
Oh man, it's a fusion of creative culture, esports, and competitive spirit that comes together in one exclusive piece. And this NASCAR-style jacket, a collaboration between Aircraft, Todak,
Nakalay
and
ba to?
MPL.
Fast forward ko lang baka may mailalapit ta sa live.
What's your okay,
that's so
what's your
cute.
favorite
Okay na pala
detail
yun.
on this
Tama
jersey
na.
turn on?
I like the zipper in front.
Okay, what about you, Arashi?
Ruby, Saber at Fog Exorcist ilalabas this year daw pero wala pa exact release date.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like big things, big zippers.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Easy to access.
Exactly.
Right.
Pretty clean.
December 31 daw.
Onyx. Their jersey has written Infinix
Okay.
on their jersey.
Okay.
And it can be the next sensational MLBB ambassador as well. Vote.
Sensational.
You can vote actually to become and decide who is going to be the next seasonal MLBB ambassador. Visit the booth at the King Phoenix Festival to vote for your favorite player to become the next seasonal.
So we pick the
MLBB.
player.
Hindi ko na nakuha yung Layla skin sa Magic Chess.
Because I think
Di ako
at some point it was
nakakapag-login.
Burnett, and then
Kyrie.
Kyrie,
Maybe it might be you, Arashi.
maybe you next.
I thought player wasn't the
Just No
description.
Limit's no longer a player.
But he was.
He was.
Hindi ko pa din nakukuha yung natitirang legend fish na
Your player
kulang
in
ko.
the other sense.
Ayaw bigay sa akin.
Oh!
Interesting statement there. It's almost as interesting as that new hero Hirara, man.
It is. Miracle loves it.
I mean, how could you not?
It's a good design.
It's a crazy design, man. A splash of scarlet in the scarlet shadow.
Kompleto na ba kayo sa legend
And he
fish?
walks the path to hell as a geisha.
Geisha.
As a geisha.
As a geisha.
Yes, sir.
That is crazy
That's
lore.
the concept.
That's
Yeah.
so cool.
Available on the 17th of this month, I believe.
January, February, March, April, May, June. Yeah.
Yeah, 17th of June. Stay tuned, guys. The design. is
Leapers
already
ko.
leaked, so,
Leaked.
you know.
Ah,
There's a
Release?
leak.
Hindi ko maalala.
So they did not mean to show it to us like a leak.
Siguro
Maybe.
8
I mean, who
8 na
knows?
yata yung sleepers
Oh,
ko.
I don't. Well, they'll officially publish it next week.
Wala akong palaro
Stay
eh.
tuned.
I mean,
Ito lang, nanonood lang ng MPL.
You guys can too.
Huwag na magpalaro. Magrareklamo rin lang.
It's all good. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, as we come closer to
Whoa.
game number 2, we have a very, very, very interesting bracket. And this was the bracket from MPL ID Season 13. And this was also in the Velodrome. So same venue. And this was also the odd season EVOS. So for some reason, EVOS has like a passive
BTR
during odd
EVOS.
seasons where they perform out of their mind, and that's what happened in season 13.
Parang lagi
right?
sila
They were number
nagtatapat
9 in the
na.
regular season, somehow made it to playoffs, and during the playoffs, it was like a complete Cinderella run. They made it top 2
Top 2.
at the very end, and that was season 13. So I think a lot of people are wondering, we're still thinking about that bracket. Onyx, yeah.
Of course. Because Velodrome. The conquerors
Yes.
of Velodrome are consistent.
Yeah. But
So
that's
far.
not the focus right now, Gani.
Yeah,
The focus is, will EVOS be able to find that
Di ba
same
naka
Cinderella
10
story
minutes na?
success? Obviously, they weren't number 9. They still were, I
Parang
think they were
malayo pa mag-start.
stable.
Oh.
What
Siguro
was
yung bago
Oh,
tayo
number 5.
mag-start ng timer, naka 5 minutes na
Number
yun.
5 in the
But they
regular
barely
season.
got there, no?
They did. They
Yeah,
did.
that was the thing. They were doing so badly, and then they barely made it to the playoffs, and then they got a pretty high placement. So people are saying it's an absolute Cinderella story.
Yeah. And speaking of Cinderella stories, these are the history of teams that have made it all the way to top
Next
2
event,
from the
need yung
play-ins.
sleepers.
So I think this has
Ooh.
been a pattern for like other regions.
Wala,
where
madami
play-ins
makuhang
don't
sleepers.
usually, amount to success for the teams to get top 2, but in Indonesia, we've seen
Iba nga sabi sa
couple
One
seasons
Piece collab
that
daw.
these teams have been able to make it to playoffs from the
Ayan,
previous
nakaupo na
season.
sila. May 4 minutes pa.
EVOS, and then
O
we
mga
had
20 minutes nga, no?
13 EVOS, the season that we were talking about earlier on. 15 was Onyx, if you remember. Onyx made it to top 2 from play-ins. And then from season 16, Alter Ego, they also made it top 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the upper
Crazy.
brackets is not really a guarantee.
It isn't.
And securing.
Yeah.
Although in the last season, I think
That is brutal.
people can agree that that was a big factor in how
Rumors
they won. I
lang,
think they
pero.
got first place. They had to settle for number
What
2.
if?
Earlier we saw the King Phoenix zone there.
Tapos yung iba, ano pala, no? Dinilit pala nila yung
I
sleeper.
think they're in
Pwede ba
front of
i-delete
the
yun?
mythic seatings.
But they're not on the Toyak chair.
They,
Sa One
yeah,
Piece
they
skin
are.
daw
That's
yung
like the VIP
sleepers.
special, limited, exclusive
I wanna
VIP
be
area
there.
that you guys could actually purchase. You can purchase it.
I want to be there.
And I think you get Todak merch, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know. I gotta fact check that. But for sure, you'll be able to sit on the Todak throne. But I mean, in Phoenix Zone, you're up top again. In front, you can see the pores of the players. That's how close you are.
The pores of
The
players.
pores of the players.
I don't know if I want to see that though. I would love to see the gameplay.
Isa pa lang yung sleepers, no?
Maybe
Oh,
two.
pag maglalakad din yan, isang paa lang may sleeper.
Sweat, you know?
Sometimes you can kind of smell
It's
it.
a realistic experience.
Rashi, have you ever experienced this? Sitting in front?
No, but I bet it's a very immersive experience, and that's what a lot of productions try and go for these days.
Interesting.
And look, it's Coach Age.
Yeah, it's Coach Age outside in the watch party. Is that the MPL festival or the King Phoenix
They won, by the
festival?
way.
And these
Baka
are all
yan
the
ni
people
Luffy.
watching. They really showed up there.
This is like real time, real time?
It is. It's
Yes, sir.
real time, real time.
Real time, real time.
Really, really real
Wow,
time.
the producers just
He said real time,
Double
real
confirm.
time.
real
It's
time,
a
really real
quadruple
time.
real.
And it's only the
That
first day,
time.
so you can imagine it's only gonna get more and more packed as the days
Free yung
go by.
game
It's gonna be
sa
a humongous
10 draw.
crowd tomorrow.
And that's also going to be real time.
Oh, buti may pa-free sila ng skin na ganun. I mean, sa 10 times daw.
Ginormous.
Wow,
Gigantic.
Parang ano, yung sa Sanrio, si Florin free din. Tsaka yung sa KOF.
BTR were able
Yung
to get that
kay
point.
Karina
37
naman.
minute game. Game number 2.
50-50
It
indeed.
seems like, yeah, 50-50 on
Game
win
2
rate
pa lang
on
yan,
both
guys.
blue and red side. And BTR will once again
Game
be
2 pa lang.
first pick. So they're going to be on blue side again.
Remember, Trina, this is the only statistic that actually works, right?
Oh
Either
my
it
God.
happens or it doesn't. So Bigatron has the real 50-50 in play right now. Like earlier, right? The game, EVOS could have won that. So it was a 50-50.
It really was, though.
It
It
really was.
actually was 50-50.
That's exactly my point.
Like, no joke.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
I mean, this is close. 48-54.
See, are EVOS going to double down on that early game dominance, though, if they've realized or come to realize that whatever it is that Bigatron does with
Di ba di pa nag-start?
doesn't have synergy,
Ayan, nag-start na sila siguro.
right? If they, do they want to
Nakadraft na sila mga dalawa.
for the late game instead? Get
Ay,
some
naka-ban na sila ng dalawa.
AoE, right? Because they did go for
Nagdesisyon
that
na yan.
early type of deal with the trio mid, and it didn't really work out for them.
That could be a potential strategy, I think, for EVOS. Maybe don't put all your eggs
Yun.
you know, the early game. Look for something a little bit more versatile towards the late game. But we'll see exactly what EVOS want to do in game number 2.
Game
Countdown timer up on
2.
stage, up on your screen,
Pag ganun pa.
into the drafting phase for game number 2.
I call
Gabi, ang laki ng stage nila.
standing rivers for this game.
Amazing. Real-time prediction there, Gani. Drafting phase, game number 2, presented to you by the official gaming phone Infinix
Jushin ban.
Pro. And there you have it. Once
Red
again,
chip.
Frederick Jushin
Whoa.
banned out this
Freya
time
Fanny.
around. And we have the Fanny and the Freya once again. So that's a big change from BTR.
Ayaw na sa
Eliminating the
Chuchin.
Jushin pick from EVOS.
So it seems like EVOS,
Same pala sila no ano.
their
Westo
gameplay
Blue
here
ulit
is
yung
gonna
ano
be,
BTR.
their approach is gonna be similar, at least as expected as well, because their draft in game 1, I don't have a problem with it. You know, it's just a matter of execution now. discipline is going to be the highlight for EVOS.
And also Marcel. Like, do they want to ban the Marcel here? Because despite Moreno getting the MVP earlier on, I feel like the Marcel paid a big impact, I think, for BTR, especially in the early game. And it looks like they're going to pay that gamble. Baxia, once again, same bans for EVOS.
That's exactly my concern, man, because the Marshall really shouldn't be doing well against bully roamers like the Khalid, like the Hilda. You know, we've seen Marshalls get really shut down, but Pikachu were able to mitigate that, maneuver around that. So I'm not sure if there's any real, like, draft counter that EVOS can pick up. It definitely, that Marshall was definitely the playmaking tool for
Marcel.
Pikachu, and they're gonna double down on it again.
They will
Pinulit
try
niya.
to replicate the success from game 1. And now EVOS, will they go for the Paquito again? Or the Phobius perhaps is on the table now? that
Laki
they
ng stage
can't
nila,
utilize
samantalang
here
sa atin ang
and
liit.
prioritize.
PDML dito sa Pinas. Madami kasing nagla-ML sa Inda.
Angle, maybe the jungle, no?
Madami din naman naglalaro dito.
Despite the fact that Erlang was doing
Hindi ko nga alam din ba't hindi malakihan ng PH yung ano.
Claude, who a lot of people agree is the more
Venue.
versatile option.
I wonder why they went for Claude so early.
They don't want to take it away, and they want to combine it with the Atlas, right?
El Momento on the Atlas, man.
So
It's what you're doing.
apparently... Oh, by the way, this is, like you mentioned, El Momento on Atlas. So,
Ang ano,
signature
kunwari,
hero from back in the day. I remember that
Ball
one
of
hit
Age
combo
Arena.
back when he
Mga
was in
ganun.
BTR. As well as the fact that Atlas has really grown in popularity. And apparently,
O kahit hindi na,
Fatal Links
ano,
is utilized as
kahit hindi
a
na
bonus.
yun kasi
So
kailangan
his
mapuno.
first and second skill is the one that
Baka ayaw
is
na nung,
utilized heavily
baka walang
to
bumili
zone
pagka
and to
nandun na sa may pinakataas, no? Kasi maliit lang yung
the perfect match.
makikita
That is the
nila.
problem.
It's because
Ano
he
ba
can get
magandang
away
venue?
from a lot of engaged tools when he is technically out of his armor, the Atlas. When he's in
May
the
sing-sing na
technical
MPL
armor.
ngayon, no?
So, it can work. Harley and Phobius, though, this is a different look coming in from Bigatron. Now they have more potential engaged tools, more combos. they
Sa
can
ano
work with.
pala,
And the fact that they have a Harley here, this is great
SMX
news for Nile, for
convention.
Yeah, I mean, we're aware already on the Phobius opened up, and yeah, it's gonna be picked up here from the side of Bigatron, not letting EVOS pick up the Phobius. Now with the Harley though,
And it's also like a chess match, right?
it is.
Because now, Evil, do they want to pick up the Paquito?
I would,
You,
again, I would stray away from
James
the
Kuhn,
Paquito
hello.
defense. The Uranus resurfacing here for out of EVOS, wants to distract the formation, wants to have more free space, and again, entering the second phase, I think EVOS, they definitely can try and limit the hero from the Maestro, alright?
Or carry? Do you want to ban carry here?
I would tend to limit the mid laners, but the carry is definitely a good angle to limit here.
I mean, without the claw, that's
Harit
the
ban.
only real answer. They're gonna ban the Harriet first,
Half-D
though.
daw.
Maybe they're trying to make sure that they can punish. The Harriet is notoriously difficult to gank properly in the lane. More survivability, a lot of mobility tools as well to outplay under turret. This might be a hint that they might be trying to play for pressure into dives. And they do certainly have the
Kaya
bodies
nga,
for it
buti
to
na
take
lang
up the
naging,
target.
ano,
Okay.
naging parang
And
totoong
afterwards, we
medal.
see that respect has been given over
Magara
to
kasi nung
BTR.
plastic
The
lang
Guinevere
tsura.
being banned out too, so Albert is starting to get limited here. Obviously, there's like the Leomore that he can pick up, but Lancelot's also a hero that we haven't seen opened up too often, and now I think the Suyo is also not an option for Albert now that we see the Harley on the other side.
It's not
I've been waiting.
it's
for
not
so
the
long.
ideal option, but I think it's still feasible for EVOS to try and go for that option if they really want to have that execution, right? On top of that, though, with the Guinevere already banned out, I'm wondering if there's anything a bit safer compared to the Suyo. By all means, knowing it's Albert, though, the Lancelot can very easily come through. Right.
Oof, it definitely can resurface here for side of EVOS. And let's hear final ban for side of Bigatron. Will they be able to locate that Lancelot ban? Will they see that Lancelot as a threat?
Gord.
Instead, they will go for the Gord.
Ano nag-Gord
here.
ba yun?
Now, EVOS, they have AoE, they have the combination of the DPS as well. Will they go for a utility type of mage here?
I mean, they could go Kadita, right?
Oh, that
Like
is
Kadita Atlas?
that's gonna be a very nasty combination. But I was more leaning towards a more independent mid laner like the Valentine.
Napipili pala si Kadita dito.
Understanding that you're going up against a
Napili mo si
jungler like
Kadita
the
dito.
Harley. If you're not aware of that, you're gonna create yourself a target.
Yung may
And
Atlas.
Valentina fits that build. Utility, there's some damage there, and also can definitely pay or definitely steal the golden hour.
Pabor si Monte sa Indo.
And the mobility and extra bit of crowd control with the Terrify can work well against all these options that Bigatron has selected, right? For the Marcel, the Harley, and the Phobius, getting Terrified for an extra second can really ruin your maneuvers, can really stop your combos. It's not a bad option as well. That's Aura, by the way.
Oh my god, it's a legend!
It's the M1 winner and his wife, of course.
It's a Harris skin!
Oh!
Harris King.
The
Melissa?
MVP of M1, by the way.
Yeah, MVP M1, but Selena and a Melissa.
Boys, I think we're gonna see a 1-1 series.
Oh wow. What do you think, Arashi?
Selena we've seen before. The Melissa, I was really caught off guard by that.
But there has been changes made to the Melissa, right? I think a lot of people were wondering where this Melissa would fit into the meta. I think there was a change to one of her skills, or we'll double check. We'll fact check after this.
All right, well, whatever it is, in a big team fight, it's going to be important, and team fights seem to be the preferred option for both teams, so that Melissa might surprisingly work really well.
So your EVOS for game number 2?
After seeing Aura,
More on EVOS, I guess.
Okay, so 1-1.
She has a gut feeling, though.
I'm technically breathing the same oxygen as the MVP of M1.
Is he that close?
He's that close. You can see his
Technically, we're
pores.
in the same building, Arashi.
It's a big building.
A lot of people are in the building, actually.
Yeah, it's, we
Guys,
have a
look
good
at
mix.
how full the Jakarta
Melissa.
International Velodrome
Gulat
is.
ka
This
din
is
sa
the
Melissa.
Tribune area.
Yes.
I
How
think it's
big
the
they are?
legend seats. The Bigot Troopers are there showing their support. I don't think you guys can hear them because they're on the other side of us, but man, they are loud.
But naubusan ng oras
These
yata.
are the guys outside. Right,
Hindi
watching
na-click
together.
yung dapat i-click.
Yeah, the
Ay, mali
King
natin. Baka
Festival.
ano.
So if you guys
Melissa
didn't
talaga.
successfully secure your tickets, you guys can still come over to the venue and watch at the watch party for free in the King Phoenix Festival.
Yes.
You can get an atmosphere, man.
Yeah.
Might not be in the venue, but outside there, the cheers aren't any less louder than it is here.
Absolutely. Aww.
Why all?
They're hugging, so cute.
Why, oh.
See the hugging.
I think she's embarrassed. It's okay. You'll get used to the camp time. And this is the mythic seats.
Fred dapat.
Wow.
Napick yung Melissa.
I do
Ala,
believe
ala,
this is the side of the
magtatagal pa. Ay,
Eagles
nag-
fans.
Maandar
you
pa
can see
pala
the
yung
jerseys
timer ko.
there.
Yes.
Oh, RRQ!
Well, Arashi, your
Let's go.
people.
Uy,
We
nasa
have a King
zero
Pim in
yung
the
ano.
building! Well,
Hey.
more
Yung
than one.
camera.
More than one.
One's in the cap. What's on the cap?
My
Yeah.
man, let's go.
Everyone is waiting in anticipation for
Oh, I
the
can't
second
wait.
game.
Eternal
In this
Arashi, I
best
can't
of
wait.
5. Neither
Nagdi-discuss
can
sila.
I. You can
Nan
see
ko muna
faces
siguro yung
of everyone
volume.
waiting.
Konti lang.
It's uncanny. How can we expect this game to go? Arashi, if you had a choice to predict like the first 5 minutes, who has a better hold or who has a better control of the early game?
Initially, Bigatron are going to be aggressive till level 3 something. They have a Selena, you know, they have some burst damage. Level 4 turtle situation. EVOS to the two front lines are going to be able to zone away Bigatron, right? Get a bit of an advantage. And then there'll be dives, there'll be fights, and then there'll be a throw. And Bigatron comes back.
Wait.
And then another throw, and EVOS comes back.
Sorry, Evo's picked Claude and Melissa.
Wait.
I think there might have been a mistake in the drafts. I don't think it should have been a Melissa pick. I don't think that was intentional. And that's why we're waiting a little bit longer than usual to get into game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay patient with us as we try and
Mali,
solve
mali
the problem
pick.
and get some information for you guys watching online or back at home or even here at the venue. Because no way like Melissa jungle, right?
Gulat lahat, no? Melissa
Yeah, we were
jungle.
so hyped up about the potential of a Melissa. We completely forgot. they
Exactly.
What
actually have
if?
a squad.
What?
What if? Bagong pauso.
Definitely a mistake.
Cloud mid with the rotations with the clear. Whoa!
That is
That is some over.
where would you put the Valentina?
Rome.
Okay, like before, and it lost. 0% win rate, Valentina Rome, MPL ID season 17.
Because of Mueza?
Yeah.
Look at the cross-region hero comparison, though. By the way, for the Gord, we're saying it's been less popular, but
Ganda ng mga buff ng EVOS.
over yonder, over yonder, it is indeed less popular than MPL ID,
Nice.
so maybe we're onto something. I don't know.
But here we have a 68%, 61% win rate, sorry.
Basically 62%.
I'm blind.
Melissa jungle. Bago na daw ate.
9.
Sorry.
Hindi, namali
I gotta
ng
be
pick
more
niya.
accurate.
Yes.
I apologize.
0.90 gone.
No, I like to hit data with precision. All right.
Precision.
And yeah, I mean, we are still waiting, but the head-to-head in the mid lane is also so interesting, right? We got Mew, who just came
Siguro
in
dito
for
muna.
heroes,
Ayan, wala pa
going
naman guys.
against the maestro of Moreno in that mid lane. Unfortunately for Mew, though,
Nagre-redraft
that game,
ata sila, nagkamali ng pick.
you know, he got bested.
I wonder, like, if there are any EVOS fans who are expecting tricky.
Dapat sinasabi, no? Pagka ganun. Minus na.
There's a lot of means here going on.
If you're up against Few,
I mean, like,
Ano kaya nangyari? Bakit siya
The guys are
namalinaw?
doing well, you know, probably not
Na
world
malinaw.
level, but there's probably some
Eh, may timer naman, di ba?
that would be interesting.
dude, it's packed here.
Yes, correct.
I think you said that a couple of times, Goni.
No,
Yes.
it's packed. I haven't said.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
I said it earlier, and he's
Oh,
like,
well, there you
okay.
go. Well, I think we've said it a couple of times already.
Yes.
Because I've mentioned it too. It's packed.
packed.
It's packing. But like, I hope the drafts can be remade.
If that's the case,
I would be tilted if I had to play a game with a Claude and a Melissa.
Tapos di sila pinagbigyan, no? Na mag-redraft. Melissa jungle.
Marksman
Oh
give you
no.
like a huge advantage.
Yeah, but they have no jungler.
Back then, right? Back then, these marksmen were in the jungle.
That is true. There
This
was
could
an
be-
era.
This could be the year for throwback.
There is an era for the hyper carry.
Was that like season 1?
Kung
Yeah, it
talo
was called the
Onyx dito
hyper carry, right? It wasn't called
sa
the
atin,
Yeah.
sa Indo ka
I
naman.
think season 7, season 8, they still had that.
Did they?
Sabi daw ni
I
Ever.
believe so.
season 8.
I think so.
I think we had a version of it.
Maybe.
It has
maybe.
changed throughout the ages. That's
It's
for sure.
packed.
It's packed. When in doubt,
In
pack
case you
it
guys
out.
missed it, by the way. For those of you guys who just tuned in, here in the Velodrome, it's actually packed.
Look, people are
But-
still pouring in, by the way. Like, we're close to the entrance, and people have not stopped funneling over
Wait, is it
into
raining?
the arena.
Is it raining?
I don't think so, man. It seems pretty A-okay out
No.
there.
I was double confirming.
If it was raining, they'd be wet.
That is true. That is true. I would be seeing umbrellas, right? Or ponchos at least. But
They will bring it inside the arena.
I mean, if it's their belongings.
Uy, mukhang mainit doon ah. Nagpapaypay sila eh.
Or
Ay, open area nga
There's a
pala yan.
locker outside. We don't know.
Yeah, the Velodrome has some pretty good facilities.
Exactly. Exactly.
Facilities, Mike.
It's all about the facilities here.
Hindi. Alam ko hindi eh.
But the Selena pick.
Ano ba?
That's not something. Oh, I guess technically it's a Moreno signature, no?
Ano ko, hindi
Like
aircon.
one of his cheeky
Google
pocket
ko nga.
picks that he always has in his pocket.
It's like a more
Nakatawa
difficult, but
kasi.
also more devastating version
Wait
of the
nga.
mystic projectile.
Yeah.
Right? It's long range, good stun. The actual benefit of from the Selena though is the clear. You can use it to help contest for the litho, etc. That's been how it has been used so far. Looking at the top 5 heroes pick though, Eman not straying away from the quote-unquote meta. Man, it's 0% win rate on the carry though. That's gotta sting.
Yeah, unfortunately, Amon has some shaky, performances. Back in the regular season.
Hindi nga
At
aircon.
least for the first game,
Now-
he delivered.
This is why I feel like sometimes data is a little bit skewed. Because just because they lost the game doesn't naturally mean that he didn't perform on the hero. Right?
Oh,
It's
yes.
just like a general way of saying or seeing it. It's like carry 2 times picked up 0%, but doesn't mean that he performed badly on the carry.
It's Trina, how else are the haters gonna represent his performance? You know, they're gonna be like, this guy sucks, man. 0% win rate. It's not a carry though. I don't care. He was carrying that game though. I don't care.
So take it with a grain of salt because we were talking about the gold
Para
standard
mas tipid
before
daw.
Power came to MPL ID. Alright. The gold standard for MPL ID was
Wala lang kayo ganun. MPL yung hindi na aircon.
The E-Man.
Para
now it
malaki
is
yung
Power
venue.
Up, but- Oh!
Whoa.
We're gonna throw it over to our casters. We're ready for game number 2. Let's go.
This might be the first time.
Jungle.
This might be the first time in history
Melissa?
that we're gonna be in for a surprise on which
What?
hero they're. Oh, sugar! What?
Okay, I mean, we expected another 10 business days for the panel to realize it, but
Aber?
Saber is 50, it's like pretty similar.
Nagre-draft na sila, hindi lang hindi na pinakita.
Hazel.
Yeah.
Hazel played it against the Harley.
And they won.
Saber, ito na, Saber guys.
Dang, what do you think about the Saba?
I think it's very on the nose on what they're trying to play or what's the game plan gonna be. Harley go in, then he goes up with the ultimate. But now King, getting followed down, still has the perfect match.
Yep.
But obviously, there's a reason why this hero hasn't seen the light of day for the longest time, Rico.
Yeah, it takes a bit to pull it off, but the thing is, everyone on BT, oh my god, almost killing the mid lane there. Mid prio definitely for BTR, but the thing is, again, a lot of squishy heroes for the side of BTR, so technically, Albaraba, man,
Yeah.
could get an easy triple sweep.
And you can argue that Finn is as squishy
Yep.
as the other members, right?
It's an
This is
instant
not
kill.
a tank.
Almost, right?
Yeah, it is
Even
an instant
Shogun,
kill.
I think they can kill Shogun, dude. Like, they have enough damage from the rest of the team to
Check
follow
the
up.
emblems though. Temporal Rain. So it's like a Guinevere, right?
Yeah, it's just a Guinevere, but on one person, and it's auto-target, not a skill shot, I guess.
Yeah. We'll see though if it's gonna be an overcooked by Vin here. We've seen a lot of weird picks coming in from Coach Wright in the first match, but now after the first game, we finally see some very peculiar, for lack of a better term, picks in the Saber. First Saber in season 17.
Go to the bottom lane. They try to sneak in a bush. Abyssal Arrow won't be able to find it. Albert keeps the triple sweep in the mid lane. It's going to be shoved in by EVOS, and they're going to go straight for the neutral objective. There's no denial. Can walk up, right? Albert has the dash. He doesn't go for it. Just goes for the clean retry, the zoning, the aura of a Saber.
Now, it's interesting that Albert didn't go for a triple sweep towards Finn. I wonder, like, what's the idea there? Is he just want to try to secure the objective game instead of playing the team fight? Huh. Because I feel like that's almost a kill secure.
Yeah. There are purifies on the side of BTR, but you can't purify the damage. You gotta remember that, folks. Like, yes, you can purify out of the CC part, but the damage still comes through. So these squishy members are still as good as dead. They're all squishy. How are they gonna enter these fights, dude?
I guess we'll see, because this is the first time ever we're seeing this. I believe we're gonna see, we know this in about a few minutes.
Yep.
On like how much time has passed since we last saw the Saber.
When was the last time? I think it was Beloyski, dude.
Oh yeah, it really is. Beloski against Natalia. I remember that fondly.
Yep. Saber Rome.
Yeah, he had 12 deaths.
I have become death, destroyer of all worlds. He was Beloy J. Oppen.
Oppen.
All right.
But other than that, the Selena pick.
Yeah, hey, the Saber
we
stole the show,
forgot.
all right? But
Yeah.
but the Selena pick is there too, yes.
Yeah, shout out to Rince. And shout out to Moreno as well. This is what used to be his other signature pick, this Selena.
Yeah.
So a lot of river control and bush control. Come on!
There you go, reverse. Oh, Albert. Wait, there's not a lot of damage there. Interesting. I thought he was just gonna be dead. Oh, insta warrior boots. I guess that's what saved him. But now with no triple sweep, an abyssal arrow lands. The golden hour catches 3, but no one can walk up.
Yeah. He's gonna play it safe. Airline secured that corrosive side right now, so he wants to play it a bit more, I guess, conservatively early on instead of just joining in a team fight when you pick a T100 sword immediately.
Yep. Reina's winning in lane against the Phoveus, as expected though. They're gonna have tempo over the neutral objective, and the Harley is nowhere to be seen. I don't think he can actually even go for it.
Yeah, how do you get in as Finn? Yes, you have to purify, but
Are Bigatron gonna play the EVOS? Are they gonna look
Hold
to
on.
scale? It looks like Erlon! Hey, he usually does well when he's the forgotten tiger, when you forget about him. But BTR are able to get a trade, a pop, and it's a kill to the gold laner. Erlon, you gotta be careful, brother.
that should be very easy to read for Airline, so I'm kind of disappointed in that. So Niall secured that genius one. Yu was gonna get jumped on, but he is still finding Danny. The golden hour stolen.
Yep.
So far, still 0 kills despite the Saber comp. For Albert,
There you go, almost an instant kill, but Niall gets away. That's the rest of the team falling in as well. Albert, an all-in ensues. That's gonna be another shoulder bash, but whoa!
Wait.
Great zoning, Shogun with the jump. Golden hour catches him. Albert gets away somehow. And the SOD lands. It's Eman who follows through. Shogun caught in the midst of it all. Now it's going to be Eman chased down by his ex-roamer. El Momento with the jump. Eman trying to get away. Has the Purify. So much damage piling onto him. Luke picks up a double. And you can finally hear the EVOS fans in the Velodrome.
the Saber falls, but the retaliation from the White Tigers are even fiercer as they get some damage also in the bottom lane. Okay, they're trying to get some cheeky hits in with the perfect match. He's gonna be able to get away just fine.
Dang, I thought with Albert not being able to one-shot Niall that he would just be dead straight up. But I don't know how he dodged from an Infernal Pursuit. That was a perfectly timed skill too, I think.
Yeah, despite the hero, Albert just lift the skill ceiling by a lot, man. This is Albert things. Makes you wonder how the hell did he not get first team or second team in MPL?
Wait, he didn't get second team?
No,
Who
it's
got
Kevin.
Huh?
It's Kevin.
The Jodes, of course. The goat, the Jode walked so that the goat could run. Anyways, I don't think this dive is gonna work. I mean, this gank. Yeah, Luke likes it though. Uranus.
He's into it. Another neutral objective is on the table right now. 2 already for EVOS. And they are looking to make it perfect this time around. K getting pummeled on.
Okay, yeah. I guess the Atlas don't work if you can't react or you can't even engage. Man trying to go for the golden hour, I believe, here. He's doing a good job just hovering over. They're gonna go for Luke first. The Hell team is gonna pummel down on him. SOD lands as well. Free neutral objective. It seems like BTR are gonna be happy with the kill onto Key.
Yeah, and extra turret as well up top. So all in all, it's probably a BTR win just by a smidge, but we'll see in a
I
second.
don't know, because Evo's got a turret down below, so I think it's still an Evo's win.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
1K gold lead though for EVOS currently in this 7 minutes of the game. So far, a much quieter game than I expected.
Yeah.
You know, especially when you see Selena and a Saber, you expect bloodbath early on.
Yeah.
You finally get to see some actions after this, and this is gonna be the items for Albert. He's going for a more determinative build in this War Axe.
It's a utility Saber jungle.
Oh,
in a bit.
I
I mean, I guess, right?
It's not necessarily utility, but I get what you mean.
I think it's because they notice how slow the game is going, and that BTR might be able to just outscale the triple sweep. Erlan again in the bottom lane. How many times does this have to happen to Erlan?
I don't know. Hopefully not
Golden
again,
hour.
though.
Fatal Link's already there. Niall gets away. Luke cuts him off. Shogun caught against 3. Triple sweep, but it's only onto Shogun. He's jumping all around the place, and the Abyssal arrow lands.
Whoa!
Luke finds the kill, and now SOD lands as well. They're gonna go in all onto Albert. They collapse on him. It's a big win for BTR. Luke, ex-BTR, up against 4 robots. Pummeled on, speared down, no way to get out. It's a big shutdown, and BTR finally get a lead in the game.
Oh man, Adelan this is so far has been a terrible series for the Forgotten Tiger. After the Harith also, now in the Claude, getting picked up 2 times. And Moreno, the maestro, is always there, having his number. Gotta watch out from now on as, once again, the pendulum swings now for BTR.
This is very troublesome, Shepard. The Saber kind of needs to snowball. I think this composition in general kind of needs to snowball, right? You have Uranus. We know that in the mid-game, you kind of start falling off when the damage starts to get to you. Or if BTR are able to pick people off or kill other people before the Uranus, basically ignoring the Uranus, right? And it seems like that's what has been happening.
Yeah, that's trouble.
And look at this. Now Erlan can't stay in the side lane. He's grouping up mid as a Claude. This is so much gold that he's leaving on the table.
Look at the route that he's taking, right?
Oh,
And he is taking the long way.
And it's well played by Nile because he didn't show up until now. And there you go. You isolate the Uranus and he's nothing but a guy with no legs. Is that it? Like he just flies and floats, you know?
You can't take it, man. 4-mana Uranus. You can't really
Key?
defend that one.
Perfect match baited. Bottom lane shoved in. Shogun's walking up, trying to bait the Fatal Links. The Golden Hour, something away. But BTR, they have a man advantage. No Luke, no party. That's your main frontliner. The SOD doesn't land. And they get the neutral objective for free. EVOS! Time's ticking. Moreno just got the Lord.
Oh, man. I think it's the exact opposite, right, in the first game. BTR had the control. EVOS strike back with the Lord out of nowhere, but this time around, BTR has the full control. Safe to say, this has been very underwhelming for EVOS' composition.
I think it's because BTR forced it to be underwhelming. They forced them into an uncomfortable spot, right? They just never contest a neutral objective. They constantly look for scaling and farming, and now they've gone to a point where the Saber, well, even in the mid-game, the Saber didn't get any crucial pickups.
Yeah.
Now, especially with the War Axe, it's more of a,
There you go.
you're just there. We know this.
This marks Saber's debut in Season 17 after last being used 1,000 days ago by Beloy.
It was Beloy.
Oh, man.
He won.
Back then, Goni
Oi!
was 5.
Oh, wait, what?
Back then, Goni was 30.
Yeah, that sounds more like it, man. Okay. Lord of the bottom lane gonna charge in, I believe, straight into the turret. No, it gets held down by a few minions.
Oh.
See, the thing is, Albert's gonna find it difficult to walk up again.
The Selena traps, bro.
I believe he was in range of Eman, but he knows he just can't kill him. And if he dives in, he's cooked, right? That's kind of the Saber's thing. You dive in, you're dead.
And when you're behind, and if you don't have enough damage to pretty much do a trade, that is the worst possible to be in if you're a Saber. But by the way,
Wow.
Golden Shield's not there.
Yeah, very good golden hour there. Takes away the golden oh my god, Key can't even walk. That was a pin down already. And Albert, look, there's no threat. BTR don't care about the Saber. You can play with your shurikens all day is what they're saying.
Yeah, there's a reason why Suyo is a much better pick than Saber. There's a Queller, there's a Soul Sever, there's a dash, 2 dash in fact.
Hot question, Saber or Melissa?
I'm not that crazy, I think it's still Saber.
Okay.
But still, I like the question.
Oi.
This is Selena on a winning position, man. If you get caged like this, if the White Tigers are getting caged, Selena's probably one of the worst heroes that they can face, right?
Dude, when you have map control, Selena is the worst hero to go up against.
Yeah.
Look at how many creative traps he's putting down, so many creative angles he can find with the Abyssal Arrow, and not to mention the possible flanks for the Harley.
Even if the arrows are not landing, the traps are still there for vision. And also, you have to take the damage. And you might think, oh, Finn, it's not really that tanky against a Saber or against some of the burst damage, potentially from EVOS to roam around the map. The traps are there to, you know, kind of deter it.
And I don't know if it's just me, man, but I understand why you would pick the Saber, like, against the Harley. You know, it's kind of like, quote-unquote, the
Wait a
counter.
minute.
What?
What is that? Is that Azure Blade on a Marcel? Is he going for endless battle?
Holy moly.
What,
Is that Marcel the player? Geek fam, XP.
what are we doing right now?
Hey, Finn can do whatever Finn wants to do, all right? He's a human after all. Albert, I don't think, yeah. So this is a free neutral objective, right?
I'm still stuck with the Azure Blade, bro.
Yeah, and also, like, the one thing that I was thinking about is they picked the Valentina into the Phobius, right? Doesn't that give, like, free... All right. Okay, also, back to my point. Do you really want to play this kind of hero on Albert?
Yeah.
Right? Shogun's zoning him away. He's going to jump in. The golden hour is right there as well, but it actually freezes Shogun, but there's a free neutral objective, and now it's
Wanna
Pete.
fight?
Caught. that's it. I think BTR are fine with that trade. They're like, all right, if you don't want to fight, we're just going to get the neutral objective and back.
Yeah, getting woes and woes for EVOS right now. Oh, man. And it's a tough one, too.
Holy
because
endless battle.
In the first one, in the first game, it was almost 50-50 from both teams. But after the Saber pick, what happened?
Oh my goodness. Key? Oh, maybe that's why he went for the super play. He wants to make sure. So the Harley walks up. Sometimes he lacks the damage, so he has to back away, right? From the Saber, and that's where Finn comes in. He goes in trying to kill people, baiting out the triple sweep.
Oh, apparently Ogwen also built Endless Battle.
W Ogwen.
Interesting.
That's why he made it to Paris.
Uh-huh.
Like another team. It is Endless Battle, Finn the Human, man.
It's full utility.
Yeah.
And I guess if you're winning, right? If you're getting the ton of stacks, you are stacking forever.
Look at this control, man. Lord in the bottom lane, and Mon up top as well. They're going to try to siege it down, all down. Missile arrow doesn't land. They're doing a good job zoning, and it's a good job. Oh my god, it still falls.
At least, right? The silver lining is there's a Uranus. That's probably the perfect hero to...
But he's already used Consecration. So now it's not as tanky anymore.
Look at attack it, Finn, with a tilt play.
Yeah, I mean, Key wants to go in, but there's just so many Purifies here. The only real target you can get is, I mean, Moreno, Nile, and Iman. I mean, and Shogun, but that's easier said than done.
8k gold lead, 15 minutes. Nile, that's a big, big item. Magic Trinity.
Dude, he didn't even go Genius. Well, oh, he did. Okay. I was like, wow. I thought he just went straight for brute damage.
Okay, we were kind of stunned luck with the Endless Battle, Marcel, but we forgot to check Albert's item. So it's
Queen's
Strike,
Wings.
Queen's Wings, and also Rose Gold Meteor. So he knows that he has to survive first rather than dealing damage, but at the same time, if you can burst a single Harley, for example, then what are you there for?
The thing is, right now, they all lack damage. Q doesn't have enough damage. Erlan's super behind. He only has a 3-item power spike here, but the 3-item power spike at this point of the game, I think has kind of lost its value because of the tankiness of Shogun and Finn and heck, the rest of the members. So he needs to wait for a Melfic gun, some penetration before he can actually start to... Even then, there's a chastised fall.
And by the way, I just realized this. 1k gold lead from Finn over Erlan.
Yeah.
As roamer.
Hey.
Kinda crazy.
That's why he built Endless Battle, bro.
Uh-huh.
He knows.
It's no longer pokes from now on, it's burst. Same with Selena. Like, at this point, it's just rinse and repeat for BTR. If the arrow does not land, then you try again. Does not land, try again.
Yep.
Finally, if he lands, then you go for it. So easy.
And they can just constantly do this, right?
He's not dying.
Again, they go for the triple sweep.
I'm not even sure why he popped the Purify. He's still fine, Finn.
Yeah, Finn, that was an overreaction, sir. You don't need to Purify. You don't need to use anything. Just take it like a good boy. It's basically what Sheffen's saying. I agree, though. And a lot of pressure on Coach Vin, for sure, with this pick. Because I remember earlier, I heard the Indonesian panel, and they were talking about Vin getting a lot of hate for some picks in the regular season. And this will certainly do that. This will certainly do it. If they don't win this game, Vin's in for a big, a lot of comments in on his social media.
Stay away from social media for
I want to disable it.
You know, all view.
Oh, the Abyssal Arrow. Shogun's just gonna jump in now. Few's gonna get caught, and that's the all-in, and Mon takes him down, and with that, it's another arrow! Moreno! The Maestro just finding these arrows left, right, and center. The two frontliners get caught by the golden hour, and all the EVOS fans can think about is why did you go for Saber?
It's all over. Potentially only Luke standing in the way of a 2-0 score for BTR. They go in.
He's ex-BTR, but can he stop BTR? He gets pinned down to the wall. 11 seconds on you. Bigatron wipe EVOS out, and they take match point.
2-0.
But BTR
Kasalanan daw ng Saber. Charing.
and back then there were some pretty big, not bearish PTSD
Ronald, hello.
for the robots. Just gotta make sure that you don't do it again.
Type 1 in the chat if you think Melissa's better. Type 2 in the chat if you think the Saber was good. I don't really want to see that in the comment section. Oh, God.
Pili daw kayo guys kung ano mas better na pick, yung Saber o yung Melissa sa jungle.
Right, because that's the only way it would work. It's disrespectful.
Grabe yung pawis niya ni Kuya.
Hey, okay, maybe I can't say that on broadcast. Never mind, never mind. That's
Mukhang sobrang init na sa bagay, puro ilaw, no?
You know, chat.
Puro ilaw, tapos
Is it gonna be a Leo board or choice.
Wala
Your point is
ganong
it's gonna be
hangin
a Suyo
siguro.
because I think the skill ceiling is a bit higher. I thought it's gonna be a Leomore because
Hey.
it has
Wait a second.
some sustainability, but no, it's Saber.
Chat likes Melissa. How? Okay. Chat knows ball, man. Type 1 in the chat if you think Moreno should have won regular. Hey man, those streams have gotten me too conditioned to
Dun yun.
talking to chat.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we supposed to say here? They kinda
Ilang game na yan? Game 2 na.
yeah. Like EVOS game 1 was close, you know.
Pag nanalo ang BTR, wala nang game.
50-50 in the first game. And this time around, the Maestro who can play the staccato, the legato, anything they want.
And now the question
Fast
is,
tempo, slow tempo.
how's the mental going on, dude?
Saber yung last pick.
Think of a better way to
Tapos,
say this
dapat,
again and again.
na,
It's
nung
like,
pinakaunong
you
na
have
pick
good
nila,
players, you have
Melissa.
simple drafts, right?
Kaya nag-redraft.
Has bad players.
Tapos di na pinakita yung redraft.
Man,
Pero ba't Saber
What's
pa
going
din?
on here? Like, it was so many back-to-back weird picks in the regular season too.
some flashbacks to the brilliancy of EVOS, that DLIV game. We glazed them so much.
Exactly. It was
This is
simple picks.
EVOS PH! EVOS PH! This is the macro genius of EVOS. Now we get Saber.
Now it's looking more like EVOS. You know, if you know, you know. If you know, you know.
Sometimes you're just gonna dump it down, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like simple drafts where you just go MLBB 101, played neutral objective games, snowball off of that. Because they did get neutral objectives actually, but it was just they needed more than neutral objectives. Man, I gotta give props to Eman as well though. These arrows, not the, I mean these spears. My bad. There are a lot of different projectiles, man. The arrow and the spears and even the poker tricks. So Moreno, man, just want to say he's my boy.
And by the
Last
way,
pick na player.
even if Moreno is the player of the game, probably, you gotta stop
Di
giving the
ko
Marcel
sure.
credit, probably.
Balik ba natin?
I'm telling you, this guy's pretty good at Marcel.
Pretty good, just pretty good.
He's
Not that great.
He's decent.
Yeah.
He's above, slightly average.
Uh-huh.
The Harrod skin.
Oh!
Si Erlan. Ito.
Melissa.
Erlan. Nag-pick ng Melissa. Ayan yung pick nila kanina. Oopsie. Kaya nagulat yung mga... Nagulat tayong lahat. Nagulat ng everybody. Everybody.
Sini berada di tengah-tengah ketegangan dari Wasyawu. Kira-kira siapa tuh?
Ako di natin maintindihan.
Buat EVOS kewalahan MVP di game ini.
Kayaknya sih Erman ya.
Eman. Oke. Gimana dengan Natse? Melihat permainan dari Bigetron dan EVOS. Game kedua sayangnya EVOS kalah. Siapa yang paling ngerepotin? Siapa yang bakal jadi MVP di game 2 nih?
Nail.
Denialnya.
Iya.
Tapi gimana? Dari kalian sendiri ngelihat permainan dari tim EVOS, mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan nggak sih?
Sedih aku pengen nangis. Tapi please, let's go. We can do this.
We can do this. Masih bisa. Kamu berharapnya siapa nih yang bisa bersinar nanti di game ketiga dari EVOS?
Albert.
Kawawa namin sa comment section daw sa EVOS. Kaya na EVOS lost na. Sabi ni John Reagan.
Ini siapa yang bakal jadi MVP-nya? Karena di game kedua ini, tim Bigetron pun mereka berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan. Siapa kira-kira? Langsung saja kita cek bersama-sama MVP di game kedua. Ini dia. Oh, apakah Moreno lagi? Moreno lagi nih. Dan MVP jatuh kepada Moreno. Game 1, game kedua Moreno lagi. Kamu salah nih. Gimana ngeliat Moreno?
Ya sih emang susah ya. Jago banget.
Jago banget. Natsu ngelihat Selenanya Moreno.
Si Moreno nga MVP.
Pengen belajar sih.
Pengen belajar. Oke, dan kalau ngelihat permainan dari Moreno 2 kali dia ngedapetin MVP, bagaimana pendapat dari para panelis? So, Bude bakal langsung lemparkan. Thank you girls.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Boxstar, for that interview with the EVOS ladies. We had Wasahu and Natsu there showing a little bit of their sentiment on how things were going. Wasa's a little bit sad. Well, she's extremely sad. I mean, she said that she was
Malala
gonna
din
cry
ba fans ng
how things are going in
EVOS?
favor of
Still believes.
BTR, but she still believes. And Natsa also didn't expect that Moreno would get the MVP. Thought that she thought rather that Niall would get the MVP, but it turns out it's a back-to-back victory for Moreno. player of the game, presented to you by the official gaming phone Infinix GT Pro. What is this? Moreno Maestro doing his work. And this time he's on the Selena. It's not a hero that we've seen at all, no? This season?
Hindi natin pala na-play itong ano, timer. Kalimutan ko. Pagtapos ng game.
But if there is, I wouldn't be surprised. But it's a very unique pick and he made it work.
As I recall, it's a pick that Moreno at least
Parang RRQ lang.
knows how to use efficiently, right? And the fact that the team works so well around the arrow.
Parang yung kahit saang ano naman. Kahit saang
In my predictions, I thought that there's gonna be a bit more back and forth, you know,
fans.
before
Meron at meron talagang
eventually one of the teams actually comes out on top. They did a great job just mitigating
ano ba sabihin?
the potential that EVOS had.
Comment warrior, mga ganun.
Save as well. They just really had good responses to everything that EVOS was throwing at them.
I mean, I think EVOS really fumbled this game because they got the perfect turtle. They
17 minutes naman. Matagal pa din.
healthy foundation, but minute 8 was the turning point for Bigatron by Vitality. They got four
Kanina
kills and we were
27.
gone. They got a wipeout practically, and after that, Bigatron they were able to just keep things at bay. They were just able to keep things composed. And again, Maestro, the conductor, he conducts again a beautiful masterpiece here in
Maestro.
I gotta say, like, Eman in this game, amazing. Amazing stuff. Because in the early game, there were a lot of picks that went in favor of BTR because he landed his SODs. And I feel like that's not an easy thing to do cross-map.
We've seen some really low percentages on the SOD, so he was definitely pretty accurate because he was landing it on S17.
Isin nila yung last player. Ba't natalo sa game 2? Wag naman sana.
A good amount of prediction goes into those spears. Which begs again the question though.
Sa EVOS.
Absolutely not.
Because the Saber did not work out.
Pipiw lang ako tayo eh.
Went for it, knowing that they want the fights to be a bit more black and white. You know, whoever gets the jump gets the advantage. But
Google ko na lang
unfortunately, I think
para
there was one
sure.
play where Albert started with a pickup attempt. I think started off like the pattern of EVOS going for an engage, getting denied, and then failing to actually escape because of the surprise.
I feel like the Saber pick, it was definitely like a counter towards the Harley, yeah?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
And I guess they leaned towards that a little too much, that nobody else was looking for something on the map. And that's why I didn't really like the Valentina pick. Like, sure, the Valentina's there as a response to perhaps, you know, the Phobias. On the
Pipiw
other
lang
side of,
Pinoy.
the Golden Hour as well is something that we saw time and time again before team fights is the priority from Few when he picks up the IMU. But I didn't feel like there was a combo with the Atlas. I just didn't see the value of the Atlas being picked up at the end of the day.
I think it's one of like the escapability, right, and the zoning potential. But I do
Yeah,
agree
kain mo
that
yun
if there was something more to throw into the fatal links from the EXP lane or the mid lane, it would have been a whole different situation. But I think he was quite visibly disrespected there. They didn't care if the Atlas was there. They're like, yeah, what are you gonna do?
Because like even if he picks someone up, there's no one else
Sa
to burst
BTR si Eman
or follow
lang.
up anyway.
Exactly.
And plus, on the side of BTR, they already have 2 Purifies. I guess maybe the Selena would have been a viable target, considering the Selena or Moreno went for Flicker. But
Wala na, nalalan ko.
there's no burst after that. That's why I was like, I would have liked the Kadita. But I don't know, maybe it's not a Few hero, right? Valentina seems a little bit
Maybe.
more Few, right?
And again, that's the story of the game. EVOS want to try go for like this big.
Nagkakadita ba si Pew?
The moment they don't get it, the problem is
Buti
they
hindi
don't
si
have
Pew
any
yung last
either.
eh.
So they either win and get a man advantage and keep the fight going.
Pag si
or
Pew
they
last
wreck.
player,
They cannot
mga
lose the fight once they've discovered like, oh, this is not going in our
uyugin.
favor. And you can see that in the stats here, Shogun was the carry on the Phobias. Again, one of the big reasons why
Interesting.
the moment an Abyssal Arrow lands, this guy just jumps into action, dude. That final sequence in the mid lane, when I think Few got hit by the Abyssal Arrow, he did not get to move a single inch because Shogun came in, Dark Wave, shoulder bash. He was gone before he could even pop the flicker.
Yeah, definitely the coordination, right, from the players of Bigatron here in this game was very on point, and hence the turnaround, because 3 turtles went to EVOS, and then Bigatron, they were able to find their jam, they were able to be more decisive, they were just able to find more loopholes or weaknesses, and they were able to abuse the flaws or the mistakes from the side.
Nako, 10 minutes yung daldalan nila, guys.
Expected a 1-to-1 despite the saber pick, but hey,
It is what it is. It is what is it. Shout out to Fel. By the way, I have a clarification video to make.
Oh,
Okay. I would like to
It
sincerely
is what
apologize
is it?
on behalf of the
Tama.
panel for the lack of sight and observational skills, and that it took 10 business days for us to realize that there were 2 MMs being picked up by EVOS earlier on. For that, we apologize. How did we miss that?
Ano?
because we were locked in on the Melissa.
We were so locked in on the Melissa that we didn't even realize the claw was picked up. We're sorry. We're getting old. We're approaching our
Dude.
40s.
We are focused on what could be instead of what couldn't be,
That is true.
right? Glass somewhat full type of situation.
I love how Miracle put it earlier on. It took 10 business days for the panel to realize, and I'm like, we fumbled hard.
I mean, hey, as with like the same way people are, the haters online are like, oh, what are you doing? It's easy to talk when you're not, on the field, right? When you're just a spectator, okay? Just saying. There's a lot of things going on right here.
Fight.
definitely need to freshen up here.
Maybe. That's true.
Maybe,
Freshen up.
Freshen up.
Kailangan na magpagpag ng EVOS.
Freshening up.
Yeah. You don't do that while you freshen up.
This is how Gani washes his face, by the way.
Yes. This is
Not like this, but like this.
why
Para
would
di
you
sila
do
ma-sweep.
This is inefficient.
Would you do this though?
Inchanchu, hello.
Dancing it
But
up.
what do you wash
Shout
your
out.
face with?
I prefer Garnier.
What game looks like something fun? Mobile Legends.
He prefers
Mobile
Garnier, ladies and
Legends.
gentlemen. So don't forget to check Garnier out.
You can
because Garnier has
try the
sensational-
game.
I don't know if it's like a unisex product. Like it feels like it's very promoted for men.
If it's Garnier for men, that's for me.
Okay, but I
If it's-
took a cheeky
Period
try
na yun.
with it, and it was very cold.
Ang ganda lang, period
After a
na.
hot day at work or
Must be nice.
whatever you guys are doing.
Paldo din si Pew.
wash your face,
Kahit
feeling
matalo sila.
reset.
Parang ang laki ng
Right?
ano
Let's
dun
say
no, sa
you're
kanila.
working office hours 8 to 12.
Ang laki ng
it's
alam
lunchtime.
natin.
Yo,
Yung
I need to lock in. I need to freshen up. Wash your face with Garnier, and then continue on your day.
Because you prefer.
Garnier.
Exactly. There you go.
yep.
It's nice to have options, right? But like sometimes it's nice to know that you have a solid option, solid product.
I like having solid cards. Collectible cards. That's what I like.
2-0.
Right, so
Collectible
you must be
cards.
talking about these things, right?
Yes.
You're in the
Are
TC.
we
Abot
allowed
kaya
to
ng
open
Game
them?
5.
Because it's
We
right
gotta
here.
double check, yes.
Mr.
Game
Producer Man?
5. How about
Mr.
Game
Producer
5?
Man?
Probably
Like to
not.
have
Ano Game 5 ko? Baka umabot na alas 12 to.
We
No?
usually get to.
Kasi kung 6 hours eh.
Oh, it's not the
there.
one play card.
1 o'clock.
It's a
Unfortunately.
different card.
There's a
No!
different set of cards, you're saying.
Yes, I think so.
Oh.
I think so.
Interesting.
And you guys can get your World Championship collectible cards at One Play. And I think they do have a booth. You guys can also scan the QR code down below here.
Yes.
And it would be nice to have more information about the product. Maybe we'll get it later on
Will be cool.
screen.
We know it's collectible.
Information about the product on screen.
Do you like to collect things, Arashi?
To a degree, yeah. I don't see why not. If you really like it, why not? You know, if you're a Mobile Legends professional, why not?
I mean, if you're a professional, you also need like a stable connection.
That's
Alright.
Yes.
Yes.
Ping under 2 digits.
Stable connection.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not
Yes.
PLDC.
How? What?
Super easy.
Solution.
stable connection will make everything just so much easier. And you guys can
Parang
check that out
game
with
4
Indie
lang
Home,
daw,
because you
sabi
don't only
ni
get 150
John
FPS,
Michael.
you can now get 200
Game 3 ayaw mo?
Mbps
Ayaw mo mas
of
beep?
speed and download speed. So it's a
It's a
1-to-1 ratio.
1-to-1 ratio.
1-to-1
Kailangan,
ratio only for
kailangan may makascore na
385,000 rupiah
EVOS.
IDR. Okay, that's the same thing. 385,000 IDR per month. Super affordable.
I
That's
agree.
pretty good, honestly. For 200 Mbps,
For what you're getting.
some people out there, right, might be thinking that's kind of low. No, it's pretty high for Indonesia, man.
Yes.
Sorry, we can't match up to your standards, by the way.
That is
And
true,
some
that is
people pay more for less.
That's true.
That is also true. So don't forget to check that out, ladies and gentlemen. IndieHome, your #1 internet provider. There's also a lot of promotions that they have, so you guys check that out by yourself. And what's next? MC.
Nakaka 10 minutes na.
Crew class.
Crew class. What's that?
It's a class of crews, right? You can join the crew
Wow.
from KOL. It's the MCG first ever, okay? Of again, just crew class. You can scan the QR code for more information. I would not like to spoil more for you guys. You gotta figure it out yourselves. How? Scan the QR code. Go
Bro,
in here.
So,
if what we're seeing is that this side one team and that side one team, this team is cooked.
why?
We got KB.
There's KB on the other side. Oh my lord.
That, yeah.
That alone?
That alone can practically a solo 1v8.
He's technically an athlete, like a legit esports
agree.
athlete.
I agree.
Yeah, he is like the expert opinion on all things.
Oh, laglag yung RRQ
He
eh.
is MCGG.
He represented Indo for, what was it? Was it SEA Games?
So, more like KBGG then.
KBGG. Amazing.
Kaya wala sila sa playoffs
I think that
ngayon.
will be very entertaining, guys. So if you missed out on that, you know, double tap on your infinite screen on the left side and scan the
Pagkatapos
QR.
magro-Roblox ka
We
na.
have the GoPay flexing cam.
Ano nilalaro mo sa Roblox?
What are we flexing here?
Is it
Are we flexing our
physically
diamonds,
flexing?
or-
Is it like, are you flexing the
Uy, World
Oh my
Collector.
God.
What is that? World Collector?
I want to flex my skin.
Flexan pala ang laban.
Skins. Just you have one single skin. It's
Oh,
okay.
that's-
We have
that's
to be
not a
proud of
flex.
anything we have.
I have most of the anime collabs actually. And living up to my
Okay,
nickname
show
right here.
off. Okay, Mr. Show Off.
I'm just saying, dude.
Arashi.
I got my priorities in order.
You don't have to flex, you know
And
that,
he
right?
got it so much cheaper as well because he was using the GoPay
Yeah.
promotions.
Trying to get as much value as possible, Ronnie. Maybe you should start doing the same.
You don't have to flex on the flex cam, all right?
The WDP?
Except I'm not on the cam though.
That is true. That is true.
Okay.
Man,
Man, I wish we could get a closer look.
I
How
also can't say that I'm
How
jealous
many do you recognize?
because
Yeah.
I also have a million skins. Thank
A
you so
million?
much, Muntan. We love you.
Wow.
A million. I have literally a million skins.
What was the last set of collectibles?
The last set of
What game looks like something fun? The game is called Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
We got that
Oh,
set.
oh,
I
okay.
forgot what it's called. It's not like a. It's not like a fixed. Like it's like a non-collab
Right.
set.
Ah,
I forgot the name of it.
my latest role was the Julian skin. Itachi, my guy.
Okay.
Grow a garden. Nag-grow a garden ka din.
I only roll for the anime collabs.
Aning isa,
Other
yung
collabs I kind of
Buildering Farm ba yun? Yun yung parang
Disappointed but
Ano
not
eh.
surprised, right?
What do you mean disappointed?
It's like
What?
Parang
how we're
madami
feeling
ding
about the
naglalaro.
Versus
It's a
game
great
so far.
collab.
Meteor.
How about you just collecting anime?
Bro, you have to support what you want to see.
Right.
I want to see more anime collabs. I gotta support the anime roles. I'm just saying. It's a smart business move.
Fair enough.
But now, what is the smart
Sabakat.
business move for EVOS? That is the question.
Oh my god.
That's the question. That's the question. So before we look for the answer, we are gonna throw it over to Sabilla to see what she's doing right now.
Kuya, may
Ngobrol-ngobrol
interview pa
singkat
ako.
dulu boleh ya?
Boleh banget.
Oke, sebagai legenda ataupun legend dari EVOS, gimana sih menurut Aura tentang tim EVOS di season 17 ini?
Kayaknya mereka lebih improve ya untuk season 17 ini ya. Kayak di playoff ini aku lihat juga mereka lebih kompak juga sekarang. Terus lebih dengan kedatangan player Filipina itu jadi bikin tambah penasaran aja sih dengan gameplaynya ya.
Oke, berarti dengan kedatangan dari View ya, membuat semakin penasaran. Tapi kira-kira harapan untuk EVOS di season ini?
Di season ini lolos EWC aja lah. Iya. Gak apa-apa gak juara, yang penting lolos EWC aja. Ya.
Lolos EWC berarti sama
Yung
seperti
language.
season pas di Velodrome juga ya. Nah,
Di ba-
satu
di ba ano
pertanyaan
yan?
terakhir. Apa yang
Japanese.
pengen disampaikan buat EVOS di MPL Indonesia season 17 playoff?
Ya, semangat buat tim EVOS ya. Pastinya harapannya ya yang tadi aku bilang lolos EWC aja. Tetap solid bermainnya, terus juga ya keep spirit aja, semangat ya.
Semangat EVOS. EVOS Roar boleh ya?
EVOS Roar.
Oke, terima kasih banyak Aura, makasih banyak.
Tatlong floor na farming game.
Thank you so
Yun
much
nga
for that
yung-
quick check-in sa Villa
alam
with
kong
the legend Aura himself. The
May
MVP of
floor
F1
yung
was
build
something
a ring,
to us earlier
build a
on,
ring farm.
EVOS make it to EWC. Aura, you're a legend, but it's not looking good for EVOS right now.
Hey,
Di ba apat yun?
It's match points.
You gotta dream bigger.
All right, I mean they
He did
pulled
not
the
become
remontada
MVP.
once.
He did not become MVP by being pessimistic, Eterna. He believes. Whether or not it will pay off, though, that's a whole different story.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Why are you sighing, Bonnie?
Because I voted, I predicted Onyx and EVOS to go through to Paris. And things are not looking good here for my boys EVOS.
Oh boy. Right, so what is the smart business move for EVOS is the question, because I think they have to pick their poison at this point, right? If they want to deny like Shogun, then they have to play with Luke. They want to deny the Marcel on Finn. They can't really get rid of all of the options for Bigatron because they have so many.
Speaking of many, sorry, I'm like zoning out. I'm figuring out what the Eagles need to do because I literally expected this to go 3-2, but because of the 10,000 diamond difference,
Gold.
because of the 10,000 gold difference that we
Yes.
saw, we are giving away 110 diamonds for only 1 rupiah, which is basically for nothing, and it's only for the first 100 people, so you guys need to scan the QR code.
Right
you
now.
won't miss it. Because 110
Japanese nga.
diamonds, imagine, for only 1 rupiah, that's basically nothing again. Nothing.
Gotta scan the
In this
QR
economy.
code. In
Sana may naalala sa napag-aralan.
I don't even know how much it is. It's like 0.000.
At least.
Well, for sure, you
Zero,
won't, be
zero,
able to
zero,
buy,
zero
you
cents.
won't be able to buy anything with it, but you can get diamonds. So hey,
You get 110
why not?
diamonds.
We're all about smart business moves right here on the panelist desk.
Gabi oh, to 20 minutes na.
Oof.
That is true. Alongside Kazcute.
They're
That
saying,
is
it's,
also true.
they're saying it's not a smart business move.
Ganun talaga dito.
But what is a
Kaya,
good move
kaya
is
pala
the fact
6
that
hours
we are
yung
on a
isang
positive
match nila.
run here in the playoffs, right? The play-ins are looking good. They're 2-0 now, only 1 game away of eliminating EVOS and moving forward to the upper bracket semifinals where they will be up against Onyx. And it really shows that they are en route to breaking their curse in the playoffs. Because
Oo
look
nga.
at this history, guys. Honestly, it's not great. Every single season they've made it to playoffs, but they have not yet lifted the trophy.
They got closest
Hiragana lang yung mahirap. Ano pinagkaiba nung dalawang sinabi mo?
Till this day. Just saying. Oh
And then
boy.
afterwards,
Parang, ano, kumbaga dialect
We're
doon.
gonna talk about this man.
Dialect sa atin, di ba tama?
Coach Panda. He was credited with the new system, the new mental state. And that might be important in the journey to MSC.
I think so. I think it really will be. So far, we've seen a lot of MPLs from respective regions finish already. MPL MY check, MPL PH check. And this is the list of teams that we know that will qualify to MSC. From Turkey, we have Aurora Gaming, again, Team Spirit as well. Geek Esports is actually a new name, I believe. I'm not too familiar with, but we have, of course, SRG. Team Vamos, Ignite Gaming as well. Now, the question remains, who will be the top two from MPL ID to make it to MSC in Paris? Obviously, I think a lot of people are already saying it's definitely Onyx.
Ah,
Is it that?
pang formal pala yung hiragana.
Hey, it's gonna be
Siguro
confident,
ko,
but sometimes you don't want to jinx it, bro.
yung mga official kausap mo or mas matanda sa'yo, mga ganun.
That's very fair.
They have the
Or
double
pag
K.
hindi mo kilala.
I and the kill.
And
Could
the
even be-
keyboy.
Oh, yeah. The triple K combo.
Yes, sir.
The kill Ka-ki.
There you go.
Bukaki.
So,
Yes, sir.
who do you think? Do you think, well, obviously EVOS isn't looking too great. I mean, there's a chance for BTR, I guess. TL, Geek.
I think my guess before the playoffs began was TLID.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey,
Did you have the
okay.
same prediction?
That's good. That's good.
How about you, Gani? What was your second place?
Like I said earlier on, Arashi, EVOS, man.
Oh.
They're down 0-2. This is not good for my.
Your accuracy.
I expected much more, but hey,
It's not over yet.
it is not over till it's over. You know, I mean, RRQ got reverse swept
Okay.
back in the days. So
Parang
That is
ganun.
true.
Why is there a need to bring up this statistic at this current moment?
What is important to bring up in this very
Last
moment is
game
that
na
there
kaya
is a
to
swap in sides.
or makakabawi ang
EVOS
EVOS
officially will be
or
on blue side and BTR will be on red. And
reverse
I
sweep
honestly think personally that
or
this is
game
important to
5
talk
or
about
game
because
4, ano
BTR
ba?
on blue side, it seems like they've been controlling the drafts a little bit too much. Right? They were the ones to ban out the Jushin and they picked up the Phobius and then we saw the impact of the Phobius and they also banned away the Jushin and then the game became a little less close, especially in like mid-game for EVOS. And they also picked up the Marcel. So now EVOS have a chance to swap things up. And I think it's also important to bring up the fact that the casters also mentioned that they think that EVOS are overcooking in the drafts.
Ano ba yan? Parang
True. If they're first
Japanese
pick, they
school,
might be
nagganon
ones to
ka.
actually force out
Or
the overcooking over to Bigatron, because Bigatron is
Mandarin.
liable to overcook as well. If they go first pick, they can also have a bit more leeway in the bans, unless they really think that this Marshall is just always going to be picked up. So I don't think they can pick it up away from Bigatron. I don't think the style suits key.
That's why we're about to find
22
out, ladies and gentlemen,
minutes
what will
bago
unfold in
mag-isang game
number 3.
ulit.
Match point, by the way.
Game
For EVOS this time around
3!
with the swap insides, it seems like this might be the step in the right direction if everything unfolds as well as they intended to. So we're going to game number 3 through expanding rivers. So having a fast rotation composition, it might favor you a little bit. And if you don't, there is still the possibility of utilizing the expanding rivers to get to the other side, especially when it comes down to the objectives. So game number 3, the Fanny, Phobius, and the Jushin banned out by EVOS already. Again, BTR even on red side, Chip and Fredrin.
they do not want to give Key the chip, and understandable, right?
I mean, dude, look at the map win rate. 60% on the expanding rivers. They like moving fast, Gone.
They really do. And again, with the composition that they might draft, like fast mobility, fast moving, it will enhance.
Pwede no? Pwede pang ma-reverse sweep.
On the expanding rivers, but you know, the oohs and ahs.
Or pwedeng hindi na sila pagbigyan ng BTR.
The hands of Bigatron. Now, Bigatron, they surely have a prep to counteract. This Marcel seems like they will still lock in now the Harley and the Claude.
Marcel ulit.
Right.
Harley Claude.
With the Marcel,
Ah,
though,
nagpalit
again,
na
the
pala
pick
sila
and
ng
paste
pwesto.
is so much more important. For both teams, it really isn't available just yet. And now, EVOS are going to be forced to show
Subject
it
lang,
first, and
second sem.
Bigatron has an opportunity to try and get a favorable matchup there for the Maestro.
Which is what?
Depends.
What are we looking at here?
Pagka madalas manood nung, ano, nung may ibang language, no? Nakakaintindi na konti.
Like sometimes it works, but like
Ay, mahina pala
it's so
yung volume.
predictable. That pick. So technically they do still have a little bit more time coming to the second phase, and I think
Pakito.
also we haven't seen his amazing unique picks. Like his Faramis 100% win
Not
rate
yet.
back on the M series. We haven't seen that, so that's still something that can pop up even though we don't see a glue specifically. But Pakito and the Harith gets picked up, and it makes sense because you're up against the Claude. Pakito as well, knowing that the Fulvis is already banned out.
Right. For Bigatron, could be a mid lane option, but now that they really, I feel like this might be an EXP pick because I already see the Pakito anyways, right? Favorable matchups. We've mentioned the Phobias. It's banned this time. The
Alice.
but no, the Alice. This is an option we've seen earlier as well. The Alice Pakito matchup. In theory, the Alice should be bullied a little bit more, but you are a lot safer from ganks technically, and you can sustain up.
And you can escape easy, you can go for the in and outs, or rather easy as well. And it helps with, you know, a hero that can enable the composition of Bigatron Vitality. Now, with the Baksha ban, it actually, again, somehow limit Key's heroes. A flex, yes, but it's just Key being the target. Kalea now, banned out.
Yeah, because I remember the move that Key was able to make on the Baxia.
On the Baksha, right.
The flank
Yeah.
onto Alter Ego. That was the game
onto
against Alter
Hijume.
Ego. Onto Hijume. So, do they pay that much respect for Key on the Baxia? Is that the idea here?
The thing is, like, are they really expecting like a flex coming through for the Marcel? Right. I think they really just.
Oh, I mean,
it might be
Albert.
Albert on
Yeah,
the Baksha.
you're right. You're
'Cause
right.
regardless, they don't want this Alice to have the healing cut down, right? And for EVOS, they understand the importance of sustain for Bigatron, so the Kalea comes through as well, denying some of the engage potential. But you know, Finn is deadly given the right tools. Kalea is one of them.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. That's a lot of focus
Vanguard,
there
ano
on
eh,
the roamer
John
from Santa
Michael.
Cruz.
Wait, is that a Gord ban?
It is for Bigatron.
Okay, what do BTR pick up first here?
I think they can go for the mid lane pick here.
They might hide their roam pick, no? Because Finn has a huge wide hero pool.
Yep. They
But
definitely-
technically, because they've already seen the Marcel, right? Picking up the roamer here is also not the worst of ideas. Leaving Moreno, again, to have a favorable pick that he's been able to carry on.
Eve maybe? No, the Valentina. Okay, the Eve is a little bit too vulnerable. But the Valentina is more, you know, more mobile, more independent. Let's see if the Maestro can deliver another MVP-esque performance on this Valentina.
And I don't think EVOS can pick up something like the Valentina, right? I mean the Eve.
Oh.
But if
There's
they
a-
pick
there's
up
a Harley.
Zetian,
There's a Harley, there's an Alice. It's gonna be
They-
tough if you lock in the Eve here.
I'm not curious about the jungle pick, man. Because there's a lot of respect given to all these fighters. They want Albert on the assassin.
Wow.
It'll be
yeah.
a bit of both though with the Guinevere. The Kimi though, not the worst survivability wise.
we've seen a boy find success on the Kimmy.
That's true. It's gonna require a lot of positioning though. And again, there's not a lot of front line for EVOS this time, so they need to really get the tempo going.
Kimmy, the pick that might be Few's last game here on MPL ID Season 17. Let's see what will Bigatron by Vitality lock in last. It's gonna be the
Oh my
Bellaric!
God.
Shout out Coach Aldo, because
Wow.
he mentioned that we
We
might see
Bellaric?
a Bellaric. And it has shown
Very
out here.
strong.
Okay, talk us through the Bellaric pick. Why Bellaric
Oh,
here for
tapos.
BTR?
Kimmy, right? That the passive from
Yes.
Bellaric, there's a bounce back, there's an annoying vine that will pop up, and again, it's just so tanky. Question is, will it be a Vengeance Bellaric or of Flicker Bellerin.
Is it only just for the Kimmy?
It's also the fact that they can counter engage well. They can follow up
Gusto
with
yung
the
Claude,
Beleric
no?
onto the Throne of Ruin, and it's sustained. We've seen how much EVOS are trying to mitigate that sustain. Beleric can be really tanky, can heal up so much given the right tools.
And when I think about it, there's a lot of dive coming through from EVOS.
Revitalize too.
Revitalize.
So it might
it's
just
neither.
work. This is a strong
Revi-
early game Beleric, by the way.
Oh yeah.
So potentially the final game, we're gonna throw it over to our casters to break this one down.
Once again, now or never for the White
Last
Tigers
game
this time. In this historic building
or
of
my
Jakarta
next game
International
pa?
Velodrome. This time around, though, it looks like Erlan will rock the Purify finally.
Dang. It took us 2 games, but we finally see it, right? So, adjustments from Erlan. Shogun will keep this matchup. He likes the matchup, and Key, what happened there? Did he get caught by a taunt? Wow, he took a lot of damage. And this is why they picked the Alice into the Paquito. Seems like they figured it out. Luke in a very tough spot. Has to use the regen very early, and oh, it gets procced. That's free lethal to BTR. Nile picking it up. Wants to, oh my god.
Might be still here.
Yeah, because of the prio that they have, this might be it. And Nile gets it. Albert starts with a very slow path. Now Fusion at the flicker as well. Oh, these are crazy wins at the start of the game.
EXP traps are taken. All the jungles from BTR are still all available. Now Albert can only take his own jungle, but
Crazy.
it is crazy. But what's also crazy is the fact that we have a Beleric, first of all, and also it's a lone Guinevere with no combo. I guess there's the knockout strike, but at the same time, it's hard to proc.
Pull yourself together for the mid duel. That's also quite interesting here. I guess he wants to revitalize the ultimate to be backed up, but Moreno, is this just because of the golden hour? We were talking about the IMU cooldown on the golden hour. Technically, this helps.
And also might be, it's a way for them to, you know, maybe make the mid lane not that bad for themselves. It's not really the greatest mid prio duo there, right? With the Beleric and also the Valentina. With more revitalized than you can sustain much more too. Shogun, super aggressive Nile.
Yep, Deadly Magic and the Space Migration doesn't land. Finn's gonna walk up as well. The XP Crab, who got it?
Not sure, but right now BTR, look at the XP bars. Shogun already level 4, they have the tempo.
Look at Finn.
Now Albert is gonna get zoned out.
They go in onto Shogun. Spatial Migration about Requiem. Whoa, the cover from Finn with the Revitalize. A bit late there by Moreno. He wanted to get the golden hour down, and now it's a win for EVOS. A splash of damage on Key. Luke walking up. Finn.
He goes forward though, look at that, immobilized Nile.
Yep, Finn very low. Knockout strike coming down. Moreno doing a lot of damage. Blazing away from Iman as well though. And it doesn't land on anybody. I don't think Niles should take this. It's a win at the start of the game for the White Tigers.
Oh man, all just because of the fact that EVOS was so gung-ho on taking Shogun down. And they were able to pretty much tip the scales right now in this early of a game. Almost 1k gold lead.
Yep.
Super early for EVOS. This is a good sign.
That's very, very good. Whoa, they want to go for more. The golden hour. Finn tried to go. That's a flicker burnt out from Key, but he delays Niles clear by a bit.
And 2 kills is for Luke.
Uh-oh.
And you never want to see a snowballing Paquito.
Yep.
Never.
Uh-oh, Shogun. Not in range, knockout strike. Oh, missed time by Requiem, and rather, great throw to Ruin by Shogun. CC immunity.
Yeah. Still though, good attempt for EVOS right there. So it looks like they know that the combo is still there. It's just so hard to proc. And now for BTR, this is the problem too with this kind of like Valorant composition, right? Mostly you're there to respond rather than actually starting the team, but especially if you have Revitalized Miracle instead of the Flicker.
Yep.
Now BTR has to be forced to play a bit more passive game in a way.
Yep.
Although they do have some kind of like options to go aggressive with the Harley and all.
That's the thing about the Beleric though, right? Like, early on, we don't expect him to be a threat. Even with Revitalize here, I don't think it makes up for the lack of any bit of usefulness, right? Like, you're just waiting for the ultimate technically on the Beleric, so level 4 should be when you should take those fights. So the fact that they took the fight early, I guess it was because they got those early leads. Thing is, Shogun got picked off. That's the item builds by Dunia Games, straight into the DHS. Erlan doing better in lane this time around.
Yeah, a whole lot of tough boots and also magic defense for BTR side, and for good reason. There's too much magic damage for EVOS, and the only physical damage that they have is this Makito, so it's gonna be easier for them to itemize in this early of a game. Silence Rope is already been secured by Shogun also. And now it looks like, at this point, we want to concede.
Yep, space migration about Requiem straight as a pin. They pick him up, big ultimate down, but I think BTR are just gonna let this go. EVOS with full neutral objective control in the first 5 minutes of the game.
I don't know why Shogun rotated, by the way. EVOS still going for it.
Yep, they'll even give the purple buff away.
Oh my goodness. We thought BTR had a, I mean, to be fair, they do have a crazy solid start with the Pathing from Nile, but somehow it's 3-0 with 2K gold lead this early of a game, and like it's gonna get worse from now on.
Yeah, that was a scare for a bit. Finn coming in as well. Good damage. I want to go for the turret here. Iman trying his best to clear it out. Erlan gets away, and with this Purify, he is a lot less likely to die.
Yeah, very much so. Concentrate already secure for Albert, so a lot more sustainability as well. He can stay in the team fight for a while. For BTR right now, they are playing by EVOS' tempo, man. I feel like they're always one step behind in every occasion, and there you go.
Another kill, and it's Few who they give the kill over to. 2-0-1. A glowing wand built up. He's gonna go for a Sky Piercer very soon.
Now, a lot of people might think after what Erlan experienced in game number 2, why did Moreno take the Flicker? But I think this time around, Flicker should be the choice here for the Valentina. It's more of a, I guess, subjective choice for every players, but he wants to go for a more aggressive route and also rely on his micro.
Gonna try to go for the kill. Damage reduction for Luke keeps him alive. Key doing what a Marcel does best. Be annoying.
Yeah. And you could argue so far he's been doing a really good job, or even better job than Finn in the first 2 games, at least in the early game. Very, very aggressive. Actually secured a 3.6k gold for himself, higher than literally anyone from BTR's side.
Yep. And Albert, good mapping towards the top side. BTR, I don't think they're gonna know what hit him here if Shogun walks up, but no. Finn was ready for it. He walked up, got vision, saw Albert, and it gave Shogun finally some bit of security to back away. That's a take for Erlan and the gold crab.
By the way, I like the fact that they're going for a Kimi mid. Erlan has been having a pretty terrible series so far the first 2 games, and now you have this safety net in Few as the second damage dealer. So if Erlan actually messes up, there's still some kind of fighting power left.
4,000 gold lead, turned up top as well. BTR now going to the neutral objective. Key doing a good job being annoying again. The golden hour catches Nile, throwing a ruin. Combo in the back with the Ratchet Riot. They're gonna go for the damage on Few, but he's able to flicker out of safety as Moreno pops in the golden hour himself, and now Iman walks over the damage onto Luke. That's his spatial migration about Requiem landing on Finn as he will go down. Albert caught in the midst of it all. Blazing Duet used as well, but look at Few. Able to kite back, got the immobilization down as well. Well played to the White Tigers.
Yeah, I am very surprised that it only ended up with a single kill for BTR side, despite the EVOS being up 4k gold lead before that. And now they got more. Items are starting to stack up for both teams. That Radiant Armor is going to be super annoying too for BTR when Key is on it. And now he can just pretty much be as annoying as possible without getting punished by the players of BTR.
Yep. Now BTR starting to look for the trades, but I think it's too late. They should have been looking for the trades earlier. Now EVOS just steamrolling through. This isn't just a this isn't just a snowball, Shepin. It's looking like a death ball.
It's like an avalanche for EVOS right now, and that's why I was thinking something more of a Badang rather than the Valoric. Just because of the fact that you can set up, you can play aggressive with the Badang, and it's also a signature Finn hero. This is a big question mark for BTR's drafting.
Yeah, they're trying to go for something crazy. They were expecting a dive and they could react to it maybe with a Rapid Dryad. And technically they also do have AoE, right? They were expecting that to carry them around these team fights. I don't think they were expecting a 5-0 start to the game for EVOS. Here it's a snowball, and this is exactly what EVOS wanted with their composition. A Kimi in the mid lane with a glowing one and a Skype. Oh, he actually doesn't go Skype Piercer. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Now gets away. Finn, though, is going to be caught. Good golden hour. There you go. The Kimi and the Marcel. Oh, wow. He actually survived that. Never mind. I thought it was going to be a lot more damage, but it is a Beleric. Harith up top getting a turret for free. Yeah, this is going to be BTR stripped down to their base turrets as early as 9 minutes in.
Yeah, this is the most dominant game so far, not only in the series, in the whole day overall.
Yep.
Like, I believe in the gold lead earlier, it's 1K all across the board for all 5 players. That's how bad it is for BTR right now. And they're just gonna turtle in the base because they can only play passive.
Shogun gets away in time. Tier 2 in the mid lane still stands, so there is a turret that they can still hold on to. And BTR do well to keep the Holy Shield up alive. They send Eman down below. Thing is, Luke can follow through as well. They can handle that side wave. It's actually a win for Luke if they do go 1v1, at least on paper.
Bottom lane though, it looks like Eman is trying to get a consolation prize for the Lord, but does not happen at all. EVOS with the housekeeping. And this is what Luke does, keeping up with the side lanes and the long lanes with the Paquito. Now, EVOS, the objective right now is to get that tier 2 tower in the middle. Oh, they don't even need the Lord to do that.
They're doing a good job again keeping this alive. Shogun's gonna become the traction pulse. No follow-up just yet. He gets caught by the deadly magic, but he's able to evade from it. That's a Holy Shield up top as the Lord spawns up top. That's big for EVOS.
Yeah, and there's also extra layer of calculation that Nile needs to do to be able to burst down the backliners of EVOS because of the photo. You know?
Yep.
Earlier it was procced by the deadly magic, so a lot more HP to deal with if you are this kind of assassin. That's trouble for the cold-blooded jungler.
They're so far behind. Holy Shield in mid, procced as well. Bottom lane follows. EVOS want to get a base turret with the First Lord. Can they do it? Conceal for Key. No golden hour necessary now as he goes in and dives in the back line. And Man tries to clear it out, but gets caught by mobilization via traction pulse. And the golden hour catches the... Wow. Albert, way too aggressive in the battle. Requiem's going to get taken down by Iman. It's back to be Shogun. Right there, the golden hour. This time by Moreno. They clear it out, but there's another wave up top, and they've already lost Shogun for Albert.
Yeah, no frontliners, and they're still going for it.
They're still clearing really well, though. That's Luke with the flicker in, and he's going to be caught in no man's land. Erlon bursts him on down to the ground, but BTR keep their base turret alive.
Yeah, at least they get a lot of turret hits out of it for EVOS, even though in the kill count it is all equal for both teams. I guess it's not the greatest defense for BTR, but you'll take that as of right now with the lead that EVOS has amassed.
It's kind of crazy, man. The Harley clear with the Claude. It's so, I guess underrated is the word to say. You don't really expect the Valentina to be of any help around the clears. That's why it's usually just not picked up when you're planning the scale. But Harley, on the other hand, together with the Claude, as long as the front line stays alive, it's good for them to clear, and they have done that.
Yeah, but Shogun right now, one of the reasons why he was so dominant in the previous games on the Alice is there's not much threat from the other team, but right now they have a Kimi with a glowing one as well. That kind of counts as a threat as well.
Yep.
So it's going to be harder for Shogun from now on.
This is a very, very good freeze by EVOS. We're seeing more of that TLID game, you know? Discipline, calm.
It's the playoffs.
It's the playoffs. Maybe they needed some warming up. Maybe that was what the Saber pick was all about. to get Albert on edge.
I'm not sure about that, but we can put it like that. Player timeline though, look at this.
Yep.
For Nile and also Albert. Actually, Nile lost, I'm sorry, Albert lost a lot of advantage in terms of gold here.
I think it's to be expected though, right? On a Harley with constant waves coming in, compared to a Guinevere who's a utility jungler.
Yeah, but still, it's 7.6k gold lead for EVOS. You would expect Albert to be at least up by 500k, 500 gold. But doesn't matter. Yep, EVOS still has the control. They get the Lord. Rinse and reset.
They've gone every single neutral objective here in Game 3, and finally, we can hear again the EVOS fans in the Velodrome start roaring again. It is a big lead, and Man got a Malefic gun. Oh, that's glass cannon, brother.
Yeah,
that is very
the
scary.
Winter Crown before the Malefic gun, because staying alive is definitely much more important right now, especially.
I see the reason though.
You want to wave clear while being safe?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is risky, but we'll see. Face off.
Fraction pulsing land. There's migration there. Shogun able to hold the wave in the mid lane. Goes in as well. They're going to sacrifice the top lane. They know the charge will get rid of the turret. So now it's this mid in the top. Albert, oh my, almost gets bursted down. Keep the golden hour. Catches Moreno. Actually, 3 members Luke has already cleared the bottom wave. Few gonna go for the damage again with the Kimmy, but won't be able to get too much on Finn. That's Shogun in the front, trying to walk up. Key walking up as well, on the Marcel. Shogun with a blink out as well as he baited out Zaman Force. Wave cleared in the mid lane, golden hour by Moreno, catches few. But there is no way they can capitalize on that. Key gets away, fraction pulse.
This is Marcel, and by the way, Marcel, if this goes on with an EVOS win, he has a 100% win rate in this series, so safe to say maybe, just maybe.
Maybe he's broke.
In game number 4, Marcel's not gonna be available at all.
Yep.
Available at all.
Okay. I again really like how slow EVOS are taking this. They're just taking it one step at a time. They're not rushing to anything. Even around the sieges, yes, there were some kills given over, but it was a kill on Albert and Luke. No bounties. The bounties on Few and Erlan. So as long as they keep it tight.
You don't really see that very often. Winter Crown on a Harith. But I guess at this point, with Erlan playing kind of bad the first 2 games, it's kind of warranted.
All right, item-wise, the Winter Crown is what Eman is going to go for next. His final item, the Holy Crystal, Silver Nile, is the choice. Wait, he sold the gloves. He went for it's Rose Gold instead. He had the glove, he was on the way to the Winter Crown, so there you go. Eman with a change of items.
I guess at that point, it's just a matter of an item swaps, right? But I guess I still prefer the Winter Crown, just because Harith cannot proc the Zaman Force and the Chrono Dashes.
Exactly.
Will down victory rate though, it seems about, you know, right, 86%.
So, what, yeah, I think it's a bit...
Kind of generous?
It's a bit
It's like
generous.
90 something, right?
I think it should be like 9
Yeah.
for BTR. Because it's the far lane as well. We have to take into account of that. The thing is, they have a Paquito and it's a far lane base turret taken down. So this really looks like more of a 91% to 9%. Luke.
What are we cooking right now?
Going on an hour, catches Luke, throwing a ruin. That was awkward by Shogun. They can focus the burst on Luke, but they won't be able to find a key. Golden hour. They get caught by the Wrath of the Dryad. But Finn surely will go down. He gets bursted out. A lack of chemistry there with the Golden Hour and the Throne of Ruin. This will just be a free, neutral objective.
Honestly,
Eva. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just pokes. Eman's gonna go back with the BMI. No.
Whoa,
Wow.
whoa. Okay, luckily this is not the nerf claw. You know the nerfs on BMI?
Which one?
So cooldown is
Oh, okay. Yeah.
but it's in the advanced server.
I think EVOS didn't want to go for the punish because they kind of expected Eman to go back again. That's why they're not in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not really blaming Moreno for the attempt because at this point you gotta dig deep,
I
right?
think he was just miscoordinated by Shogun, right? He popped in the
Yes.
Throne of Ruin way too early.
Yeah, definitely could have gone
Ooh.
better, but at the same time you have to try.
Oi!
Albert, look at the damage coming in from the Harley.
What is that damage, my guy?
Wings
Yay! Oh, dang.
There's a reason he's called Cold-Blooded Jungler.
Sure, he hasn't died, that's true. Wave up top gonna be dealt with here. I think EVO should be able to strip them down to just their crystal here. Finn getting the taunt onto Erlan. Luke in the bottom lane going in as well. He's gonna get splashed by damage. The man gets caught by a big Golden Hour. Spatial migration of Battle Requiem, but the Golden Hour is there. Oh, it misses, but Shogun gets in time. Throwing a ruin and the flicker in. That's gonna be the ping. Oh, Erlan! Whoa, you caught all alone! Shogun jumps into the middle of the whole team fight. Why was Erlan in the middle of a fight?
That's a misplay.
Oh
Erlan
my god!
saw the Golden Hour and I
walked
feel
in?
like, yeah, he walked in
No
with the
way.
Chrono Dash. Like, I swear that's what happened.
Erlan, calm down, brother.
Calma.
This is not, whoa, that is, okay, it's still not a shutdown, but it's a carry, and that's why BTR now are so comfortable walking up.
Yeah.
Oh god, wait, calm down. Niall with the damage, immobilization field doesn't land. Okay,
Yeah.
EVOS
Though,
do a good job
Yeah.
recovering.
not much conversion from BTR because the waves are not there. You know, there's still 4 players for EVOS side. Still a 7k gold lead also, so you gotta take account to that. We'll see though. BTR, there is some light of hope, you know, at the end of the tunnel, but it is through EVOS' mistake.
It is very slim, I agree. Okay, maybe now it's increased from 9% to 10%. Because the scaling, oh, I did not expect that much damage to go through, and that's why. Look at Albert's itemization. He goes for the Queen's Wings, as expected, sure, after the CE. But then the Brute Force and then the Blood Wings. I thought he would have Radiant Armor, dude, against a Harley. You think it's a bit too greedy to go for the Blood Wings. I think that they need to swap it for Radiant Armor.
I think the idea is because when you go in, you're gonna proc the Winter Crown anyway.
Sure.
Right? So again, like these two teams
But what about
playing by
poke?
macro. He's not poking. He's gonna be all in.
No, but the Hardy's been poking the Guinevere.
That's true. That is true. So they're playing with fire. Maybe
Exactly,
that's
right?
the
So it's like,
case.
he's trying to get in and get out with
I
the
mean,
Blood
you
Wings.
can also
proc.
argue with Nile with the Holy Crystal as well, no?
Okay, but he needs it. Like, you're not in... He needs to go Glass Cannon. He's in a tough spot. There's a 9% chance of victory,
Oh yeah, you're right.
right? It's desperate for BTR, but that's expected. That's what they need to do. For EVOS, though, it feels like...
Unnecessary risk.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Finn opening up. EVOS. Oh, man. Harley shows up top. This is going to be very good for EVOS. They hold onto it, and Luke will stay up top.
Yeah. Airlion's gonna be funneled. He has the purple and also the orange buff earlier, so it's like Panos is having all the Infinity Stones right now. It's all a matter of the execution. Key, I don't know about this, my dude.
Okay, the Terrify comes in as well. The Golden Hour will lock him down. Finn is able to get out, and the Golden Hour gets baited out already. Moreno's trying to go.
Look at Nile. Look at Nile.
Oh my god, look at the lockdown. Niall walks up. Kumar! Read out like a book by Albert and Luke. Key jumping into the back line. Spatial migration lands on Shogun. He's still able to survive right now as he pops in the blink back away. EVOS can get the neutral objective for free, and this should be EVOS securing a game.
Yeah. Should've, would've, could've. We'll see though. There's absolutely no reason that EVOS will botch this. With the amount of lead that they have, even Few is already topped up with DHS as well. It's gonna be melting the frontliners of BTR in a second with that Kimmy. So they have all the cards on the table.
They do. They're gonna go for the last base turret before the Lord even spawns. Albert jumps into his spatial migration about Requiem there, but the Golden Hour by Moreno keeps him alive. And out of the back, getting caught by Luke. That's another Golden Hour in place as Finn loses immortality. Moreno walking up, Rapid the Dryad, used up already. Purify out as Key's gonna get taken very low, and now he's gonna Luke jumping in, but Shogun's right there to Purify. From the Mon gets used up. Oh! Knows him on force. Albert jumps over to spatial migration. Oh! About Requiem, but Niall is able to get the immortality in time, and he's gonna go down. They have an Evolved Lord. There's no reason to fight. EVOS! They gotta calm down. There's an Evolved Lord coming down as Eman is still able to stay alive, and Shogun's trying to bait in the waves to go left.
There's absolutely no way this is gonna happen. BTR still 3 man strong.
Moreno with a splash. Eman getting caught by the immobilization. Bill is Bill! Unstoppable in this game. 5-0-4. The Maestro cannot deal with them.
Bumawi!
Finally, a ray of hope.
Bumawi ang EVOS. Walang sweep.
As they live to see another day.
Sabi ni Miko. Narinig niya ba sinabi niya, kalma, kalma.
Fantastic by EVOS, man.
Tapos sinabi niya, Kumar.
With a simple answer. EVOS trying to go for something crazy, bombastic even in game 2. It did not pay off. They went back to the books. If Marcel's open, pick it up. Don't take or don't give blue side over to BTR. And it's all that matters, the Guinevere for Albert.
Dapat nag-blue side sila kanina.
Simple is always better.
Biglang ganun. Dapat nag-blue side sila. Kanina nag-red side kasi sila.
So much for the postseason, for the playoffs. You've prepared a lot of pocket picks, but there's a reason.
Timeran natin simula ngayong pagkatapos ng game.
It's as
Gaano katagal.
Finally, this is a boost in morale,
Kanina
man. It's really
22
jitters, especially for
minutes.
Erhan and E3 even. The pressure of like,
Parang
oh, what
ganun
if
yung
I
nangyayari.
mess this up? But after this game, I think we're gonna get a good game 4 where EVOS are gonna let everything loose again.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to pounce on their targets, not as scared. And we saw glimpses of that. We saw the regular season EVOS that we expected coming into the playoffs.
And in a way, this is what I expected. I thought EVOS is gonna run through BTR down to the ground with how clean they're playing, how safe they're playing. But this time around, BTR looks like the morale is still up though. They're still up 2-1. So it's all fine and dandy. EVOS is still on the back foot. Needs to secure 2 more games to go on and fight Onyx the next round.
If there's a team that can do it, it's scary for me to say, but it's EVOS, bro.
And there's also a team that cannot do it when they're up
Yan,
2-0.
numiti na si Pew.
And it was in this very arena, was it not? The
Pero
biggest
kanina
show,
parang nag-joke pa si
2-0
Pew.
lead
Natawa,
against Alter Ego,
natawa
like
sila
a
kausap si Pew.
It's in every arena.
That's true. The biggest choke happens anywhere, everywhere, any place, any time. But man, Pew, 5-0 and 4. That's a very good MVP choice as well. But yeah, what a read.
Yes, what a read, but at the same time now, feels like a kid in kindergarten. So naive, no? Or
So Nael.
yeah. But I think he should have saw that coming. This though from Albert. Oh, what a read.
Yeah, he's read Nile out the entire game here, right? He wasn't able to do that on the Saber, and I think this would have been the better choice anyway. It's like, hey, if you can do this on a Guinevere, why you pick Saber, bro?
You gotta pick the Saber just for the love of the game.
They gave the Saber for
Lagi,
the chance.
lagi nila inapin yung Saber.
Are you loving this game, panelists?
That's a good question, panelists.
EVOS fans rejoice as the EVOS, the White Tigers that we know and love, in the Velodrome, in the playoffs, the Cinderella story. It might actually happen here. It was looking really bad for EVOS earlier on, but with that win in that third game, it looks like things might be looking up for EVOS, as it seems like they've gone back to their fundamentals, right?
Baka biglang mamim yung Saber,
We
no?
were mentioning earlier on, and this time around, it was BTR that may have overcooked just a little.
Matagal
with that
ulit to, 20
Valorant.
minutes. Pwede ba kayo
The last
mag-brawl,
hit
guys?
value wasn't a value, seems like. And
Gusto nyo baka makapag-isang
again, I
RG pa kayo?
expected a closer battle. Seems like game 3, we finally get to see EVOS doing EVOS things. They were more decisive. They were more coordination-wise. They were more in sync. And I feel like that we did not see in game 1 nor 2. Now, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what will happen in game 4. But BTR, right? I think they were too stubborn in executing their sort of early game, that when the gameplay was not clicking, they start to lose track.
I mean, all things said and done though, even though EVOS did get quite a decisive victory here, Big Kitchen had some moments there where if you were an EVOS player, you were definitely a bit concerned, right? So I would like to see a bit more, I don't know, man, a bit more of a calculated, a cleaner type of gameplay coming from EVOS, because they were dominating that early game, dude. I guess the Marcel, I didn't really believe in Key on the Marcel, right? Doesn't seem like it's his style technically, but hey, they're able to actually put it to good use, and with Albert on the Guinevere as well, I feel like that puts him in the best of both worlds. He plays some utility, but also go for the assassinations, and it really paid out there in that final moment. And that's why this kind of matchup between
May
teams
limang
is so
nanonood
interesting,
sa FB.
because it really
Hello
was like
po.
a chess
Ayaw nyo
match. If Albert
mag-comment.
didn't predict the
Sa
movements,
mga YT, ayaw nila mag-comment. Ba't
read
kaya?
into the next couple of
Tamang
movements
nood
from
lang
Big
sila.
Tron, that lore take didn't really seem as easy as it would look at first glance.
I agree, and I like that you mentioned earlier on about like the oversteps. What do we call it? Overhype maybe from the side of EVOS. I feel like that could have ended a lot quicker than it should have. I mean, considering that Harley late game, that damage is insane, and despite BTR kind of being behind EVOS from the early portion of the game up until
Uy,
the
naging
late game,
tatlo
as
na
soon as
lang.
that Harley was able to catch up, obviously the
Ba't
damage
ayaw
is
niyo
gonna come through, and that's
mag-comment?
when it seemed like a little bit more 50-50 than I would have liked. And what's going on with Erlan? You know, there's weird movements. I think Luke also made a mistake towards the later stage of the game. Is it the pressure that's getting to them? I mean, this is a team full of veterans. But of course, before we get into more detail of that third game, we do want to congratulate our MVP, presented by the official gaming phone Infinix GT50 Pro, or our player of the game. And that's going to go to Albert. And you mentioned Albert earlier on the Guinevere, the fact that he was able to look for these opportunities, play a very versatile game, especially in game number 3. And that was really lacking when he was on such a one-dimensional hero like the Saber in game number 2.
Yeah, it's definitely the better pick. There's a reason why Saber isn't as meta as the Guinevere. And all in the early game, the neutral objective was so good because of the extra burst damage and the crowd control to supplement it. It feels like they really in one fell swoop,
Tulog na
in
sila,
the
no?
span of one
Oh,
single
ikaw na lang,
game, fix a
ano,
lot of the mistakes that we saw in game
ikaw na lang
1 and 2.
natira.
It's not just the more versatile option, it's more
Yung
crowd
iba
control,
ayaw,
it's more fighting power.
ayaw
Right?
mag-subscribe,
Taking
kaya
away
ayaw
the
mag-chat sa
Marcel was
YT.
such a big problem for them in game 1 and 2. So, they really did multiple things at the same time. which
Wala
makes it
naman bayad
look like
mag-sub
it's
sa
just one or
YT.
two things.
I-click nyo lang.
All things considered, though, Bigatron again, they were able to keep it kind of close. They were behind like 7,000 to 8,000 gold at one point, and they were still able to take 1 or 2 kills traded back towards EVO. So I think EVOs definitely now are going to be a lot more aware of the potential of Bigatron to mount that comeback as well. So if this goes the distance again in the next game, it's going to be really, really strategic from both teams because they've seen each other at their best.
I think that's a positive way to put it. The negative way to put it is both teams might be hesitant to say enter certain areas, especially what happened with Nile earlier on, where there was a surprise attack on his own purple buff bush. I think that grants like some sort of, you know, unless it's a sure bush clear, you gotta pay your attention on your positioning, because I feel like that death on Nile grants the Lord for EVOS, and then hence, you know, the pressure from the side of EVOS to finally secure a game in the series. 22 minutes for EVOS to finally take a game, and it was a hard fought battle.
And they got all the neutral objectives, man. So whatever it was that clicked for them when it comes down to the Lord dances, it definitely seemed a lot more calculated, a lot more measured this time around. And I think Bigatron really weren't expecting it. You can almost say that they were underestimating them a little bit, at least in the early game, right? Because EVOS really took a lot of advantages early and just rolled with it. They got all the turtles and all the lords, by the way, despite this being a 22-minute game. So, man, I think crowd control is definitely a big answer here. When both teams want to just try and outmaneuver each other, you gotta make those mistakes happen, man.
And now I gotta ask the question about the Marcel. We've seen a couple of different builds, right? Earlier on, we saw Endless Battle for the Marcel in that previous game when BTR won game number 2. But now for
Nawala
Eve, we don't
yung
see the Endless
SIM
Battle.
card
We see the
mo.
Guardian helmet.
Doon ka sana sa
What's the
YT.
difference maker and why does the Endless Battle work for the
Ano ba
Marcel?
yan? Naka-Andy FB? Parang
Just
ganun.
switch up. The immortality was on cooldown. I personally like to that as well. Immortality went on cooldown. I switched to Guardian Helmet just to have more, you know, HP, especially when you are already penetrating towards the base. So I think that's why the Guardian Helmet there was built. It was more of a last action, like a marksman buying Windtalker.
Don't forget the regen as well.
Okay.
It really helps when the back and forth.
And the Endless Battle?
The Endless Battle, I think our casters put it best. They were winning so hard, they're like, why not? Get extra damage, because you can proc the Endless Battle, you know, the same way you proc your
True
Thunder Belt,
damage.
right? Extra bit of true damage.
Cooldown reduction as well.
Cooldown reduction as well. So at that point, why not? I don't think that's the go-to build though, by all means. Generally for a Marcel, if everything goes how it should, right? There's no crazy snowball, there's no crazy advantage or disadvantage. It's generally just about the shielding, right? You want to go with the photo, you want to go with the oracle. Because remember, this guy doesn't really stack up HP that well. A lot of that extra HP gets converted into resistances, and he has extra shielding. So it doesn't work the same way as most frontliners. But in this game, I think he did a great job.
3 gig for YT. Oh, paano? Nagtanong, paano?
As well, right? Trying to make sure that he can
May i-avail na promo, ganun. As free 3 gig. Kaso kung malakas kumain ng data ang YT.
Show the creativity and also the flexibility that even a Marcel can have when it comes down to itemization. So really well
Every
done
day
with
pa,
EVOS
no?
again. I really enjoyed that game. I like the fact that again EVOS went back to their fundamentals and they were
Biglang
able to take
nagtanong ng
charge
technique eh.
over the drafts a little bit more than they were in game number 1 and
promo.
game number 2. But now I'm worried. What happens if EVOS fall back to red side?
Exactly. Now they won't have a chance to really pressure forward at Marcel. Before that though, shout out to Few as well. Zero Deaths, he was the carry of the team, and that final play, he was the guy who actually caught Eman too, hit him with a huge burst of damage. But yes, that was all possible initially because they were able to deny the Marcel and pick it for themselves. Double benefit. They might be forced to ban it out in the next game.
It's risky. It's risky. Do they ban the Marcel? What do they do? And as we ponder over the answer to this question, we're gonna throw it over to Sabila once again to see what she's up to right now.
Semakin malam, kita melihat pertarungan yang semakin panas karena EVOS berhasil membawa ke game selanjutnya. Tapi di sini pastinya Sabila pengen denger dulu mana semangatnya Jakarta International Velodrome. Wow, masih semangat sekali karena aku melihat banyak sekali yang masih semangat. Sekarang Sabila pengen kasih hadiah, ini namanya GoPay hadiah GG. Dimana untuk kali ini spesial di 5 hari ke
Yung unang SIM na na-register,
total hadiah 18
I-give free pag na-avail ng promo.
Kalian siapkan aja untuk smartphone kalian. Dan
Eh, ba't
juga
ngayon naging
pastinya
3 gig na
untuk
lang?
kalian
Binawasan na
semua
nila.
ada aplikasi GoPay, langsung dibuka
Nalugi
aja,
na.
nantinya akan ada QR code, bakal langsung di-scan. Tapi yang belum bisa download dari sekarang. Nah, untuk cara-cara lebih detailnya, kayaknya di sini Suga deh yang mau ngejelasin. Suga, silakan.
Oh, magkaiba nga yung promo nila.
Sudah kembali. Dengan senang hati, aku akan bagikan saldo GoPay untuk semua super fans yang menyaksikan
Cute
playoff
naman nun.
MPL ID Season 17. Caranya, unduh aplikasi GoPay di Play Store atau App Store. Buka kamera pada smartphone untuk scan QR kode yang akan aku berikan. Klik buka hadiah untuk terima GoPay hadiah. Dan selamat, saldo GoPay.
Naan ko kaya mo ng konti.
berhasil masuk
Naan ko lang
ke akun
konti.
GoPay-mu. Semua sudah siap? Ini dia QR kodenya.
Di ano, bili ka na lang SIM card.
Teman-teman bisa langsung di-scan aja.
Kan SIM card?
Tunjukkan kalau misalnya
35.
dapat ya.
35 ba yung SIM card?
Untuk
50.
kalian di-scan sekarang juga karena hadiahnya benar-benar luar biasa banget. Dalam 5 hari ini total 18 juta rupiah. Let's go. Langsung sekarang juga dan kalau sudah selesai ditunjukin ke kamera ya biar kita semua tahu. Wow, ini dia nih.
Kanya na.
Pada dapat
Sa mga
semua
taga-Indo
sih.
lang.
Tapi gak cuman itu aja. Aku ngeliat di sini, Bude tuh kayaknya lagi asik banget. So, Bude lagi ngapain sih? Oke, bentar. Sabar, mundur. Fandik, Kak Dapon, dan ini lagi
Mahina yung
rusuh.
TM
Kalian
dyan.
gak sabar?
Kaya TNT ka.
Gak sabar ngapain?
Oh dia nggak ngomong.
Bentar. Kalian
Tapos
berdua
hindi mo
ikut
na
gue.
naalala saan nalagay yung
Tadi cuman
isang SIM card.
barusan.
Buset.
Yun
Memang kan perlu
lang.
kan kita bakal melaju lebih jauh.
Heeh.
Nah, jadi harus lebih apa mas? Oh iya. Jadi harus lebih ngumpulin data buat tar ke semifinal, final, grand final.
Wah, optimis banget ya.
Betul.
Emang bener, Kak Dapon, sepercaya diri itu?
Iya iyalah tadi cuman kita kasih napas aja.
Waduh.
Kasih napas dikit capek daripada 3 game langsung pulang. Ya kita kasih napas biar main lagi aja.
Oke, biar
Bayar
semua...
sewanya, bayar lapangnya mahal.
Oh, boleh. Kelasnya hebat.
Jadi kasih main lah. Gitu.
Kasih. Iya, tapi
Fun
bentar.
Estrio.
Kalau mereka memang...
Caster.
Iya, tapi gimana dari
Oh, hindi oh.
Super Bigetroopers ini? Halo? Dari season berapa ngefans sama Bigetron?
Dari season 7.
Season 7, season dimana sekali-kalinya tuh Bigetron masuk grand final dong.
Betul banget.
Nah, kalau kita ngelihat ke belakang ya, kayaknya kok Bigetron tuh di playoff suka rada-rada ya.
Betul.
Kutukan playoff akankah bisa dipatahkan di season ini nih?
Kalau menurut aku sendiri sih bisa ya kalau untuk season ini dengan disiplinnya mereka dan juga gameplay mereka yang tadi dari game 1, 2, dan 3 juga ya melawan EVOS itu aku pede banget sih.
Oke, jadi dari Kak Davi sendiri benar-benar ini Bigetron lagi prime era.
Banget.
Oh, banget. Tapi di sini maskot kalian kemana by the way? Maskotnya kemana? Malah bawa bala bantuan.
Demam.
Oh,
Demam ya. tepatnya.
Oke, demam.
Abang
Tapi
English
ngebawa-
translation.
Sebagai gantinya fotonya Lemon.
Ya, ini kenapa Mas ya tiba-tiba?
Saya suka banget, saya ngefans sama Lemon.
Oke, ternyata mereka bawa bala bantuan lain, foto. Nah, kalau ngebahas tentang Bigetron, tadi kan kalian pede banget tuh. Ini bakal jadi pemanasan.
Indo na lang inaantay para mag-Paris. Yun na lang ba yung
Kalau
kulang?
menang di sini,
Hindi ko pa ulit na-check
di
yung,
depan mata, The Sky King,
yung list.
Sky King,
tim Onyx.
Onyx. Gimana Mas?
Langsung,
Jawab apa, Mas?
langsung dikasih nih.
Apa mau kita yang
pasangan.
jawab?
Gimana?
Tapi sebenarnya statistik kita berbicara data. Jadi datanya ya regular season kita nggak terkalahkan sama Onyx.
Di regular season,
Betul.
di playoff memang bisa beda? Atau bisa sama, atau gimana?
HP, kenapa tiba-tiba ke gua?
Tinawanan.
Apa gimana tadi? Oh iya pasti menang lah.
Ya.
Karena ya lihat aja by data udah better
Ya,
yang
ya.
menguasai jalannya pertandingan. Wah,
Tapi itu regular season. Di playoff bakal beda nih.
Bakal beda karena kita udah dapat jaminan dari ini. Dari dukun, ada dukun di sini yang
Oke.
memang support. Terus kemungkinan Robby kan datang juga entah lawan Onyx kan.
Oh, harus optimis karena siapapun yang menang di sini baru bisa maju. Yang kalah harus pulang. Jadi besok bakal main lagi.
Kayaknya udah pasti nggak sih? Ini gimana sih? Gimana? Masa besok nggak main lagi?
besok BTR pasti main
Iya,
lagi.
maintindihan.
Kalau EVOS kan besok sekolah.
May wild card. Oh, may wild card pa.
Ngalahin BTR.
Mauuna yun kesa dun sa main
Itu
event.
ya. Itu
Besok masuk
menurut
jam 7.
itu menurut mereka ya. Tapi kalau ngebahas tentang kekuatan dari Bigetron di season 17 ini, mampukah mematahkan dominasi dari tim Onyx? Karena Onyx tuh menang terus.
Sebenarnya kalau menurut Masnya gimana? Yang udah lama nih kan? Kan biasanya playoffnya gimana tuh? Cen?
Ya.
History playoffnya?
Walaupun sebenarnya histori playoff dari BTR sendiri kurang bagus ya, sebenarnya bisa dibilang. Tapi adanya dari regular season dan juga pasti lebih pede lagi sih mereka dan juga bisa banget mematahkan dominasi Onyx.
Emang kelihatan beda ya tadi permainan mereka di playoff ini dibanding sebelum-sebelumnya, season sebelumnya?
Beda banget, lebih disiplin lagi.
Apa yang Fandik lihat nih? Kekuatan dari mana nih Bigetron untuk season 17?
Itu lihat Moreno, dingin banget tuh.
Brrr.
Dia tapi tidak kejam ya? Iya benar. Jadi kelihatan
Nakaka
mereka
19
lebih fokus,
minutes na. Oh.
nggak kemana-mana pikirannya gitu.
Oke, mungkin apa yang ingin disampaikan langsung?
Oh ini pesan terakhir.
Boleh.
Langsung aja.
Apa?
Hehe. Pindahkan dapur MBG ke sini. Biarkan BTR memasak EVOS malam ini.
Kawawa yung isang cyclist na trending ngayon. 20k pa buya mahanap ng location niya.
Bigetron! Tapi jangan mau kalah EVOS, Bang!
Pinahanap nun talaga siya, ganun.
Langsung heboh dan semuanya gak sabar
Binabash ba?
bagaimana siapakah yang akan memasak
Ah, di ko pa
di
nakita eh.
Jakarta International Velodrome Best of 5 Series dan match point untuk Bigetron. Bagaimana EVOS akan melawan, langsung saja kita lemparkan kepada para panelis.
Tapos walang binigay na clue kung nasan siya.
And there you have it. It's a good time to be alive because the bigger troopers are ever as confident that they will be the ones to eat the tigers tonight. They want to cook the tigers tonight. That's
But they're
something that they said
robots.
in the interview. Yeah, that's true.
How are they gonna consume these tigers?
I mean, robots need some protein as well.
Do they? Which science
Yes.
fiction novel did this come from?
Oh, there's
Come
I have one of my favorites,
Oh.
and he does eat. I don't know if I can mention it on stream, but it's really good, guys. I'll let you know on my personal stream what that title is.
Okay. Okay. Well, their confidence is not baseless. Let's put it that way, right? Bigetron, they're already looking so good. They've
Yeah.
shown that they can recover. even in the game, again, where they were behind the whole time, they were still able to find good moments there. That has to be an encouraging sight if you're a bigger trooper. But they're slowly but surely inching towards the 2-2. If this is a full series, that has always been where the question has been posed against Bigatron, right? Can they withstand? Can they maintain that kind of performance?
Well, BTR are back on blue side, so I guess that says something.
So 3 out of 3 in this series, the wins has come from blue side.
Yes, sir.
Will that
from
trend
Marcel
continue?
as well.
Okay. Now, I think the straight solution for the side of EVOS.
It's 50-50, my
It
God.
is 50-50.
Oh my God, stop.
Just ban
It's
the
50-50.
Marcel.
And whoever picks on the Valentina loses.
That's true.
I don't like the
Hinahanap kasi
Like Bonnie mentioned, makes a lot of sense.
isang cyclist, di pumalag kasi may tropa yung...
Picking it up early is not quite necessary. Later
Ano
on, if
lang,
there's some
bigla
really
lang
good value
yung
you can get from
ginawa
Valkyrie,
yun. Grabe
then
naman.
maybe. But so far, the early picks on the Valen really
Baka
hasn't been working.
nagkainitan sa daan.
Really hasn't, right? Unfortunately for the size that has
Pero
picked
hindi
up the
pa rin dapat.
Valentina. Even the Maestro, who got MVP game 1 and 2, picks up the Valentina. Wah, wah, wow sort of performance.
And it was, and the Valentina for Moreno is like his signature pick as well.
Back in the day,
Yeah.
especially, right?
Is it that far back in the day, though?
Yeah, I mean, not.
He still plays it
Not
occasionally.
today.
I
Not
feel
today.
like esports is so fast, and MLBB is so fast.
So regular season is back in the day.
Well, it wasn't regular season. It was like, what, 3-4 seasons
Yeah,
ago?
when SBS maybe.
When it was like his signature pick?
Did he not play the Valentina at all this season?
I mean, he did,
I'm
but
not
like,
saying that, Arash.
oh
'Cause
my
I
lord.
I'm just saying, I thought it was still considered a signature pick for him.
But it's not as frequently picked
That's fair.
because it's not as meta. Back in the day, Valentina was super meta, and that was the moment where Moreno was able to perform really well on it, is what we're trying to say. Sorry, guys. It's been a long day. But we are inches away
Game 4, game
of coming
4.
into game number 4. And it starts here. We're gonna go through it through. Pick the map.
Broken walls.
You know what? I like to take my time on predicting, and that's why I call.
Oh, Arashi. Broken
I call broken
walls
walls
is the
too.
choice.
Feeling
of
ko
the
mamaya
for
makikita sa
game number
newsfeed
4.
ko kasi
This is
napag-usapan
the
natin.
official gaming phone Infinix GT50 Pro. BTR are back on first. This time they go. Okay, this is a different shade.
Marcel banned.
Guinevere as well banned out, so Jushin's been left open.
Ooh. Wait a minute, that's true. But then we did this, the Sushin getting left open in game 1. It didn't work out for EVOS. They had that Jushin Khalid combo going on.
Yeah.
Weren't able to use it to its maximum potential. But now that they've maybe noticed the requirement, the necessity for cloud control against Bigatron, they might want to rehash that.
And now I want to know if EVOs want to prioritize what ban. Do they want to ban the Baxia here? Okay. Okay. So the Freya's open too.
Ooh. Wait.
You're right.
That's true. So
That is scary.
on the top of my head, the Baxia as well. We've seen contestant, the Harley, if they really want to get a jungler very early on, can be picked up here. Claude even, right? If they really think that the Claude is the key, could work.
Do they want to let the Freya go though? It's good flex as well if you pick it up.
It's too
There you go.
expensive.
You can flex gold, you can flex EXP.
It is too expensive, yeah. So now EVOS, they're aware on, you know what, we let the Freya go. There's a big possibility that BT picks it up, and now what's their answer to this Freya, right?
In the lane, we've seen carries being picked. Again,
Carry,
kind of. Again, that's
yes.
only for the laning phase though. In the team fights, you get zoned out anyways. I feel like EVOS are gonna need something a bit more out of the box here. They might even go for the mid-prio approach and then gank the Freya again and again. Keto Kalea is the option. That's key. In a way, a bit of a signature pick for Key on the Kalea.
And we finally get to see the Kalea in action.
Yes.
It was banned out for I think most of the games that we've seen today, even from our first match, and finally we get to see the Kalea and the Freya come to light. Here, we do still see that BTR has a possibility to flex, right? They can try to find a good matchup for the Freya, put it elsewhere perhaps, and I think now is a good opportunity to play with that flex, or do they want to secure a strong lane like something like the Claude or the Harith?
I think they definitely can delay, right? I think they can delay and, you know, hold their cards first. Keep in mind though, Freya is one of the key factors on why they managed to beat Onyx, especially in the first leg, right? So it's gonna be very interesting to see it again here on day one playoffs. It's gonna be the Harley and the Gatot Kacha. So again, keeping things tight.
Uy, Freya.
Wants a delay, and EVOS Red 3. Someone that can burst instantly to combine it with the Tsunami Slam. Potentially from the mid, no. Instead they go for the box shot.
Di pumalag kasi mag-isa.
Respected for Albert.
Baka ano siya, makuyog siya, no?
Kacha immediate counter to Kalea though.
Sana mahanap yung gumawa niya.
Yeah, because he's very vocal about how it's almost like a go-to, right? You see the Kalea, you bring out the Gatot if it's available, right? Bigatron has indeed done that.
Okay, and now we go into the second phase of the drafts. Do BTR want to start respecting potential burst from EVOS?
Potential burst.
Because we're thinking, you know, like the signature gourds.
Yeah, the gourd is like the pick that comes to mind almost immediately. But a more traditional pick would be a Farsa. That would be in line with the whole tempo mobility thing if EVOS want to play that style.
Well, EVOS start first. They ban out the Valier.
Again, like game one. It seems like knowing that their composition a lot of like jump, you know, engage, a lot of shoulder to shoulders.
Especially Baxia, yeah.
Baxia, you know, the Paquito will like to go shoulder to shoulder, and the Valier definitely can hinder that, you know, potential. And the carry you mentioned earlier on, Arashi, will be respected and denied here in the second phase.
Huh. Now it's a bit concerning because usually against the Freya, I think the Harith is the only real like easy lane. The Claude and the Harith, they really get punished quite a bit. So that leads you to believe EVOS has something more. Could they possibly go for a fighter gold lane? They've overcooked before, you know. It wouldn't be too crazy to think about it now.
May pabuya daw. Pag may pabuya, mabilis.
They're narrowing down the gold lane pool even more.
Yeah.
They have to have something unorthodox here.
Again, overcooking? Question mark?
What works against the Freya? What have we seen lane well against the Freya?
It's really hard if we're talking about like in lane, but maybe like after, right? When the 4v4s, the 5v5s, their crowd control definitely can nullify the power of Freya, but like in
we're
lane,
thinking lane now. We're thinking lane, yeah?
I think it's
Well,
they might just go weak side and go for ganks, right? With the Baxia, with a Kalea. They do go for the Claude. 100 times pick? Is that correct? Wow.
So now, do BTR want to keep the Freya in the gold lane, or do they want to move it to the EXP lane
I think just
to lane up against the Paquito? That's the question now.
just you don't have to overcomplicate it. I think.
So what's the answer?
Yeah, I mean Freya gold lane, right? Secure a EXP that gets well, you know, an Alice might work here.
It's been the go-to solution for Bigatron.
Is it Phoveus open?
Phoveus is open.
It is open. And it is a quote-unquote okay matchup against the Paquito.
Crowned by heaven's mandate, my legacy
Whoa,
shall
so
Freya XP, di nag-gold.
Team Moscow, they're playing the macro game here. So many ways for them to check out, to scout out for info. If this game goes late, again, that's a lot of damage and a lot of informational tools available for Bigatron. Not to mention the global with SOD. EVOS need to recognize that. They're going back to the Kimmy. So no burst damage.
Wow.
Really, they're in it with the Kalea for the sustain, knowing that the Gato can cancel out the pick-off attempt.
Again, this is match point. We might be seeing the final game. Predictions for game number 4.
Oh boy, I kind of like Bigatron's more. And knowing that the games have been going to 20-something minutes, I feel like Bigatron has more value then.
I'm playing devil's advocate here, and I'm just following trends with a bigger choke trend. So I'm expecting a game 5.
Okay.
Okay, so you expect it to go 2-2. And I guess we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, our second
Game number
play-in
4.
match. And for the White Tigers, they are up against the wall. Everything is on the line if they want to continue their playoff run and their chance and opportunity to make it to Paris. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to our casters for game number 4.
2-1 is the score. BTR is very familiar with this situation.
Too
and
familiar.
in a bad way.
Too familiar, man. Way too familiar. It is a very scary place to be in, BTR. It's either 3-0 or 3-2, but not in the way you wanted to go. But I agree with Arashi. I think BTR have gotten a very, very good composition. EVOS have gone for a lineup that synergizes well, but they have taken an L in matchups.
Luke has a Paquito against a Freya.
And Makimi against Zetian.
Yeah. Fortunately though, some teams actually managed to play the Paquito and get better tempo than the Freya, so it's not necessarily a hand-to-hand combat most of the time. Just evade the team fight. That's a gold crab take, I believe, for Finn.
Yep. Good snatch away. Nile here providing help to Moreno. Nile has already gone to Lethal Wanderer as well. Now they're trying to go for the invade early against Albert. And that's a take from Nile. Albert denied off the gold crab, denied of the small green camp down below, and denied of his own lizard.
Yeah, it's kind of a deja vu, but looking at the emblem right now, a bargain hunter for Eman. So he wants to be online as soon as possible.
I like that.
And yeah, it's more of a utility mate here, right, with the Ziltian, so you gotta have to be able to be online much more earlier. Now Nile does not have level 4 just yet. He's gonna get his orange buff just a second, and maybe the fight's gonna start after that.
Yeah, a bit greedy. Could have been a level advantage straight up against Albert, but now let's get the shield unity straight in. Few with immobilization. Shogun walking up on Few. Then pops in to revitalize, but it's up against Baksha early on. Shogun, he left the lane, and this should be free neutral objective to EVOS.
And there's a reason why Baksha has been banned most of the time, even in MPL PH. The tempo is crazy, especially if you have the Paquito. And now look at that.
Yeah.
Shogun early vengeance.
That's really, really bad. So Tian coming in as well. Key's able to find it. Now it's going to be Shogun in the midst of it all. Jumps in, but there's no damage. SOD lands with 4. I guess you can out-damage them.
Hold on. Oh my goodness, EVOS, I thought that was going to be a clear win, but never mind. BTR actually bounced back and actually winning in terms of economy.
Bro, Shogun fighting at level 3 is so risky, yet it worked. My God. Freya with no level 4 is so tough to make work.
And he already burned the vengeance on top of that.
That was crazy. I thought it was a whiff.
Yeah, that was a big question mark. And if the play would have gone the other way, we would probably just be like, huh? Vas?
That could have been a Vas moment, yes. But it turned out to be a very good 2 kills onto the Bargain Hunter man down below in the gold lane, the Red Raider.
Now it looks like it's gonna be an immediate Golden Staff most likely for this Freya, or that Corsive Sight. The Shogun is eyeing for more attack speed immediately. No boots at all for the XP lanes so far, and for a good reason. They would just want to clear and try to be online at the team fight. Rotating with not clearing the minions is still okay too for the second objective.
Luke's actually doing a very good job in the lane here. He actually only took the XP grab against Shogun. I think the risky play Shogun made is now really going to start hurting him in the lane.
By the way, if he was actually building towards that Blood Wings, I was questioning why is it not going 1, but I remember that it's a Baksha, so there's a reason. He's going to be there, the Life Bane, built in on towards the hero. Definitely a very balanced hero in front play.
That's what led to the first kill on Finn, first blood. Try to revitalize, try to utilize the passive for the Baksha and the Kimi just pour through him.
And the DOZ in the early game is super underrated.
Yep,
so you gotta watch out for that initial damage, even as a frontliner.
Whoa, they sent Shogun straight into the turtle. He's actually level 7. I thought he would be behind of Luke. Eman up top, this means BTR want to go for it. Vengeance ready for Shogun. Finn already with the Unbreakable. Trying to go for the taunt right now, but won't be able to find it now as Albert jumps in. And Key whiffs it a bit. Tsunami Slam, Shogun comes in. That's even Zetian. Emperor's coming in. And the retreat still goes to Albert. As now it's going to be chased down by Albert. And now it's going to be Moreno caught in the midst of it all. He needs to run away, but Luke smacks him down. It's a big knockout. Shogun doing well by himself against both Key and Few. A double as he now moves into mid, but we have to take a look at the Red Raider, who all in that time has been able to get all of the gold turret. Now Luke gets away with a double punch.
A costly whiff there for Key. And now the lead grows more and more. It's actually not that bad as I thought.
Nope.
In terms of economy,
But we also see the allocation, Sheffin. The allocation of gold right now, Eman's got plenty, and he has on
a bargain hunt.
Exactly. Look at the build. He's about to finish DHS.
And he is almost 1k gold lead ahead of Erlan. Yeah, not good at all, but EVOS still catching up, and we've seen this in the regular season a lot of times. EVOS in the back foot, they just play the macro game really, really well. SOD connected. I don't know if you're going to go for Albert here, but he is overstepping his bounds.
Oh god, maybe they want to go for Albert. Deadly Magic as well. Albert goes down, but Finn gets the kill. All right, I mean, it's still a pick-off.
It's still a win.
It's still a win. It's still a win.
Yeah, Albert, very optimistic in his approach, I guess. And
a bit disrespectful, just a tad bit.
Once you get that shield immunity out of the way, Faksha is pretty much a walking target. As long as you have the damage, it's easy, free money, walking ATM.
Yep. And the Fear of the Phoenix, man, something we called out here as well. Me and Chef and Falcon Descent coming down on Luke, man. Deadly Magic as well. They're going to go for a full dive, and they shred him down. The regen is not enough to keep Luke alive. This is why the Freya needs to be banned or picked.
Yeah, maybe a Phobius on the other side could help too.
Yeah.
But at the same time, do you want to let go of the Paquito and Freya at the same time?
That's
but
the thing.
you do have the Phobius though. Yeah, it's if buts and maybes at this point.
Look at this Freya. He's just doing whatever he wants to do. Shogun can do whatever.
Yeah.
And again, we were talking about the Zetian pick. Fear of the Phoenix is great to respond to a Tsunami Slam.
Especially this kind of competition when it's kind of all in for EVOS' frontliner. There you go. Albert's there. He's there. But thankfully, though, they have constant damage at Few and also Erlan at the same time.
Albert with the walk-up, double taunt now with Fear of the Phoenix, and it's the full lock on Few with the AOG of Finn. Luke with the knockout strike, and BTR with a secure on the neutral objective finally sends the gold lead past the 2K mark.
Dude, every single Fury of the Phoenix,
I'm telling you,
cannot be more perfectly timed by the maestro.
He's conducting
the orchestra.
Wow. All with a glowing wand. At this point, he should have built Lightning Truncheon. I'm joking. But, you know.
I think might be the second item, no?
Yeah, I think so. He just wants to go for that burst. And the thing is, it's so difficult because this is why we were skeptical about the Kimmy choice, right? Yes, you have that combo. You have the synergy with the Baksha and the front to back that you're building. But in lane, you can't bully the Zetian. If that happens, that means it's so free for the Zetian to just scale up, get those items, pop an ability, and stun 5.
Looking at the bright side though, the clear is still decent with EVOS, even though they're behind in this early of a game.
Yep.
Push come to shove when you're turtling the base with all inhibitor turrets intact. That is where EVOS is, unironically, the most dangerous.
And this Bargain Hunter has really paid dividends, dude. My lord, he's already almost on the Golden Staff, so he's going to be a whole item ahead of Erlan if this keeps on going.
It seems greedy, but when things fall into place, it is just huge for Eman right now. And right now, a lot of damage dealers from BTR side. And I always say this in the regular season, if you want to go against the Kalea, make sure that you have more than one basket that you want to pour the eggs on. At that point, Kalea is forced to pick and choose on who is the greater threat. And at this point, who is it even? Do you want to go for Shogun with a vengeance? I mean, you can burst him down, but at the same time, there's going to be too much resource that you have to burn.
With how behind they are, I don't even think they can burst Shogun down because their damage comes through.
Maybe with turret aggro.
Yeah, okay, with turret aggro, sure, but like, when is Shogun going to be on the turret? That requires a crazy biggie choke. But it can happen. Moreno in the mid lane with a flicker. He has the passive, not burnt out just yet, and that's why he's so comfortable walking up. Another very good source to deal with the Kalea.
still waiting game right now. EVOS waiting for the opportunity, waiting for Key to pull the trigger. I feel like that is too much burden for the L Momento, but
Wishing Lantern, second item.
I guess he knows that his target is much like a Key and also Albert. So Lightning Truncheon against the frontliners is not gonna be that impactful compared to Wishing Lantern.
It's all about the poke. And it makes sense. And Mount playing it safe, already has the Golden Staff now building towards the winner nature. The only guy now that can really be threatening to him would be the Claude and the Paquito.
He's even online the Claude right now.
No,
I guess
but
he
like,
is.
but
with
those are the only
DHS
dudes.
And the corrosive sight. He's on his way to a DHS, I believe, Golden Staff.
Oh, there you go. Big item, Chastise Pauldron.
Very big.
Should be able to deal with it. And Man with a step gets away from the shield unity, but Shogun's waiting right there in the bush.
I gotta say,
That's the blast.
BTR is playing this incredibly passive, and I like that.
Yeah.
With the Zetian, you can just poke around and wait for the opportunity, and it has been working so far with the Fear of Phoenixes.
No reason to rush. Finn with the Unbreakable. Shogun with the back of the descent. There you go. That's a bit of a rush right now. Shogun comes into the back line, but now he's giving the jump all the way. AOG coming down, and Shogun pops in a vengeance. That's going to be the kill over on Key as Albert takes a lot of damage as well. Nile comes around. Poke coming down from the Maestro. Shooting it around. Now they'll go for the Retribution, and he wins it out. Fear in the midst of it all. Bursts it down already, but Nael and Moreno walks in. SOD! And Mon, the Red Raider, walks up, and he gets sunned up. And with a killing spree on Nile and a wipeout on BTR.
The robots are using hacks. This immortal Amon cannot be killed at this point. And they are marching through the second tier turrets of EVOS before the Lord even hits.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
How did that happen? EVOS took the gamble. They thought they could fight. The Red Raider on Moskov. He didn't even have that one item advantage. Only now does he have it, so it's... Oh God!
Yeah. Kind of a questionable engage by Shogun, but maybe that is intentional? Because at the same time, you want to bait EVOS to use the dashes, right? So that the Fury of the Phoenix has more value. But by the way, Finn with a clutch Unbreakable, I believe, to Albert at the last moment where the 50-50 happens. And it's not even a 50-50 at that point, it's a 100-0 for Nile.
Such a scattered fight, though, that they weren't able to capitalize on the lore. They were all so low, they had to recall. We get a replay again, and even the replay can't believe it. It's like, which one do we replay? Here's the moment. Finn goes in the back, zones them, the AOG into the Tsunami Slam.
Oh my god, the heal also as well. Yep. I thought we saw only the Unbreakable. The AOG was so clutch. And how unfair is it when you're playing against a Kalea, you have a Gathon in front of you, and also the Zetian. You cannot expect a good follow-up at all.
This dude, I thought it was a mistake here. He got the kill first. He purifies skill 2, throws him back, feeds him to the fishes, or rather the sharks, or the robot.
Yeah, I don't get any references. But yeah, now 6k gold lead for BTR. EVOS, they're in the brink of elimination here in the stage that they're mostly known to perform. I mean, they're second placer only to Onyx in this stage.
The Velodrome has always been magical for the Tigers.
And it's disastrous for BTR, so it's so jarring to see that BTR is dominating the Tigers right now.
Don't call it off just yet. Don't jinx it.
I think BTR is gonna win this miracle.
Oh God, now Eva.
as well.
Sugar. All right, Finn. It's just all about the slow game now, though, right? It's all about the slow game. EVOS are trying to scale up. BTR have proper scaling as well. They are gonna do very, very well. But as they move towards the siege, that's actually when they begin opening up their composition. That's where, again, like you said, the Tsunami Slams can bring Shogun under turret. Then we'll have some of those moves where Luke could possibly flank Moreno. That's why BTR are playing it so safe. They know there's a chance for EVOS to look for that flank, especially with Key on a hero like this.
And the respect is given from BTR too. I believe Shogun is actually building towards the already built Chastise Cauldron. So he knows that at this point, even though he is a well-fed Freya, despite the KDA, he's still kind of a main tanker in a way. Yep. You know, aside from Finn, obviously.
Very good Lord Dance here. Slow push top gonna have to send the Paquito, and this means that BTR can go for a 4v5 if he shows. BTR are not gonna let go. They're gonna constantly put pressure on the Lord. Half HP already, and that's why Luke doesn't show. And they reset. They know Luke is afraid to show. Any bit of hesitation can kill EVOS here.
EVOS is getting a taste of their own medicine.
The Lord
here.
dawns.
Yes, and all the turrets are
Luke, don't
intact
show.
for
Luke,
BTR.
you cannot
They're
show,
gonna
Luke.
pull the trigger here.
It's such a good Lord dance. Valkyrie's Ascent, it's low enough for them to go for the gamble. Now Finn with the Doom and taunt. Fury the Phoenix coming down as well. It's an all-in over on Albert, and the Lord isn't going to be taken down. They have just sown EVOS away, and they still have a wave up top.
They're doing two things at the same time, by the way.
Beautiful.
Two damage dealers. Eman and Nile was focusing on the Lord, and the rest of the three was just zoning EVOS away. It was a 3v5, 3v4 team fight, and they were losing.
What a Fury the Phoenix again. The timing.
I mean, at this point, it's warranted, man.
Yeah.
It always lands, and also the synergy, man. I feel like they gotta practice it in a way.
That was such an impeccable Lord dance.
Like in custom practice, we gotta figure out the timing here with the Fury of the Phoenix.
Yep. It's something honed through only practice. And they have practiced a lot. They've programmed a lot of these skills together. Bottom wave pushing. Freya up top as well. They're gonna hold the mid wave for a 3-way push straight up. But no, Shogun takes a safe approach. He knows there might be a chance of an EVOS ambush up top.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna be the end game just yet, but there's a small chance of it happening.
Yeah.
Nile!
Oh my god. Oh! Yo! That was almost a kill! Luke was able to get a little bit of HP. Now walks up again. Mid-base straight gonna fall already. And EVOS deal with the Lord. Very good decision by EVOS to hold the far lane base turret and just to sacrifice the mid.
Uh-huh. Now, is it EVOSable in this position? They do have the heroes that they needed to pull this one off. You have the Phoenix.
Zoning away. Oh my god, damage on Airline's gonna get to the fountain in time. And Finn's the one who gets caught with a Tsunami Slam. And Shogun is free to hit. Base turret in the far lane taken down already as Moreno goes for the poke. BTR call it off. This isn't BTR, brother. Usually they would just go in the base.
Yep. It's very jarring to see. A disciplined BTR? What the hell is that? That's not in my dictionary.
Hey. If BTR can learn that word that you just said, that isn't in my vocabulary until this game is over, they might be the best.
If you pull up the dictionary, Merriam-Webster, and you search up the word choke, there's gonna be a link on BTR's page.
No. They went from C to D, now it's discipline. Dang, Fury the Phoenix.
For the love of the game. Nah, for the love of the game.
Nah, come, okay, sure. For vision, they see all of them there, and now they control every other wave up top.
Uh-huh. 9K gold with almost 10K. Just gotta make sure don't get it over 18K, man, because at that point you're doomed.
EVOS still have a way to come back.
Yeah. Hopefully that's the case without his stuff as well.
They have scaled. Airline is full items. Few isn't, unfortunately. But Luke has gone to a point where I think he should be able to finally hold these waves before the Lord spawns. But even then, you can see him hesitating.
Oh, very much so, man. Like, Nile, he showed his
understandable
earlier.
Valid safety.
I mean, even against Eman, which he already secured the Wind of Nature, he's most likely the one that's gonna be handling the long lane.
Yeah.
You do not want to go 1v1 against this Moscow.
And to make it even worse, they have that
global
far lane.
too.
Oh, EVOS are just gonna go for it, dude. They have to just.
This is Hail Mary.
Yep.
Hail Mary.
No, they can't do it. Finn zones them away from it. It's too risky to take. He's gonna go for the jump right now, but he cannot get it. Finn gets caught by attraction pulse and a mobilization field. Evolve Lord already now. Lord taking out a half HP. Reset again. The wave in the bottom lane is gonna build, and EVOS are gonna go for the conceal up top. But there's just no one there. They're grasping at straws. They're trying to find a way to pull this back in favor.
Look at Finn. Unbreakable.
The Phoenix lands on everybody! Shogun in the back with the Valkyrie's Ascent. The Lord is a paid actor on Albert. Shogun falls. But look at the Lord right now and look at the wave in the bottom lane. It's the jungle taken down for the XP lane. BTR will take that trade any day of the week.
And all the Lords is for the Red Robots. This might be the nail in the coffin, the card that they need to break through the jungles of EVOS. They are one step away to the next stage against Onyx.
The robots march on. As technology finally gotten the better of nature, the White Tigers are crumbling to the Red Robots. BTR playing it so slow. Back to their Season 7 form of program to win, discipline over anything else. And Man doesn't call the he calls the bluff rather. He knows something is happening, but he has a Purify, and EVOS cannot hold that push.
Oh, look at that wave management. 2 waves are gonna be crashing in the mid lane and also top lane. BTR. Time is now.
They're looking for the throat. And Man lands the first shot of the fight. Courtesy Boy Sounds, they're gonna burst him down. Due to the Phoenix catching him again, but they're all able to evade from it. Down below, it's Niall up against Luke, and he's gonna be taken very low. Tsunami's time over to Shogun, but he's able to survive right now. Spin gets taken down, but Man is gonna stay locked into the base. Bigatron move to the upper bracket semifinals.
Tapos ang ML. Nakapanalo na sila sa EVOS.
As the fans cheered and cheered to EVOS fans. This stage was once EVOS's, but today BTR will deny the Bigatron allegations.
It's no longer
Hindi nang nanonood na hindi pa umuwi. Ano pa lang sa kanila, magte 10 o'clock pa lang sa kanila.
so it's only cool to call them Bigatron.
A lot of tears from the EVOS fans. They thought they had the chance. They thought
Tama yung prediction mo hanggang game 4 lang.
when they won game number 3, and understandably so. But BTR with a crisp trap, not overthinking
Eliminated na ang
things.
EVOS.
They are cooking all the ingredients.
Simplicity is key when you have great players, and I think Bigatron showed here today that they just took through what worked. They tried to go for something a little bit bombastic in Game 3, made sense, but they couldn't execute it. Now we go back to Game 4. They go back to the drawing boards after that loss, and they build on what works. They pick up the Freya, it works. They go for the Harley.
Bawi next season. Bawi next season, feud.
Reaction over as well from the Gata catch up pick to the Kalea. EVOS will be going home. Unfortunately today, it is a sad sight to see for the fans in the building who flew I think, from different parts of Indonesia, maybe possibly even the world, to come and see possible comeback for this organization.
It is just unfortunate. It's just a story of what could have been for EVOS. We saw one of the best match, one of the best execution macro-wise in the regular season for this team. But they are forced to bow down.
Happy si Mirko kasi nakapasok ang BTR. Nanalo ang BTR.
It's the final boss. They've toppled down the Porcupines twice in each leg of the regular season. But the playoff is a different beast. The Quails are sharper than ever.
Bakasyon na sa PH.
For the one that's residing the throne of this so-called Farmers League called MPL Indonesia.
The Jakarta International Velodrome knows no champion but Onyx. It's only been one ever since we started having the playoffs here in this very historical arena.
As we're gonna say goodbye to EVOS.
56th place sila.
Penutupan untuk match hari ini membuahkan hasil yang tak
The closing match today.
di Jakarta International Velodrome.
Very
Lakas sa
strong
music.
for Bigatron.
Tapi di season 17, kenangan pahit mereka dapatkan.
In season 17 though, it's a bitter memory for EVOS.
Sepatah dua patah kata tentu ingin kita dengarkan dari tim EVOS.
Let's hear some words from Team EVOS.
Pertama-tama terima kasih
First of all,
buat EVOS fam yang
thank you
udah
for the
dukung
EVOS fans
kami, yang
who've
udah
been supporting us. That has
online.
come to watch us here and online.
Kita appreciate banget lah.
We really
Tanpa
appreciate you
kalian,
guys.
kita nggak bakal ada di posisi ini
We
gitu.
wouldn't be here without you guys.
Kedua, gua
Second of all,
perwakilan dari player dan manajemen.
on behalf of
Gua minta
EVOS
maaf
and the management,
atas hasil buruk
I want to apologize for the bad result of the season.
Kami tahu kami bisa melangkah lebih maju lah.
We know we can step even further away.
Angkanya harus terhenti hari ini. Ya gua harap kalian tetap bisa support.
But our steps
EVOS dan
are stopped today.
berpotensi
But
di
we hope you would
kedepannya.
still support EVOS
Oh,
and
ang
its
dami
players.
naman.
Kami minta maaf.
Once again, we're very sorry.
Baik itulah dan sekarang kita akan melihat the last bow dari EVOS Esports kepada EVOS Flames dan juga Jakarta International Velodrome. Marilah kita berikan tepuk tangan karena ini adalah semangat
A round of applause
dari teman-teman EVOS
for
dan
EVOS.
pastinya comeback stronger untuk teman-teman EVOS di season 18. Yap, season 17, season ganjil. Rupanya banyak memberikan kejutan. Bagaimana
It
tidak?
turns out the
Kali
odd season,
ini
season 17, has a lot of surprises.
The Big Troopers menyambut kemenangan dari tim Big
Because
Gatron.
It's just time for victory for Bigatron by Vitality.
Waduh, ini pada pindah-pindah semua ya. Padahal nggak tahu. Sekarang kita sengaja udah apit Bude. Oh iya. kan? Biar nanti
We have you guys surrounded from two sides, so no one can escape any questions.
ini Big Gatron di babak playoff yang paling ganas, yang paling galak dapat MVP terus-terusan Moreno.
Wala na.
The one that's most ferocious, that got all the MVPs, Moreno.
Kelihatan
Playoffs
beda, ya?
Bigatron looks different, doesn't it?
Beda, Bude.
It is
Apa
different.
nih yang berbeda?
What's the difference?
Nggak tahu sih, vibes-nya beda aja lah.
I don't know, but the vibes are different.
Kita sekarang benar-benar nothing tulus aja sih, kayak
We really feel like we have nothing to lose.
pembuktian aja sih buat kita berlima, kayak kita
It's,
berlima masih
it's a proving ground for us, for all five of us who want to keep playing together.
Oke, emang kalau misalnya kalau langsung udah dibubarin.
Well, if you lose, are you guys getting disbanded?
enggak tahu juga.
Well,
Cuma
maybe,
kayak,
but
ya pembuktiannya lah ke diri kita.
but we want to prove it to
Kita
ourselves.
masih pengen bareng-bareng.
That we want to be
BTR Onic
together.
ID bukas 7:15 din.
Melihat hasil kalian yang tadi, walaupun sebentar meleset.
Looking at your result earlier,
Beda banget dan
even though there was a slip up,
dan teman-teman,
it's very different.
mengatakan nih, kalau di Gatron di playoff katanya beda mainnya, tapi ini bedanya luar biasa.
You're able to disapprove people who said Bigatron, they don't perform the same in the playoffs.
Sih, kayak wow, ternyata kita benar-benar lepas dari kutukan gitu. Kayak
It turns out we really have escaped the curse.
Fun fact-nya,
And fun fact,
gua sama Eman juga selama di Velodrome ini
I
nggak
and
pernah ada
Eman?
menang sama sekali. Season 13, season 15, jadi kayak pembuktian aja gitu buat diri sendiri kayak.
oh, in the past seasons when we were in the Velodrome, me and Eman, we have not achieved any victories.
Tapi apa yang
So it's a big moment
membuat
for us as
apa yang
well.
dilakukan oleh Moreno di babak playoff ini sehingga membuat Moreno
What have you
satu
done,
nama
Moreno,
yang bahkan para talent
to make this
Mirko
name,
tadi sampai
Moreno,
langsung bajunya dibawa my God
that has made
Beda banget
even
ini
like
di
Mirko,
babak
the talent
playoff
earlier,
ini, khususnya untuk kamu Moreno.
lift his shirt and say, my goat, my
Sebenarnya
goat.
enggak juga lah, karena fokus aku bukan ke individual aja sih, kayak
Oh, my focus isn't on individual
empat sih,
performances.
maksudnya empat yang lainnya kayak kita fokus gimana chemistry kita, gimana
We want to focus on
connection kita, itu aja sih.
our
Kayak
chemistry and
nggak
our
peduli
connection.
pencapaian individual segala macam.
So we don't really think
That's
much
it,
about the
Eman.
individual aspect.
2 minggu ini ngapain aja Moreno?
Ya
What have you been doing for the past 2 weeks though?
Teman-teman kayak fokus di
We've been
chemistry,
practicing and we have
di
been
connection, communication.
talking about the communication, the chemistry.
Sepertinya di 2 minggu itu benar-benar ngebangun koneksinya tuh lebih-lebih ya. Jadi makin mengenang satu sama lain gak sih?
Apa?
Makin mengenang satu sama lain di 2 minggu itu ya.
Makin apa?
Get-
Makin mengenal.
Kenal.
Makin mengenal.
Makin mengenal.
You get to know each other even better in the past 2 weeks here.
Chemistry-nya naik berapa persen Moreno?
How many percent did the chemistry improve by?
Mungkin dibanding season lalu jauh sih. Kayak
Compared to last
ini
season?
kita
Oh, massive.
Cukup besar lah menurut aku. Kita berlima.
I think it's
kayak
very significant.
Rasa care kita satu sama lain, segala macam itu sih.
How much we care about each other.
Oke, permainan yang menarik bukan hanya kita saksikan, kita lihat di game 1, 2, semuanya sih menarik banget.
Well, all
Kalau boleh
games
dibahas, Sogun,
in this match were very interesting.
game terakhir.
But then the
kalian
last
was-was
game,
nggak sih? Ini
were you
bisa
guys
jadi
nervous?
the
This
game
could be
kelima.
the 5th game. This can go all the way.
Kayaknya enggak sih, soalnya kita udah
Not really.
so well prepare gitu.
Because we feel so well prepared.
Ya all out aja sih di every game ya. Nggak cuma
Just go all out every game.
Nanti kelima, keenam, pokoknya semuanya.
There's no game 5, game 6. Doesn't matter. We just go all out.
Kalian melawan EVOS, apakah
In your
dari
prep
segi
against
draftnya
EVOS,
atau
from
dari
the
segi
drafting
apa,
phase,
Sogun?
or what did you focus on to prepare against
Connection aja
EVOS?
sih sama chemistry antar tim, soalnya menurut aku itu yang paling penting.
Connection and chemistry among the teams, because
Musuh kita fokus ke diri sendiri gitu.
there's no need for us to focus on the opponents. We have to focus on ourselves. We feel like that's the most important point.
Cuman kalau dari Shogun sendiri melihat match yang tadi gimana nih? Apa udah
At the previous match, Shogun,
kalian? Coba Shogun.
did it go as according to your prediction?
Nah, kayaknya takut kalau ditanya aku, Bude. Gimana Shogun?
Sesuai prediksi menang maksudnya.
Well, the victory is according to our prediction.
Prediksinya 3-0 gitu. Atau gimana?
How about the score though?
Mau berapapun skoranya yang penting menang.
The score doesn't matter as long as we win.
Menang. Tapi yang menarik di match kali ini, Vin, kasih tau Bude,
But in
kenapa
this
banyak
match,
banget hero-hero unik
Vin,
di match kalian nih?
so many unique heroes here in your match.
EVOS juga.
From you and also from EVOS.
Perbanyakin hero aja sih.
Memang 2 minggu ini kalian
Just want to keep
perbanyak
adding
hero gitu,
more heroes to the pool.
Iya.
Oke itu, tapi kalau ngebahas tentang dari permainan hero kalian, apakah memang kalian dipaksa untuk bisa punya pool hero lebih luas lagi?
Were you guys forced to actually have a wider hero pool? Was it demanded of you from the team?
Masing-masing dari diri sendiri. Kalau
No, it just comes from us. We want to have options.
Iya.
Hadir untuk khusus playoff nih.
Oh yeah, your coach came over here,
Apa
especially
efek yang
for
dibawa
playoffs.
oleh Coach Panda untuk playoff season
What's the
17
effect
ini,
from
Vin?
Coach Panda for this playoff stage, Finn?
Mentality sih paling ngaruh. Kayak
There's a lot of impact
banyak
mentality-wise.
kayak di playoff kan udah ngerasain banyak juga kan playoff. Jadi ya pengalaman dia udah banyak. Jadi kita terlatih lah buat ngelatih mentality kita.
We feel trained mentally because
Secara mental.
that guy has a lot of experience under his belt.
Bisa sedikit di-spill nggak sih? Kasih tahu dong sama kita.
Can you
apa
spill
sih?
a little bit?
Misalnya kayak dikasih motivasi kah atau gimana?
Did he just give motivation? Was there certain kind of advice?
Dibisikin apa? Sama Coach Panda.
Sama Coach Panda.
Kata-kata yang paling ngena di tim Bigetron nih.
What's something you remember? Some words or threats from Coach Panda that really left an impression.
Yang paling diingat play like a boss.
Play like a boss,
Show them
apparently.
who the boss is. Oke.
Play like a boss.
Percaya diri Sabila.
Betul sekali, benar-benar like a boss banget ya. Jadi memang sepertinya motivasinya langsung nih masuk dan juga mereka bisa implementasikan dengan luar biasa di match kali ini.
Tapi Nanael hari ini kamu kaget gak sih tiba-tiba kamu harus melawan
But
hero-hero
Niall,
unik juga?
were you surprised you have to go up
Albert
against
di
some really
tahun
unique
ini,
heroes
di
today
match yang begitu
in
crucial?
this stage,
Bagaimana sih?
in this
Apakah
crucial
spesial
match?
Untukmu di match ini?
Was that special for you?
Melawan Albert untuk match yang crucial di babak play-ins?
Sebenarnya nothing special sih.
To be honest,
Menangnya tuh satu,
nothing special.
balik lagi kita diremehin banget.
I want to win because
Terus yang kedua,
we were underestimated.
Onyx udah nunggu kita. Kan mereka
And
last
second of
match
all,
bilang pengen nunggu kita kan.
our friends
Jadi
Onyx
kalau
are
kita
waiting
kalah,
for
enak
us
aja gitu,
because
karena udah ditunggu.
last match they told us
Kalian jawab.
they're gonna wait for us, so
Yeah.
we don't want to let them down.
Halo.
Baik. Tapi Bude, ini kita sudah menyiapkan ya.
But we've prepared
Video yang nanti
a video
teman-teman dari BTR bisa langsung
that our
melihat langsung saja.
Bigatron friends here can react to.
3, 2, 1, ini dia.
This is it.
Nah, di momen ini. Gimana? Gimana dari Anael mungkin?
From now
Di
maybe.
momen ini gimana Nael?
What do you think about this moment?
Udah benar sih itu job desk si Luke. Soalnya aku gak ada kuda juga kan.
It's good because I have no Phantom Steed, so Luke did his job.
Gak connect.
I mean,
Jadinya harus
the play just did not connect well,
Kawawa si Luke
but that
dun.
was the play we wanted to look for.
mungkin buat Luke.
Ya buat Luke semangat aja. Kayak gua tahu lah potensi lu lah. Soalnya M5 bareng kan gitu.
Well, for Luke, you gotta keep your head up because I know your potential, man. We were in M5 together after all.
Masih ada di situ, mereka pernah berjuang bersama. Tapi Saber muncul di MPL Indonesia untuk kali pertama.
By the way, Saber showed up for the first time here.
Sudah tahu, sudah expect atau gimana?
Niall, did you expect it? Were you ready for that?
Expect cuman gak nyangka mereka yang make gitu.
Expect, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't expecting them to be the ones who bring it out.
Gitu, Gifam atau Liquid.
I thought maybe Geekam or Liquid.
EVOS kaget sih kaget.
From EVOS, that was surprising to us.
Selain dari Saber EVOS, apa yang kamu paling shock ketika melawan EVOS hari ini?
From that Saber, what else really surprised you that was really unexpected? Melissa.
Melissa.
Apa ya?
Skor ini 3-1?
Was the score unexpected?
Iya sih, soalnya tadi harusnya game 3 kita bisa
Yeah, because we
bisa menang lah hitungannya lah.
should have been able to win game 3, I think.
Gusto nila ma-sweep.
Kalau misalnya dari Eman sendiri, hai
From Eman though.
Gimana Eman untuk match kali ini? How do you feel?
Seru banget dan senang, soalnya banyak begitu
Very exciting.
sudah datang juga.
Because there's so many bigger troopers who have come to support us as well.
Masih harus berjuang lagi.
You must struggle again tomorrow.
Gimana, Eman? Besok masih harus bermain lagi.
Melissa.
How do you feel about that?
Masih harus serius lagi gimana, Eman? Persiapannya untuk besok?
Any preparations?
Mungkin kita lebih disiplin aja.
Grabe yung pawis na Eman.
Probably more disciplined.
Banyak yang miss gitu.
Makikita niyo ba dyan sa inyo?
Lebih perbaikin aja. Yeah.
There's a lot of things we can fix.
Walaupun menang dengan cukup dominasi kalian di game-gamenya.
Even though you won in quite dominating fashion, there's still a lot to learn.
Dipelajari.
Puro ilaw pa naman, kaya sobrang init talaga.
It's Onyx. Do you think you can afford to make mistakes like today?
Onyx, nggak boleh ada celah.
Iya, soalnya timnya...
Ba't kaya di sila pumili ng aircon na venue
That team is
na?
very terrifying.
Dari Eman sendiri ya, kira-kira apa pesan buat Kelra?
Is there a message from you, Eman, for Kelra?
See you season depan. Ya.
Oh, see you season depan.
See you next season.
Ya, tiba-tiba lompat nih, lompatnya agak jauh ya.
You next season? What's you next season?
Oh, Kelra. Buat Kelra. Oh, gua kira.
Salah, jadi salah.
Saya dengarnya Kelran.
Boleh, nggak apa-apa.
Oh.
Kita ulang.
Akala niya si Kelran.
You thought I was talking about Erlan.
Erlan.
Kelra, hey.
Di pala Kelran. Erlan.
Good luck, have fun.
Semua yang datang.
Kaya pala ano, pang weird see you next season.
Who will attend?
Good luck, Evan. Kita kasih yang seru untuk di match besok pastinya karena akan berjalan lebih panas lagi dan kita
Tomorrow's matches are gonna be even more intense, even hotter.
Si Neo next season, kalaban nila
See
bukas.
what happens in the days to come.
Bigetron benar-benar program to win. Kemenangan hari ini, tolong sampaikan sesuatu.
Ke siapa? Terima kasih buat Big Troopers.
Thank you for the bigger troopers.
Yang udah senantiasa nonton kita selalu dari playoff sebelumnya sampai sekarang.
That has been watching us from the previous playoffs till this playoff.
Dan
For
terima
once,
kasih lah buat
it's not an early exit.
kita masih bisa melangkah lebih jauh.
We can step even further.
Dan semoga Big Troopers besok makin banyak aja udah.
Let's go.
And hopefully tomorrow there'll be even more bigger troopers. Let's go.
Baiklah kalau begitu. Bigetropers, marilah kita sambut. Ini dia, Bigetron by Vitality.
Bakit nahimik yung stream ko? Eh, wala naman ganong kausap. Paano ako dadalhin? Saka focus sa game nanonood. Hindi naman ako pwede mag-shoutout habang naglalaro sila.
And the feathers fall to the floor. We begin to realize that the Cinderella story for EVOS is no more. Congratulations to BTR by Vitality for that 3-1 victory as they prove here on the stage, the playoff stage, and Velodrome in particular, they are able to capture a win, because that is something that Moreno did mention in his interview earlier on, that him and Eman, him and Eman here at the Velodrome
Si Jan lang kausap ko eh.
This really just shows, and it also proves to themselves what they
Siyempre
are.
nanonood din yan pagka naglalaro.
Development, that's for sure.
Yes.
That was a sick bar though, Eternal. You should make music.
That is true. You should make music.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
But yeah, no early exit for BTR this time.
Wow.
But unfortunately, EVOS, their journey says season 17 has come to an end. On to the next stage, on to the next phase. 4 teams left, 2 slots for Paris, 1 champion.
So Paris?
Paris? Paris,
I
sorry.
love how fast-paced playoffs is.
Paris.
We're already, like, it took us, what, 9 weeks,
9
to figure out top 6.
Yep.
One day, top 4. That's it.
Bang.
Exactly.
We ain't got
It's
the time,
insane.
man.
We ain't got the time.
Chop, chop.
Yeah, because Arashi's getting really old and he's
Whoa.
Arashi is getting old. You're right.
Arashi needs more time. But of course, congratulations to the player of the match,
May
Moreno.
Pinas na
He
kasali.
deserves it. He deserves it. That last
Walang
final
Pinas na team na
performance
kasali
again
kasi
was a
Indo to.
chef's kiss.
Pinoy na player meron.
Really good time. What?
I thought you were about to say Shepin. But like,
Buti
Shepin-
natapos.
No, Moreno's performance of Shepin.
Oo nga no.
Continue on.
Kumbaga 20 minutes waiting time ulit kung may game 5.
Phoenix. It was
Alas 12 nga matatapos.
Casters, Mirko and Sheffin.
Yeah.
So well timed, and the coordination was so good as well. And if you look at how segmented, how much mistakes were there in game 1 and game 3, that was looking so different. I mean, I was over here impressed as well, seeing how much more coordinated they were in game number 3, right? There were barely any mistakes. They were playing it disciplined, and they weren't baited into any real fights. Even when it seemed like a good fight, if they didn't plan for it, if they know they have the lane advantage, the macro, the lord to work for, they ignore it. And it's kind of scary if you're going to be up against Bigatron, don't you think?
I mean, there's a reason why BTR is the only team to be able to defeat Onyx, right? And we finally get to see that gameplay come to light, especially in game number 4. Sure, even Moreno, I think, admitted that they did make a few mistakes, and obviously they're going to repair it over the course of the next few days. But it was a lot cleaner.
Yes.
And it's top 2 worthy, to say the least.
Top 2 worthy.
Top 2 worthy.
Oof. I mean,
3 games siyang MVP.
and again,
Diba?
not
Si
just in the
Moreno.
game, in the drafting phase too, right? This was the moment where EVOS, were forced to make a move. They went for the Marcel ban, and yet Bigatron just pivoted effortlessly, right? They still got that Freya. They countered the Kalea
Ganda
with
nung
the
Zichan
Gatot,
pick
so
kanina.
it really is impressive.
It really was. It really
Coffee
was.
muna.
Huge factor on why I feel like Bigatron
Bye-bye
were
dyan.
able to
Salamat
find
sa
success as well was
tambay.
that
Good
Freya.
night.
It was a crucial pick in the regular season, mostly on gold. But it seems like the transition here, regular season, keep an eye on Freya EXP on Avengers as well.
I mean, Kin taught us that as well in the regular season,
I mean,
right?
it has been switched here and there, EXP and gold, but maybe more on the EXP now. But
3 times MVP eh.
also another great
Bet
Moscow
maroon.
game this time round with a magic shop there, with a bounty hunt, with a discount shop, right? With
Kaya
a
kasama siya sa nominees ng regular season
I was
MVP.
overthinking, right? I overcooked it.
Ba't matapos yan laban dalawang teams mga 12,
More quicker
30.
to get those
Tapos na.
items.
Wala na next game. Uwian na.
Faster to be an impact. Unfortunately for the side of EVOS, they weren't able to handle the pressure that came from the side of BTR.
And I want to give props over to the drafts as well for BTR in that last game.
Yes.
Right? It's like you don't... It's great to have a Kalea because obviously you get to, control tempo usually and you get to have early pickoffs.
Yeah.
But don't pick the Kalea before the Gatot ban maybe. Like, especially like the Gatot plus Fury of the Phoenix, what the hell is the Kalea supposed to do?
Her best.
Exactly. Like, you're not really giving the opportunity for Key to look for anything on the map. Like, what did you expect Key to do in that situation?
That's really why they pivoted over from going for burst damage. Just try getting like more the John fight, but too difficult.
They didn't even have the burst damage. They went for Kimmy. But of course, we now are going to take a look and see what's going on with our boss.
Tanya-tanya kepada Coach Theonael. Anak-anak di season 17 ini, para player Bigatron, apakah bukan player Bigatron di season-season sebelumnya?
Sebetulnya sama, player yang sama kayak
Ano ang mga pasok pa bukas mga bis mo? May pasok pa bukas oh.
Mereka lebih percaya diri di panggung kah? Atau
Kaya konti lang nanonood kasi tulog na yung iba.
percaya diri, satu, kedua percaya tim aja sih. Jadi ya main untuk satu sama lain aja.
Main untuk satu sama lain. Dan susah gak sih nge-build untuk anak-anak punya mentality, punya gameplay yang
Wala na tayong translator.
babak playoff.
Kanina na-translate pa eh.
Siapin sih bareng berempat lah, bareng semua staff.
Dari semua coaching staff dari yang di belakang layar berarti bekerja ekstra untuk playoff kali ini.
Yes, betul.
ngelawan EVOS, apa yang paling dipentingkan dari coaching staff?
Persiapan buat jungle tank aja sih sebenarnya lawan Albert kayak Fredrin aja kita nebak mereka nyiapin jungle tank aja.
Oke. Dan kalian sudah bisa membaca itu semua dan apa yang paling membanggakan dari Coach Theonail dari permainan Bigetron tadi?
Mungkin karena nunjukin mentalitinya yang sebagus itulah. Kayak satu game kalah kita tetap bisa fokus lagi next game.
Apa yang terjadi ketika satu game itu kalah tuh?
Balik lagi kita ada kesalahan di gameplay juga dan ada miskomunikasi juga.
So we lost because we had a bit of a misplay, a bit of miscommunication as well.
Yan.
But we just have to know how to deal with it.
Buti nag-translate pa. Para may magets kami.
Because how they accept defeat different in the previous season. It is. So it's gonna be a very scary.
Friday walang pasok. Walang pasok nun.
Sebelumnya susah banget menang, tapi kayaknya sekarang akan beda nih Coach Theo.
Amen to all these positive potentials coming in from Bigetron.
Dan juga tim Bigetron. Tapi kali ini karena kalian berhasil memenangkan matchnya, kalian memulangkan EVOS.
As you guys won and sent EVOS back home. How do you feel winning 3-1? We still respect EVOS a lot. They tried their best. We just seem to have the better results.
Sudah siap untuk besok.
Are Bigetron ready for tomorrow though? Ready for against
Onyx?
Yes.
Soal dari regular season akan dibawa untuk menjawab Onyx esok.
Same supplies that we took to fight them in the regular season.
Sekarang kita saatnya bergeser Coach Theo karena
The shift over.
Momen untuk tim Bigetron by Vitality yang
Moment
dipakai
for
oleh Coach Theo untuk mematikan lampu dari EVOS.
ready to turn off the light
Perjalanan EVOS telah
to end EVOS' journey officially.
Kala may mga ganun sila.
Untuk EVOS,
Kala ko mawawala talaga yung ilaw. Ganun.
Thank you for
Parang magdidilim dun sa
this match.
jersey ng EVOS.
And thank you for that saber surprise earlier.
dan itulah dia Coach Theo
Dapat
bersama dengan
Oo, so ganda yun.
sekali lagi tuliskan hashtag
Text ko mamaya. Magchat-chat ako sa MPL Indo. Hello.
And there you have it.
Maybe you can try.
Play-in matches. The two teams
Next
will
time
unfortunately
a
have to
team
pack
is
their
eliminated.
bags and say goodbye to their hopes to be able to represent the MPL ID and the WCN. In this
Kailangan pala,
regard, we
ano.
get to celebrate Bigetron by
Kailangan yung
Vitality
parang galit
for
ka.
once again a beautiful performance. And unfortunately, the jersey gets turned off. I think it's
Best of 7 yan laban dalawang teams. Hindi nga, tapos na nga,
symbolic showing.
Wala na nga, tapos na tong laro. Nagdadaldalan na lang sila.
2 jerseys, light has been turned off.
That's true.
But tomorrow, we won't be seeing elimination matches.
No.
Right.
Still have the lower bracket tomorrow. Still gonna be all in a best of 5, but we get to finally see our upper bracket teams come to play. Onyx waiting for BTR.
TLID.
BTR and Onyx again? That's so epic.
Yeah, I think that
That's why
we were
Wala
building
nang
towards
next
the
game.
third rematch.
Bro, are they gonna lose again?
Grabe si Ana. Si Eterna. Are they gonna lose again? Grabe.
I'm nervous, guys.
Walang tiwala sa BTR.
It's so weird.
Ate Clay, hello.
It's like they woke up and chose violence today.
Pero ano kasi yung laro ng Onyx, no, talagang baka mapaparap talaga kahit sino.
Updated brackets for the playoffs. MPL Season 17. These are the brackets by Infinix GT50 Pro, by the way. So, Geek Fam successfully eliminate Dewa 3-0 and they move forward into the upper bracket semifinals. Where TLID are waiting for them. And for our second match of the day, BTR successfully take down the White Tigers as well, 3-1. And they're also moving forward. They get to move forward to the upper bracket semifinals where they get to meet Onyx.
And tomorrow, it will still be a best of 5 matches. The winner will advance to the upper bracket finals. The loser will go down and lose their extra life. Where one more chance. Stay alive in the playoffs.
And just to make sure you
Stay
guys aren't late, we
alive,
want to
stay
remind you that our first
alive.
match will be at 1 o'clock GMT plus 7. And our second match will be at 6:15 GMT plus 7. Arashi, between these two, are we going to be expecting finally a best of 5, a full best of 5?
I think it's really possible tomorrow, man. But who knows?
Best
That's the
of
exciting
5.
part about the season. It's so close.
Yes, I know.
Could be a full best of 5 tomorrow.
You know, I think we might see a potential full best of 5 tomorrow.
Which match?
I'm gonna keep that in mind.
Shoutout mo daw si Kleng.
Keep it in mind.
Shoutout mo sa kanina
Okay.
din.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Surprise appearance there. Who was that?
I have no idea.
A random
Surprise
Biga trooper.
appearance.
A very
Sino kaya?
familiar Biga trooper.
He was sitting on the stands.
He
before
was.
the match.
He was sitting in the stands in a suit earlier. Well, don't forget the BOG S2 playoffs as well, though. It starts from June 15th to 17th. This is the final showdown. Which team will prove themselves as champions and earn the right to join Team Bigatron by Vitality at EWC 2026?
Hey!
Whoa! That's something else.
Yeah, so we're not just setting up for MSC, but everything is going on, and we're also setting up for MWI. And again, a crazy great opportunity for the ladies in MLBB, and it's going to be exciting to see who will be able to challenge BTR by Vitality and who will be able to join them as well in Paris. So you guys can check that out on YouTube and TikTok. All you need to type is Battle of Gamers, or you can check out MPL Indonesia as well, because it's also being streamed there. You don't want to miss it.
For sure.
The beautiful thing about, you know, the female tournament, the ladies, is that we get to see really crazy picks usually. Most comfort
Crazy picks, crazy gameplay.
Yeah.
Unpredictable, you know.
Absolutely.
Element.
And if we're talking about unpredictability and, of course, you know, just having fun in general, right now there's something huge happening in MLBB
Wait,
at
what?
the All-Star event.
For
You
real?
can find all kinds of treasure, including 55 million diamonds, 2,000 gold merchandise prizes, and of course you can also claim the free Yuzong skin, the Tide Scale Sea Lord.
Di ko pa
So make sure
na-claim
to
yan.
log in and
Inaantay
keep
ko
playing.
makuha
Is this
sa
the skin
draw.
where we go fishing?
I think so.
Baka kasi makuha ko sa draw, sayang naman yung pinang-exchange
I love fishing.
Yeah, I recall you were really into fishing
Tapos
for a long
ang
time.
In Mobile Legends.
kapalit ng yung tokens, ano, mga 300 lang.
Keep playing, collect the treasure hunt
Pagka
coins. You can unlock some really good
nakuha mo
rewards.
sa draw, tas meron ka.
I'm not sure what this is referring to. But if
The
you
last
guys are
day
a
na ako
little bit,
mag
maybe I wanna chill
exchange.
for a bit, you know, I wanna take
Tapos
a break from
nakalimutan
Mobile
eh.
Legends.
Aray,
We've got you
saklap.
covered because you guys can check out Acecraft, the STG game that you guys don't want to miss. Random skills, there's
Siguro kung main ko si Yuzong, baka kinuha ko agad.
cartoon art style that makes Arashi reminisce about the good old days.
The 70s.
The 70s.
Right.
Absolutely.
Kaso main ko siya pagtulog. Pagtulog ako.
You don't bring us into
This whole desk panel is the same age.
And
So
you're
you were
not.
right there in the 70s with me.
I don't recall the 70s.
Good times, good times.
I gotta ask my
It's a little
grandma.
awkward.
Your grandma?
Yeah.
That's how far you have to go.
I'm an 06 born.
Oh, shit.
Jump into Acecraft now and start your aerial adventure, boys and girls.
And while you're at it, check out the Asian Games 2026 qualifiers and support the Indonesian national team, especially if you guys are Indonesian and you're tuning into the English desk. It will be happening from June 18th to the 21st, 2026, which will be happening, I think that's next week.
That is next week.
So right after playoffs next week, we get to see Alter Ego back in action.
Indonesia in action.
Okay, true. That's true. They're technically
Ilaban nga pala Alter Ego.
Well, it technically is, but we're talking about Indonesia.
Okay, yeah. And maybe they're a fan of Alter Ego, and maybe they're not Indonesian, so maybe they want to particularly support Alter Ego.
That is allowed.
Well, you guys want to support Suga as well.
Wow.
At Suga.
How?
Was here. WZZ
Suga.
here.
WZZ here.
Suga sa BTS yan.
I like CC.
Drop your best comments about Suga.
Suga.
Because the 5 best comments will receive a special MPL ID t-shirt from Suga. Let's go.
Exactly. You got t-shirts, follow it, comment, you know. Be creative as possible. You know? You can write Arashi. You can tag Arashi on that post as well.
You guys got this. I know they can be creative. I've seen the comments in the live chat.
Make it Gen Z.
Make it Gen Z.
Why?
What does that
I
mean?
mean, a lot of them
They're
could
so
be Gen
creative.
Alpha.
They're so creative though.
That's true.
With the comments. I'm a Gen Z myself. That's why.
I thought you were born in
Okay.
06.
Di atas ang
Oh,
ayon.
06 is Gen Z.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Gen Z starts, I think, 2000 or 9.
You got your story
2000,
right.
2000.
Yeah.
I think. Correct me if I'm
What
wrong.
comes after millennial?
Millennial, Gen Z,
Oh, okay. That's me.
Gen Alpha.
Okay.
Miracle's Gen Alpha.
Hindi ko din alam sunod-sunod ng mga Gen.
What?
That's Arashi.
Hey.
Okay.
But I guess this marks the end of the day.
Yes.
Final thoughts about the play-ins?
Brutal.
Brutal?
Brutal, man. It's sad to say goodbye so early, right? You want to see a little bit more. Both matches, you saw the quote-unquote losing team find a glimmer of brilliance, but only a little bit. If only you could see more.
Well, we get to see more tomorrow as we do still have 2 more matches ahead of us. Although they are the upper brackets, it's still going to be a very fun time. With that, it's me, Eternal, alongside Arashi and Goni. And we'll see you tomorrow for more MLBB MPL ID Season 17 action.
Luar biasa sekali di hari yang pertama dari playoff MPL Indonesia Season 17. Di mana untuk di match yang pertama kita melihat adanya Geek Fam yang berhasil mengamankan poin 3-0 dan berhasil untuk dapat melaju di match besok yang pastinya akan menjadi semakin panas, akan menjadi penuh tekanan yang membuat kita penasaran bagaimana berjalannya hari esok. Geek Fam akan bertemu dengan TLID.
Yap, dengan hari ini 3-0 telah didapatkan, namun di match kedua terjadi pertarungan yang cukup sengit. EVOS sempat mendapatkan 1 poin kemenangan dari tim Bigatron by Vitality. Namun itu tak bisa mereka lanjutkan karena program to win dari Bigatron by Vitality terlihat begitu kuat. Mereka berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan dan akan melaju untuk melawan Onyx di esok hari. Nyawa mereka masih bertahan. Bigatron di babak playoff terlihat berbeda.
Yes, betul sekali, dan pastinya kita berdua juga ingin mengingatkan kepada super fans yang sudah mempunyai tiket ataupun yang belum, bisa langsung datang aja ke venue kita untuk mendukung tim favorit kalian ataupun player favorit kalian, karena pastinya dukungan dari semua super fans itu amat sangat berarti banget untuk player maupun tim.
Yap, kita harus mengucapkan nice try untuk Dewa United dan juga tim EVOS. Hanya tersisa 4 tim lagi, jadilah saksi. Siapakah yang akan menyandang gelar The New King Phoenix? Tapi sebelum itu juga Bude ingin mengingatkan bahwa kemeriahan hari ini, kemeriahan MPL Indonesia Season 17, powered by Munton.
Good night guys. Salamat po sa mga tumambay.
Official e-wallet GoPay.
See you ulit bukas. Bye
Official
bye.
reward partner ada Very Game. Tidak lupa untuk partner ini sports kita ada Garnier, Bayu, Dunia Games, Games Max, One Play dan So Good.
Ditambah dari supplier ada IndiHome, Klik Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Aqua, Kayo, Jakarta 5 Abad, Pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta dan Ekraf.
Tidak lupa untuk official venue partner kita ada Jakarta International Velodrome.
Tempat di mana kita akan menantikan siapa yang akan mewakili Indonesia, siapa yang akan menyandang gelar terbaru The New King Phoenix. So, hari ini baru hari pertama, Bude Clara Mongsar mengucapkan selamat malam.
Dan juga Sabila mengucapkan selamat malam dan juga terima kasih atas semangat yang sudah diberikan untuk semua tim yang bertanding pada hari ini. Sekali lagi, jangan lupa untuk menjadi saksi di hari esok.
Akhir kata, MPL Indonesia Season 17 Playoff, we on this!